Hi, Liam O'Gogan here. It's the 11th of January 2026. So I'd like to just set out some timelines in relation to this and future recordings. This recording is an analysis and a playback of the first of 3 recordings. So this first recording relates to a meeting that took place in Scioból, Navarre, the men's shed in Guidor, on the 24th of January 2024. And as you will hear in the recordings, this relates to a sequence of events up to the 8th of February 2022, which is almost 2 years before this recording took place. And I am recording this on the 11th of January 2026, which is 2 years after this meeting took place and almost 4 years after the event took place. The second in the sequence will be a recording of a conversation between myself, Liam O'Gogan, Austin O'Donnell, the chairman of the men's shed, and Aidan O'Gorman, the Assistant Chief Executive Officer of the Irish Men's Sheds, and that took place in May 2025. And the final recording is a recording of a phone conversation I had with Enda Egan, the Chief Executive Officer of the Irish Men's Sheds, which took place on the 1st of October 2025. So just to lay out the sequence of events. The other thing, for those who are concerned that the recording of this material is in some way unlawful or illegal, I would just ask you to cast your minds back on the saga of Sergeant Maurice McCabe, whose career would have been absolutely destroyed except for the fact that he recorded a conversation between himself and the confidential recipient at the time, which completely changed the sequence of his future. So anything I'm doing within the law. Secondly, just to point out that these are long videos, long recordings, and it's important that I just lay the context to that. All the work that I'm doing lies within a much broader and longer term research question for me on the topic of I call, does it matter? And the essence of what those issues are about organizational development, fractal behaviors within organizational systems, and questioning why people do what they do. Another aspect is the issue around communications between people in terms of understandings, misunderstandings, misremembering, what the record of our memories of things are, etc. So it's important for me that in all of the interactions I've had with anybody involved in these issues that I refer to reproducible, auditable data. So in this case here, I am playing through without eradicating any of the elements of a meeting which lasted for about 2 hours and 8 minutes. So this is not it's not a short, snappy analysis of anything, but it is exactly what everybody at this meeting stated. The other thing, just to point out that what's really important about this is that, as one will see in the third recording of my conversation with Enda Egan on the 1st of October 2025, which was some 21 months after this meeting that you're about to hear took place, he reaffirmed that the IMSA, have no records or no notes of whatever happened this meeting. And he seems to have selective memories of what he may or may not have said during this event. So this actually is the recording of what happened. So I'm going to play it through, and as I'm playing it through, I'll pause and I'll either play back a piece just to be sure that we all heard what we heard and to give some contextual information in relation to it. So let's begin.
the other room, is it?
Well, the other room down is reading rooms and music rooms.
Yeah.
Enda, how are you?
This is the main room you use, the boys run big
How are you?
cars.
Doing you well.
Good.
Good to see you. This is James Lee.
James.
Trophy.
How are you? Haven't met you before. Where's your old man?
John.
Yeah.
John?
He's still with us, or?
Well, you've obviously never drove through the Midlands in the last 6 months, because if you did, you'd see auctioneering signs up everywhere with his big head on it.
Oh, that's what he's gone off to do, is it?
Yeah. He qualified as an auctioneer before he came to us.
Right.
He was
And did he have family in that?
Yeah.
Is he family background in that
No,
business?
he hasn't, no.
All right, okay.
So kind of, I suppose, to a point for him where he had to kind of
Make. So just to lay the land here, who the voice you've heard there is Enda Egan. He's the present and was then the CEO of the Irish Men's Shed Association. His remuneration package, from what I can make out, and that's given that the Irish Men's Shed Association have been particularly secretive and non-transparent in relation to any of this, and I've extracted what data I can under FOI applications over the last couple of months in 2025. I estimated the overall cost of his employment is in the region of €120,000 per annum. The other person who was introduced is a young man called James Brophy, who was then the information officer who accompanied Enda Egan on this journey. The role of the information officer, he left this job sometime in 2025. He was replaced. The advertisement for that replacement was at about 35,000 a year. So it's about a 4-to-1 remuneration ratio. And just to say that my expectation of professionalism in relation to dealing with Enda Egan as CEO is what I would expect of somebody in the salary bracket or remuneration package of 120,000 a year. The other person mentioned there was John Leahy, who previously, when Enda Egan visited the shed a couple of years before, was introduced as Enda Egan's right-hand man or assistant, I presume maybe assistant CEO at the time. He's relevant in regards to why he subsequently contacted me in relation to the issue that's going to be discussed, probably sometime in mid-2023. I sent him information, I emailed him this information, and I also emailed him a grievance procedure that we had in place. Subsequently, Enda Egan in correspondence and in my recorded phone call with him of the 1st of October 2025 he never saw this information. They don't have any of the records. Administratively, these people are extremely weak. They don't seem to have any mechanism for holding on to material that was generated by staff during the period of time they were there. Anyway, that's the background. Now let's continue. Make decisions. Yeah, no, you get them. So I should just say that the other person who was present on our side in the shed, who were present, myself, Liam O'Gogan, in the role of the president of the men's shed in Gweedore, Austin O'Donnell, the chairman of the shed, and MJ Call, who was the treasurer of the shed. So there are three of us on our side who were present.
Well, the shed looks a busy place out there anyway, lads.
Yeah,
a lot of
I'm not sure that
lot of stuff going on out there from what we can see, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, for example, like we've painted the whole floors and everything else, we're trying to put some shape in it, but there are fundamental problems, like, see, there's a lot of water leaking in here now, and so we need to change the nature of the relationship we have with our landlord. Like, we haven't a very amateurish interconnect. We haven't had a meeting with the landlord in 6 years.
Right.
But we have a landlord.
Yeah, okay.
And we've at least it's out of date.
Yes.
But we need to professionalise our relationship. You know, we need, like, for example, there's glass on the way in out there. If that broke, somebody's head will be chopped off.
Yeah.
And all you need, there's an emergency door there that doesn't open.
Yeah.
So if something happens here, like I said to the guys, something happens here, we'll be in trouble. Somebody else is going to go to jail. People who lost the Gaoth will go to jail for this. It's terrible. It's terrible. So, I mean, the work done.
Is there person, Liam, like, that you can tie down on the lease? Or is it like...
Yeah, there is. Well, no, there is. But, I mean, it's part of... I mean, it's on... Look, it's... You know, my view of sheds in general have poor administration because they're an amateur body. They don't have, say, this leadership environment is there. But it leads to loose relationships. I know that from talking to guys out in Cooley, for example. You know, fellas out in the Cooley sheds disappeared. Now they have a place out in Greenock, but you don't really know what they have. You know, and like we've done so much recently here in the last number of years. The place is so upgraded that it calls for the professionalisation of that. You know, the building. This is a super looking job. You know, I mean, we end up here with 3D fucking printers and everything. I mean. Now, what we need now is to develop the community interest to come in and engage with that dialogue and to make it even better. You know, so.
I'm going to ask you to try to.
No, I was
yeah.
waiting here.
Kick off.
So how many members have you got altogether?
Well, we'd be talking about 12 to 14
Yeah.
people. And the good news for this shed is this didn't collapse during COVID.
Yeah.
I mean, we essentially have similar numbers to what we had. Now, for example, I talked to guys in Dundalk. Dundalk would have had 65, 70 members. And then they lost their building. I'm not sure even in what condition the shed is. At some point somebody told me the shed in Donegal town was down to 4 active people. So we never get any worse. But you know, I look at the shed and say, it's like indoor football. You can't run 5-a-sides without 20 people. Because you need a 5 every night, and you need the guy who's sick, the fellow's recovery, the fellow's on holidays. So it's important. This is a warts and all conversation about the reality of the sheds. I mean, a lot of the time, just recently looking through FOI stuff, I see the IMSA claiming that anecdotal evidence around the country shows that there are 20 men every week arriving on average in every shed in the country. I don't believe that's true. And I believe our shed is fine within the context of what it is. But the general background, this conversation was relatively informal. So, I mean, don't be surprised at the nature of the conversation. None of this is being edited. This is important. I'm just playing this back from start to finish. I'll take responsibility for whatever is said and try and explain it along the way. But the other thing is that I'd say last year was a year where it was still a big job to encourage people to come back out of the house. And it's not just COVID. I mean, we have music here in the house tonight, but Liverpool are playing Fulham on my fucking 65-inch QLED fucking yoke with a sound system. What the fuck do I want to go out of the house? Like, other things changed in COVID. I mean, fellas wouldn't even go to a pub now. You know, why? Sure, it's fucking safer to drink at home, cheaper, never cheaper.
So expensive now.
Huge task for it. So it's James, isn't it?
James, yeah.
How long are you at the
nearly 6 months. So.
All right. And where are you from, James?
I'm from Tullamore, just outside
So it's all
Tullamore.
fucking Midlands guys he's hiring now. It's fucking all homegrown stuff, is it? Fucking talk about jobs with the boys.
So,
yeah.
I know.
And what's your background, James?
I would have studied business in college, and I worked in the HSE for 3 years, and then I joined.
In what area did you hit?
It was administration, so it was in
where? Midlands?
In the Midlands, yeah.
Right, okay.
Because it wouldn't pay you enough to move out of the Midlands, it was only administration.
Yeah.
So I would have worked in speech and language.
HSE?
Yeah, primary care. Would have worked at the COVID test centre, public health, so a few different areas.
Yeah. Right.
And then I was at the county council as well for a year, working in rent arrears. So.
In rent arrears? Oh, geez. You've seen all the troubles.
I've seen a bit anyway, you know.
Listen, if we put her names, you don't have to worry about that. See, it's 5 o'clock, I just sign them in there. Yeah, see, you just sign in the 5 o'clock slot, then you don't even have to worry about when it's in and out, you know. So how did you get into the IMSA or whatever?
Well, I just saw the job being advertised and
right.
said I'd go for it, you know.
And was this the job that was vacated by John Lanny, was it? Or?
No, it's kind of a...
Yeah, of course, yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
It's a kind of a... So, what's her name? Sandra would have been in a past life doing it.
Right.
Paul, who was funded by a number of sort of corporates, once-off bits of money that was coming in every year. He was kind of doing it. Sandra was doing, we'll say, finance as well.
That's alright, don't worry about it. It's good.
Nice.
So we
Thank you.
went to
Cheers.
the department as part of a kind of a restructuring strategic sort of plan. We were looking for funding for a new finance person. The role would be finance only, and we were looking for a new role. The role would be sort of information officer only. So anyway, after a lot of to and fro and all the rest of it, we got funding for those two positions from the department. So we have a new finance person. Well, we wanted 5 days a week, but they're going to give us funding for 4. She started back in September, and James started a few weeks before that, I think. So
And James' role is what? Information
Information
officer?
yeah.
Okay. Right.
That's kind of it. So they're kind of.
So just to point out, as we'll see later in this event, James Brophy's role seems to have been at this meeting that he was going to be a note taker. That's important insofar as in sometime around June or July 2025, which is about 18 months after this, the IMSA finally produced a complaints procedure. And one of the things, that complaints procedure would be the part of another analysis. But part of that requires them in an investigation to make sure that there's notes taken. So there should be a note taker. So that was the role of James Brophy at this meeting. Okay.
There was like, say, one full-time person doing kind of 2 of it, and then Paul was ad hoc funded from there were kind of once-off bits of money that was coming in from sort of Mercury Engineering and Ron Seal and a few things like that. So we wanted to try and at least get those positions stabilised and tied down. So look at those 2 positions are now part of the kind of ongoing SLA that we have with the department, you know. So it's a small bit of progress, but progress is slow. Frank Feehan would have been very.
Just to point out here that I'm not sure what department he's talking about at that time. Subsequently, I think I can say with a set of confidence that the department he's talking about, which funded those roles, is the combination of the Department of Health and the HSE.
Instrumental in support.
Who?
Frank Feehan, Minister Frank Feehan. So he was Junior Minister of the Department of Health for
Right.
health promotion. So he would
gone
have
out
been,
there, is he?
he was reshuffled there probably a year and a half ago.
Who's in his position?
Hildegard Nocton,
From she must have called, is he?
Galway.
Right.
She's in his position. Would have a different, I'd say, approach than Frank would have, you know.
Right.
Anyway, that's it. So look at those bits of funding that come in, and those 2 positions are now sort of bedded into the organisation, you know. So John's role has never been replaced, and it's been advertised 4 times. 2 occasions it was filled. On 2 occasions the individual was to start on the Monday, and 1 occasion the text on the Friday they said they weren't starting, and the other they think it was about a week's notice. So very hard positions to fill, that kind of fundraising kind of role. Hard
So
position.
what's the turnover to the IMSA at the moment? Like it's 600,000, say 3 years.
Yeah,
What's
it's
it now?
about 800, between 750 and 800.
So it's marginal increase, like.
So just to say, at this point in time, one would assume, listen, from this conversation, that the IMSA, and say particularly through Enda Egan, is fairly open and transparent in relation to discuss. Now, we're not getting into details here, but as my experience showed later on, once I started asking pertinent questions, that concept of openness and transparency suddenly disappeared. But just give you context, at the time, a region of about 800,000 turnover, and of that, I'm, pointing out that something in the region of 120,000 of that would have been consumed on the remuneration and rewarding of one individual. I think the balance of expenditures compared to overall turnover is completely unbalanced. I've always said that. I've said that to him 2 years prior to this. I'd said that as well.
Marginal increase.
No.
Marginal increase.
I mean, it's just
All that's kind of happened, Liam, to be honest with you, is that what we've been trying to do is get the department or the state to come in and to basically substitute on an ongoing basis funding that was there from
to mainstream.
corporates.
That's essentially
Yeah,
one of the fucking loops.
You're trying to. It's a slow sort of process. You know? It's a slow process. But it is making, like I'm there 2.5 years. It is making progress. Progress is slow, but progress is always going to be slow anyway. You know. Yeah, look, it's going in the right direction. That's my view of the world. You know. Others may have a different view than that, but that's my view. Okay, so I suppose, look, just to kind of explain why we're here and put a kind of a framework and a background to what we're doing and the process around all of this sort of stuff, is just to explain that first. Okay, so we've just been.
Okay, so it's important here that I suppose, in a sense, after an informal introduction, chit chat about background stuff, we're beginning to get into the meat of why we're actually gathering in the men's shed, and Egan's about to set that out to us.
Okay, so we've just been down the road with Jimmy Boyle, and we've taken, I suppose, his kind of issues that he has with the shed in general, okay, and individuals in.
So just to contextualise this, there is an individual who's called James Boyle. He was expelled from the men's shed at a meeting on the 7th of February 2022. This is now 2 years later, and he is continuing, as he has been, to try and get anybody to listen to him in relation to a complaint he has. What appears to have happened here is that Enda Egan has chosen to drive to Donegal to visit James Boyle in his own house, to facilitate him in explaining or whatever his complaints. We'll hear further about that, okay?
Issues that he has with the shed in general, okay, and individuals in the shed. So we've taken notes on that. The plan is that we go away and we'll do the same here. So we'll be putting his issues that he's raised to mainly Austin, perhaps yourself as well, Liam, come up on occasions. I wouldn't like to leave you out. And
okay, so you will have heard him say there that they took notes of their meeting with Jimmy Boyle, and we're going to do the same at this meeting and then do something else. This note is important because subsequently my evidence and the recordings will show that these people say they no longer have copies of these notes, which is just, I mean, it's just, from an administrative quality and governance point of view, it would shock someone with a reasonable expectation of competent performance.
What we'll do is we'll record, though we'll take notes, then we'll go away, we'll come back to him with those notes written up. We'll get him to agree that they reflect what he said, okay, and he can add those. And the same here, okay. So we'll be coming back and we're saying, look, this is.
So this is important. He said that both he's going to go away, take up notes, write them up, go back to Jimmy Boyle, ask him to confirm that was said, and the same here. He would be doing the same with us. Just to put on record, that was the 24th of January, 2024. And Egan has never come back to our shed with a follow-up on this information.
Our notes, does this reflect what was said? Is it accurate? And is there anything addition that you want to kind of add to it? Okay. He has informed us down there formally.
Can I just ask you, can we go back a bit?
Yes.
Let's say we're just starting this, because I actually came back from Dundalk here today because I said, just I need to be hearing this. Let's start from the start. Some guy, a person has lodged a complaint with some.
So just to say, I pointed out to him that I had actually come from the other side of the country, from the Dock over to Donegal, to be at this meeting. So I travelled a long way to pay attention to something. And the notes that he keeps talking about here, they say they don't have any of these notes. So you'd ask yourself, what sort of competency or is there something else that would disappear these notes or whatever? What failure of recording or administration is there that doesn't have this material available? But the notes are, this is the record of what was said, and this is the meeting we're going to talk about. So this note of the meeting exists.
Let's start from the start. Some guy, a person has lodged a complaint with somebody. Just let's take it in process.
Yeah.
So a person lodged a complaint with IMSA, is that right?
So yes, so what you have here, I'm not showing you anything that's not public knowledge because it's
Well, no, sorry.
it's
If
been
somebody
sent-
has lodged a complaint,
Yeah, so-
the bottom, no, hold on, sorry. If somebody lodged a complaint, we won't be engaged with anybody until we see a copy of their complaint. Now, the second thing is, but somebody lodges a complaint with the MSA, so now they enter the process. Is that correct? So what I'm going to know is, what is the process? So for starters, before we go anywhere, we'll be looking for.
Sorry, just thanks for that cup of tea, by the way. Sorry. I was being offered a cup of tea anyway, so I'm going to look at, besides all of this, a fella has to have a cup of tea. Thanks, Mary, for that cup of tea. She wouldn't have understood that I was actually recording the camera as well. But anyway, so look, at the end of the day, life is short. And this is a long recording, so just enjoy it, okay?
The process in writing. Now, Enda, the last time you and I had a meeting here, I desisted from a process that I was in and that I parked on the basis that I believed that you were trying to do the right thing for the sheds.
Mm-hmm.
When I asked for the process to the IMSA at the time, there was no process. And when I said...
So this is important. I mean, just the history of this. I have previous with the IMSA over an issue which arose at the outset of COVID, where I was ejected from a Donegal Men's Network WhatsApp group for the crime of promoting Zoom. Myself and my partner Mary Cleary were actually actively training people in how to use Zoom to survive in that COVID isolation period. And I was expelled by Eva Byrne from the WhatsApp group. When I challenged this, I was reinstated, but the group was turned into a broadcast-only mode. So actually, for the last period of years then, no one in the Donegal Men's Shed WhatsApp group could communicate with each other. We could only receive communication. So at that time, I mean, I said, look, and I raised a complaint about how I was treated, and I asked for a process, and essentially there was no process. So I'm really asking at this time in January 2024, we need to establish what process we're involved in before we do anything else. That's what I'm doing at this point.
And when I say this, everything I do is documented. So now I'm assuming there's a process. So the process has emerged from before it was there. So the first thing is he has entered a process, and that would be brilliant. So there's two parts of it. You know, maybe you might know what we would need after this is a copy of the process. And then...
So we can't. What I'm saying is the very first thing, if I'm in any process, the first thing I'm looking for is a copy of what the process is. So a process, something goes through stages, step 1, step 2, step 3, etc. So all I'm asking is something reasonable and logical, and none of this has been available since then. And so this whole recording and analysis of this just demonstrates this.
And then the man is a complaint.
Yeah, sure. So
the second question to ask is, where is IMSA standing, the locus standi, in even dealing with this?
So again, what does that mean? I mean, the reality is the men's shed, there's a men's shed in Guido, and then there's the Irish Men's Association. At this point in time, I put to you, lay out the expectation that our shed was a member of the Irish Men's Shed Association. At that time, I had never interrogated nor thought seriously about what that might mean, membership. You know, if I'm in an association of peers, I expect to be a membership. And the leadership of that organisation would be legitimised through voting rights for members, etc., etc. And there would be rights and responsibilities that would go along with membership. Subsequent, realization by me showed something completely different. But at that point in time, I work on the basis that we were a member of the Irish Membership Association, and we sat within some sort of protocols of responsibility and rights within that organisation.
So you said to me, where's IMSA's?
Where is IMSA's standing?
So in other words, what I'm saying, what is Enda doing here? I mean, if he's here to investigate and process some sort of complaint, has he any locus standi in this situation? And what is the legitimacy of his involvement? Again, trying to establish, before we get into anything, what is the process that we're involved in?
So you said to me, where's IMSA's?
Where is IMSA's standing in dealing with a guy from Donegal who makes a complaint against a local shed? That has to be identified.
Yes.
Because, this is not the first body this person has approached.
Yeah. So there's a whole load of answers to some of these questions, right? So this guy...
I just want to comment on this. There's a whole lot of answers to some of those questions. Now, that's reasonable at the time. First time I've done business in this sort of tech situation with Egan. And I presume maybe things are convoluted, nuanced, and that's why these conversations take a period of time. But I would expect that when somebody said there's a whole lot of answers, we're going to achieve some of the answers to some of the questions, but we're going to clarify what the questions are. We'll identify which ones were answered, which ones will be answered in future, and which ones cannot be answered. That's the way my brain thinks. It's sort of a logical process.
Writes this, okay? So he opens up the process with a letter, okay? This
It wasn't a call, because I dealt with John Lahey rang me maybe 15 months ago to say that this man had rung him. Mm-hmm. So this is not the first intervention.
No,
right?
It's not.
Now John Lahey decided to speak to me about it, and I said to John Lahey at the time, I explained, this is what my understanding of the thing is. But he said, I think for everybody's sake, it would be really good if there is a process. The first thing you have to do is you have to qualify to get into the process, and then you go through the process. I never heard from John Lahey again. So is this a secondary follow-up, and does it refer to his earlier one?
Okay, so this again leads on from what I said about John Lahey, who was talked about it at the end. John Lahey, as what I understood to be the assistant to CEO and Egan, had contacted me some 15 months before January to tell me that he had fielded a complaint from this person, James Boyle, and I followed up with an email to John Lahey, which contained a copy of the grievance process that we had put into place. And I had asked when we sent it in that grievance process would be evaluated, and either recommendations for it to be appended, augmented, edited, and that if there was any intelligent information in it, that it could be serve as a learning tool for other sheds. So when I said I never heard from John Lahey again, I didn't. But I would have reasonably assumed that this information would have been transferred on to Enda Egan as CEO. And Egan has subsequently said he doesn't know anything about it, never saw it, there's no records of this. And there is a record, by the way, from my end. My email was received. There's no question about that. The question is what wasn't done about it.
So this letter doesn't refer to his earlier one. So he sent this to loads of different bodies, ministers, it's gone everywhere, right?
So remember just again what he said there, who this letter was sent by Jimmy Boyle to.
Loads of different bodies, ministers, it's gone everywhere, right?
So again he said...
Loads of different bodies, ministers, it's gone everywhere, right?
How do you know that?
Okay, so this is important. This is a claim by Enda Egan that Jimmy Boyle has sent his complaint to ministers everywhere, he says. So this again, I now try and interrogate, how do we know this information?
Because the ministers' offices have been on to us, and then they get what comes to them and they send it to us.
So, no, but when you sent a copy of that, it's like he may have meant...
So again, what he says is that ministers' offices... But listen to this again.
How do you know that?
Because the ministers' offices have been on to us, and then they get what comes to them.
So it says ministers' offices. So that's multiple ministers' offices. have sent this same complaint to the IMSA in seeking to extract information at the IMSA under the DSA or digital a data service access request of anything that referred to me personally. None of this information from other ministers has ever emerged. So is this guy making it up? Is the truth? Is there a record of any of this? Or is this just anecdotal stuff? I'm not sure.
And then they get what comes to them and they send it to us.
So, no, but when you sent a copy of that, it's like he may have meant, from our knowledge, there have been lots of different interventions, but these interventions go on for over 2 years, nearly 2 years now. So we're not sure that they're the same or different or variations of the same. You're saying that this was copied to others?
To
the same
other
document?
Yes.
Right, okay.
To other ministers' offices. That we will
So
be aware. He has
you
said
the right thing. Get the minister to kick your arse. That's why you're here.
so he has said he sent it to funders, but funders haven't sent it to me. Okay, so he said it's gone to other funders, but they haven't come to me. But ministers' offices have come to me and sent this. This is what we got. Because we're the national funded organisation, they send it to us.
Yes.
Now, okay.
Okay, so this is important. This guy has reiterated that this complaint, whatever, we'll begin to understand that somewhat later, what this complaint is. I know this person has approached many, many people, because we've heard from many, many people that haven't heard from ministers. This is the first time I've heard that numbers of ministers' offices were communicated with, including funders. I don't know, and Egan seems to not know, whether it was a copy of the same thing that was sent to everybody or whatever it was. But at the moment, we're now looking at a complaint sent to multiple ministers, and as a result of that complaint being forwarded to the IMSA as the publicly funded body representing men's sheds, that's why they would have got these complaints. Okay.
Within the SLA, this is answering your question, in there's a piece.
Right, so it says within the SLA. So an SLA is a service level agreement which is signed when public monies are given to various bodies. They enter into a service level agreement, like a contractual agreement, that the body will do X work for X amount of money, provide X services. I'm working on the basis of my subsequent discovery under FOI that the SLAs we're talking about are service level agreements made with the Department of Health and or the HSE for delivery of services. So there's a requirement within the SLA to do something. Let's hear a little bit more.
Within the SLA, this is answering your question, in there's a piece that says...
Your SLA for the money you get?
Yes.
Okay.
In there's a piece that says that...
SLA is a service level agreement. So, for example, you get significant funding. If we got significant funding from HSE, we'd enter into a service level of agreement.
Okay,
which means this is what we undertake to do. So, obviously, with the money that... Yeah,
so there's two things here, right? There's a normal complaint, right? So I'm walking down the street, walking past your shed, and somebody gets to shout at me and calls me something, or whatever happens. Okay, so I'm a normal able-bodied individual, and I write a complaint. Okay. Now there's another issue under the complaint, which is the vulnerable adults.
Okay, so now this important conversation here, because but now in 2026, when I'm trying to, I've now got access to these SLAs that have been agreed, and they're very complex documents, etc. But the reality is there is a requirement, and we're going to find out, that when a group like the Irish Men's Shed Association are receiving significant sums of taxpayers' money, it's your money, my money, that they have obligation in terms of reporting complaints. So let's hear what he says further now.
Okay. Now, under vulnerable adults, you're now pulled into a completely different set of circumstances.
And sorry, this is written in your SLA?
Yeah. Now, as of yet, he hasn't identified himself as a vulnerable adult. So we're handling this as what I'm going to call a normal complaint. Okay. Right. If it was to go into the vulnerable adults thing, we're heading into a more in-depth set of circumstances where guys who might be in some way found to have done wrong are subject to courts and all kinds of things. Okay.
So this is important. This is important in terms of, say, what I would consider to be a not so veiled threat to the shed. That if this complainant then finds that they can identify themselves as a vulnerable adult, and from the information and the way in which he's presented himself as a vulnerable older man, it would be hard for anybody to read his complaints without assuming that he's in that category. But here the implied threat is that there would be court issues involved if this were the case.
We're heading into a more in-depth set of circumstances where guys who might be in some way found to have done wrong are subject to courts and all kinds of things, okay? But as of yet...
So, you're talking about, I presume, we're going to lead in, the only people we're talking about is our shed, could be therefore subject to courts and all sorts of things. So, mind you, we're very aware, as a shed, we've experienced endless attacks on our reputation by this individual over the previous 2 years. So this doesn't happen in a vacuum, okay?
That's not on the table.
So
whether he has knowledge of that or not.
When was this sent to you?
So the one to me directly is the 6th of January.
Right.
So just again, what he's saying is that the one to him direct, that's the letter sent to him directly, is on the 6th of January 2024. So a pretty quick reaction by Enda Egan to a letter which is, I presume, forwarded to him on the 6th of January as against originally written. And by the 24th of January, he has already communicated with the complainant and facilitated him by driving all the way to Donegal to meet him. It just shows you how rapid the reaction and response time of the IMSA when they felt necessary to respond. That's relevant insofar as after this meeting on the 24th of January 2024, for the last 2 years, the IMSA have done very little to make anything move forward, and in fact have just spent their time giving our shed the runaround when we ask for updates and reasonable information. So not an equal treatment by the IMSA of ourselves, and that's one of the sheds and this external complainant.
Right, and then when did you decide to pay attention to it?
There's ones before that's come in from the ministers.
So this is the first time I've listened to this before, I hadn't picked up on that. There was ones before this 6th of January that came in from other ministers. So there obviously is a plethora of communications from this complainant to ministers which were sent into the IMS, and they did nothing about it. Most importantly, they never told us about it.
Oh, sorry, hold on. You went to the minister before it got to you, is
yes,
that right?
There's ones that have come. This one is directly written to me. Okay, there's been other Dear Sir or Madam ones that have gone.
Okay, so again, I hadn't picked up on this before. This is the first one directly sent to him. So I have to presume that means that the complaint he's dealing with, the letter he's dealing from the 6th of January was written directly to Enda Egan, presumably from the complainant. I haven't seen that letter. I haven't managed to get any of that data for almost 2 years now from the Irish Men's Shed Association. They've simply refused to provide this information.
Okay, there's been other Dear Sir or Madam ones that have gone to ministers' offices.
But it would have gone to someone else, and you would have been made aware before you got this.
Yes,
so you would have been told this is coming to you.
Yes,
Right,
correct.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, I've clarified here that before he got the letter on the 6th of January 2024, Enda Egan was aware that this information was out there and that he was going to be sent a direct letter about this. Hadn't picked up on that before.
So I'm out for a while. I'm in for the first 2 weeks back. Last week's my first week back. His letter goes to Dublin. So this week it ends up with me, or it was last Friday, one of those days anyway.
So even worse or better, it was only a couple of days simply before he meets with us, before he'd gone to Donegal to meet with Jimmy Boyle, that he was sent this letter, that he became cognizant. So he's obviously had a response time to getting up and driving to Donegal to meet with this man in his personal house to hear his story within a week. Now, you've got to compare that to what's going to emerge over the next 2 recordings about the IMSA just doing nothing about anything for endless periods of time. This frustrates and shocks me even further. And I think because this is the first time I'm listening to this recording in sort of a detailed, as you can see in the timeline here on the screen, it's second by second stuff. So I'm going to pick up a lot of nuance that I had previously missed on, I presume.
It ends up. So that's how it's got to here. Okay. So within that process,
Yeah.
So the process then is, the general kind of process that arises out of this. He makes a complaint, right? Now, this is his complaint as such. We sit down with him to find out, is there, because he makes different kind of accusations in here, but there's no detail behind some of it.
So he makes different kinds of allegations or whatever here, but there's no details. Let me just hear what he says there again.
Because he makes different kind of accusations in here, but there's no detail behind some of it. So there's
Right, so he makes different kinds of accusations here, but there's no details on some of it. So this is really important. Again, I'm informed in this by the Jack Reacher series on Netflix, where Jack Reacher says, his line is, details matter in an investigation. And, so I think that's quite reasonable, that details should matter. And already we've been told that while there's numbers of accusations, there's no detail. So let's continue.
So there's issues got to do with electricity, and there's issues got to do with it, but there's no major. So we sit down with him, we have notes on that. Because we're up here, we said, let's sit down with these guys and put the issues to you, and then record that and come back and see if...
Right, so he's saying that he came to us simply because he had come up to meet with this complainant, Jimmy Boyle, to extract from him whatever complaints or whatever he has. Okay, but he does talk about, again, a record of this.
And put the issues to you, and then record that and come back and see if...
So again, record that and come back. That's important because subsequently, Enda Egan has reiterated the fact that he has no records or no notes of any of this. So, this is is it a combination of maladministration, malfeasance, idiocy, lack of professionalism? But just remember, our shed, Scioból and Guido, we are the target of a range of allegations made against us, which is being administered by this body, who've still yet to clarify what their locus standi in this conversation is. But this is not a victimless crime here. Our shed has suffered enormous stress and anxiety over this.
You're in agreement with what is written down. Okay, if that makes sense.
You see what's happening here today now?
Yeah.
When I took my process,
yes,
and I have fucking data mount, I do data. Nobody ever rang me and did anything like you're doing. So is this a new world where you do appreciate that when I tried to get the IMSA to deal with my complaint in relation to Eva Byrne, you do realise that nothing like this ever emerged. Did I have the right to a minister? Like, something's different today.
Look, I'm here to discuss this.
I know,
okay?
I'm just asking you, if you're telling me
you
this
and I
is...
can have that conversation.
Now, you see what Enda Egan's doing yet again? I've simply restated to him, you're now presenting us with your idea of a process and a sequence, etc. So I'm saying, I've been down this road before. I have documented the road, and I've communicated with you and met with you in relation to this before. And I was not provided with the same process. Why? The question I'm asking is it because I failed to write to a minister? And Egan at this time is just trying to fob all this off.
Out there or wherever else in a minute.
No,
but this is around this.
I asked you that there's a process. And now you're telling me there is. I'm just noting for the record that before this, there was no process. That's all. Now, what you've told me is you're here, a minister's to understand. And the second thing I want to know is this unusual? Is this like you've come all the way up to country to deal with a complaint?
Yeah.
Do you do this for every complaint?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the question has been asked, you've come up all the way out to deal with this complaint. Do you do this with every complaint? His answer, I'm just asked to listen to this again.
You've come all the way up to country to deal with a complaint.
Yeah.
Do you do this for every complaint?
Yes.
No, I mean, he said yes. Just remember here, this is, so Some guy anywhere in the country writes to a minister, complains about some level of mistreatment. We'll see the detail of that later. And next minute we have the CEO driving all the way around the country, visiting somebody in their house to give them an audience. Before, by the way, we had never been made aware that this conversation was happening with Jimmy Boyle before he ever contacted us.
You've come all the way up the country to deal with a complaint.
Yeah.
Do you do this for every complaint?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now, they may be done via Zoom, but we're in Donegal town tomorrow to do with Sheds for Life.
So that's interesting. They may be done through Zoom. So I'd be fascinated, given the history of my experience with the IMSA and Zoom and everything else. Many people, ordinary people, and people like Jimmy Boyle, an elderly man, as he described himself, who these people and many of the people would not have the competence using Zoom. So I'd be really fascinated to find out what complaints processes were managed through Zoom by the IMSA. This itself would be an interesting research question.
So we're coming up. So we basically said we'd come up early and see if we can get talking to this man, and then we'll see if we can come here and chat to you guys.
Right.
But look, here's the thing. You guys can turn around to me now and you can say, until you write this down, his stuff, send it to him and he clears it, then you don't have to talk to me until after that.
So one would assume that what he's just said here would make sense both to him and to us. And this is important. Listen to this.
Here's the thing. You guys can turn around to me now and you can say, until you write this down, his stuff, send it to him and he clears it, then you don't have to talk to me until after that.
So this is probably the only time that I've heard Enda Egan actually put into words the fundamentals of natural justice. That when someone makes an allegation against you, that in advance of your taking the time to consider the allegation, to review its details, to adduce evidence which might support your defence of such an allegation, that it would be rational that you would be provided with a copy of that allegation, and by extension, all of the supportive evidence underpinning such an allegation before you would respond. So he's just stated that. It's important for my sanity to just play that again.
You write this down, his stuff, send it to him and he clears it.
Sorry, just playing.
You guys can turn around to me now and you can say, until you write this down, his stuff, send it to him and he clears it, then you don't have to talk to me until after that.
And in essence, the last 2 years would not have been wasted by us if we had simply said to him, I think that's a good idea, go away. Go away and come back to us with an official complaint which is signed off. Someone takes responsibility for that's the allegation, that's the evidence against you. The last 2 years have been spent by us anxious and stressed and trying to get access to whatever allegation was made against us before we respond to it. So from this position, everything going forward, and Egan has simply failed to just resile from. But he did state it, and he did suggest to me that he understood that at least the language of due process somewhere resided in his understanding of the universe.
Oh, no, I appreciate
but we're here in Donegal. We're in Donegal, so
sure. No, I know. And the other thing is, I
but
said to you, and it's important to note, and the first thing the Shed would want, to be fair. Like, the great thing about all this smacks of where we all need to get is called governance. We all need to be in a governance space, right? So everybody can learn from this.
So this is important. Like I said, it's important about clarifying what are the ground rules. What are we trying to do? I've said we all need to be in a governance space and everybody can learn from this. Listen to this.
Like, the great thing about all this smacks of where we all need to get is called governance. We all need to be in a governance space, right? So everybody can learn from this.
So Enda Egan is saying yes to all of this.
Like, the great thing about all this smacks of where we all need to get is called governance. We all need to be in a governance space, right? So everybody can learn from this. And my reference to my previous situation has to do with the fact that I'll be looking, where did the governance move from there to now? Now we've got into a governance situation. So the first thing in governance, somebody lodges a complaint against me, that's great. I'll take a copy of that complaint and leave it now. What process am I in?
Yeah.
And there's always a process. So I presume we'll deal with that. I mean, the first thing, I presume you're going to leave us a copy of the complaint that you were sent.
So yeah, so there's two bits to this, Lee, just to go back and clarify, right? There's the letter he sent in, right? Okay, that's the first thing. Now we've met with him to get greater detail on that, because there's no detail really in that. It's like, you know, a brush stroke. You know, somebody give out
No,
to me.
we're
or
not
something.
surprised at this.
Yeah. So we come up to meet with him now.
Right.
There's two things. The next.
So just want to go back just to deal with this here again about the letter that was sent to him.
There's the letter he sent in, right? Okay, that's the first thing. Now we've met with him to get greater detail on that, because there's no detail really in that. It's like.
So there's no detail in that. So in other words, in the letter that was sent in doesn't give any detail. So this is a complaint without detail. So to be fair, if somebody approached me and said they're going to take an action against me, but they don't give me any detail of the action, I think it'd be unreasonable to expect me to supposedly unravel what the detail is so I could supposedly try to defend it.
You know, a brush stroke. You know, somebody give out
No,
to me.
we're
or
not
something.
surprised at this.
Yeah. So we come up to meet with him now.
Right.
There's two things. The next phase of this.
No, sorry, I interjected there by saying we're not surprised. This is because we had been receiving from all sorts of different bodies various broad stroke complaints about how this person was treated. And again, it's impossible to respond to allegations without detail. So you just get drawn into a mishmash, which serves nobody, by the way. It never, ever helps the truth and the facts to rise to the surface. So we can't deal with anything. So, I mean, this is just a further continuation. And even at that time, it was quite frustrating for me to listen to this.
There's two things. The next phase of this is, if we just deal with him for a second, right? We go away with our notes, we write that up, okay? We come back to him with those notes and we say, is this a reflection of, you know, is this an accurate reflection of what you said on the day?
So you're going to write his complaint out for him?
Is there additional stuff that you want to add?
No,
to
you're
this?
going to write his complaint.
Yeah, so I'll come back. Well, that's okay. We can do that. We can. Yeah, we can do that. So we're taking. Well, it's like a guard taking a statement. The guard sometimes writes it out. So
I just really want to take issue with this. He says we can go away and write this guy's complaint up for him, and he keeps thinking. Now, this is given that he, the CEO of the IMSA, that he is going to sit as the evaluator of this complaint, and he's going to write up the complaint for the complainant. And in some way he's saying he's putting himself in the same position as the guard who's going to collect evidence or takes a witness statement. I think this seems to me to show a complete misunderstanding of the process of due process. Absolutely. I mean, look, I was shocked at the time. Life has just got much worse over the last 2 years, but again, I want you to listen to the fact that the remuneration package for this individual you're listening to is in the region of 120,000 a year. So this is not Sunday pub football you're talking about. You're talking about Champions League football in, say, Irish public service term salaries. And I do not accept this quality of leadership or executive administration for that sort of money.
So we send that back to him. He says, yes, lads, or you left out a little bit there, or whatever the case is, okay? Because it's more detailed, right? If he writes the complaint, we're asking him questions. So he says, somebody, called me such a thing. I'm only using that as an example. And this is the kind of stuff he's in here. So we're saying, well, when did that happen? What was the date that happened? Is there witnesses that? So that's what's...
So that all seems quite reasonable, by the way. Sorry, this part, that if somebody makes an allegation of something, it's reasonable that there should be questions as, well, when, where, who, what, whatever. I just want to say to you, at this point, 11th of January 2026, almost 4 years after this event culminated, we still have no specific detail, just broad brushstroke stuff. And the anxiety and distress caused to our shed, our members, and our leadership are highly accentuated by the continued malperformance by Enda Egan and the Irish Men's Shed as both the evidence of the 3 recordings that I'm publishing and all of the documentation and emails history, etc. And my rule is I'm not interested in anything that I can't produce a record of. That's how I operate.
In this more detail stuff. So if we don't sit down with him, we're going to have to come back anyway on this, because there's not, that's you couldn't bring anybody anywhere with this. It's just a broad
We're
stroke.
not surprised at that either.
So you couldn't, look what he says about the complaint as was given to them, right?
That's you couldn't bring anybody anywhere with this. It's just a broad
We're
stroke.
not surprised at that either.
So, again, my interjection, we're not surprised at that. This is not a surprise. We're really frustrated this is going on and on. I just want to go back to, it's like you walking into a court as a complainant, and the judge sitting up there sits there and assists you, the complainant, in formulating your complaint. Now, I don't know what sort of courts Enda Egan has attended, but I've attended many, many courts in my life, mostly in a family law situation, and I'm saying bad and all, and I think the courts are seriously deficient in terms of justice, logic and understanding. I have never seen a judge spend their time helping the complainant making his argument. And I think anybody in that position should not have anything to do with an executive level of employment at any level.
So we're trying to get more detail off him now. Where we're at now is that we go away, we write this up, we send it back to him, and he says, yes, I have agreement, that's a true reflection, or, you know what, lads, you left out a little bit, and I want this added in, then we add it in, send it back, he agrees to it. Now, what you can do now is you can say to lads, you can say to us, guys,
just before he goes on to that, he repeats the idea that they're going to go away, write it all up, send it back to him, that there's going to be a to and fro. Whereas I disagree with that whole idea in the first place. I want to tell you here and now that in January 2026, Enda Egan has reiterated and confirmed an audio in an audio recording on the 1st of October, which is the third of these recordings that will be coming. They don't have any records, don't have any notes of what took place at this meeting. So what sort of level of competence, just raw competence, have these people, the IMSA including Enda Egan, has demonstrated? And more importantly, what sort of confidence can they create in anybody, in any men's sheds around the country, that any complaints or difficulties will be administered with any level of competence, fairness, and logic, and records being kept? Not very much.
skip back to Donegal town and we'll meet with you again when you have his statement approved by him. Okay, so that's the first thing that can happen. Okay, we're up here, so we're coming here on what we're planning to do, and this has only got to do with time. It is not that, but at the end of the day, you're in the driving seat right now. Okay.
So you're in the driving seat right now. Now let's say when you're in the driving seat, you generally turn the steering wheel and direct where you're going. Use the accelerator to speed up, use the brakes to speed down. We have not been in any driving seat. We have been in the baggage compartment in the dark for the last 2 years. That's where we've been. We're not driving anything. We've been driven mad by the failure of the IMSA to do their job properly, any part of their job.
You guys are in the driving seat, right, as to what we do here tonight. Okay, so what we're proposing to do is to say, right lads, here's what he said. Okay, and you can say, well, and that didn't happen, or here's what happened. So we take those notes. Okay, then we come back to you guys and you say yes.
So listen again.
And you can say, well, and that didn't happen, or here's what happened. So we take those notes. Okay.
So yet again, we are going to take these notes. So like multiple times this guy's pointed out that he has James Brophy there as his note taker. Going to take all these notes. No, these notes have been, what? How do I describe notes that no longer exist? They were destroyed. They were disappeared. They don't have a system. They've mentioned a complaints process under reporting under SLAs, and yet they don't have any system. I've discovered subsequently they're supposed to have a recording, keep a record of complaints. Does anybody keep a record of these complaints? Where do you store these notes? And not only, the broader issue here is if this is happening to us, unless we've been picked out and Donegal is different, so we just treat these idiots like they're meaningless, then one has to assume this is the operational standard within the IMSA, which is almost exclusively funded by taxpayers' money. This is not private money, it's taxpayers' money, so these people have to be accountable for this.
Okay, then we come back to you guys and you say, yes, that's an accurate reflection of what we said. Okay, then we've gathered up our information.
Now, can you imagine that they were going to come back to us and say this and give us a record of what they said we said, and that then we would maybe go back and say this is an accurate reflection of what we had said? I mean, perhaps you can now begin to understand why someone like me would make sure that I had an accurate record of what was said, which is this recording. And add to the fact this is, according to the IMSA, the only notes that exist of this meeting.
So we're trying to short circuit slightly, but if you're not happy with it, then we're out the door, back to Donegal, staying there tonight, up in the morning, doing our Sheds for Life, back on Friday, write up his stuff, get it to him next week, and then we're back up here 2 weeks later. So that's the bit that you have to think about in your heads, and we can walk out here and you can think about that for 5 or 10 minutes and come back and say, lads, yeah, we're happy to go ahead, or lads, you know what, good luck, we'll see you in 3 weeks' time. 2 weeks' time.
So, do you want to give us a copy of the complaint?
Yes, I have a copy of, well, I have loads of them.
So this is important. It was important at me at time, as it has been sort of our the goal at the end of the rainbow objective for us in our shed has always been, we just wanted to have a signed copy of a completed complaint by this person about whatever he wants to complain about, supported by whatever, or augmented by or with the attachment of whatever evidence he was going to produce to underpin his allegations. At which stage we could, look, I have an open mind in all this. Like, while I lived through a particular experience and can speak evidentially to that, there may have been other things he said I don't know. But the reality of it was, we were being told that, just again, listen what we're being told.
Good luck, we'll see you in 3 weeks' time. 2 weeks' time.
So, do you want to give us a copy of the complaint?
Yes, I have a copy of, well, I have loads of them. So giving you this isn't the problem. I have another one here. I just want to see if this is the same one, because there's just different versions of this.
So I just wanted to, what he handed us was a 2-page photocopy of a handwritten letter signed to Dear Minister. Now, he said he has loads of them here, and it's different versions, so I just want to make sure, because I only picked up on that now, this one about different versions.
So giving you this isn't the problem. I have another one here. I just want to see if this is the same one, because there's just different versions of this thing.
So he says there were different versions of this. This is the first time I've heard this. Different versions of what? I mean, what I can say is we have this. The only thing we have is this 2 pieces of paper, which he's already described as being broad strokes, etc. That's the only thing we've got. So with his signature, with James Boyle's signature on it. That's all. Now I'm being told there are different versions of it. So, and we've never been able to get this information. Like, we simply asked repeatedly, please give us a copy of the allegations against us, or the signed complaint against us, with supportive evidence or whatever. And they've consistently refused. And just on top of that, to say, while the IMS have been completely opaque about what we're doing. In my conversation the 1st of October 2025, and Egan has acknowledged that he has been retaining the services of a huge leading law firm in Ireland, Mason, Hayes and Curran, and I have surfaced records of invoices to this company, Mason, Hayes and Curran, in cases up to €400 plus VAT per hour, which is €498 or nearly €500 per hour, paying for legal advice to try and prohibit and prevent our shed from having a copy of these allegations made against them. Try and make sense of that if you have any sort of an open and independent mind.
No, but just to explain to you, the other thing is, and this is totally in the lines of governance, the 3 of us are here in terms of the shed. But the reality is, we will be taking this back to the greater membership. That's really important.
Yeah, see, look.
No, so that's why it's important. So anyway, we have that first. So do you want to set out to us?
Yeah, so leave aside for a minute, right? I'm just going to go through the process.
Yeah,
right?
okay.
So what happens? So we have his notes, 4 or 5 kind of key little things, right? So I put those on the table and you discuss them and say, well, here's what actually happened.
Okay, so now he's after telling us that they have the note of this meeting with Jimmy Boyle, 4 or 5 points. And again, now we're told there's no such notes. Or say they don't no longer exist. So either, well, it's not that they never were, because while we were at these meetings, these two people were referring to their notes. So I know these notes are there. And James Brophy was certainly writing things down. So unless he was writing the alphabet forwards and backwards, he was taking notes of what was supposed to have been taking place. This is a record of what took place.
Right? So we'd note all that. Then we get to the end of it and we'd say, are there other things in here that you need to add to this? Is there anything else that he hasn't mentioned? Because there may be a whole heap of things that he's withholding, for example, because it suits an agenda, or the same on your side. Do you know what I mean? So you get to the end of discussing the things that he has said to us, and then we'd be saying to you, is there other stuff? Right? So you might say, well, there's this. Then we get to the end of that, and then we're saying to you guys, look, do you see a solution here? So we got to the end of the thing with him. He gives us all this stuff. We say, is there anything that we don't have? Is there any stuff outstanding? Okay. Then we say to him, what's the solution? Do you see a solution here? Okay. He puts on the table what he feels is a solution. So we basically go through the same process with you guys. Okay. And you say, okay, we get to the end and we say to you, right, do you think there's a solution? What might work? Okay. So we go away.
So up to now, like, that proposition seems not unreasonable for the idea of the first level of, let's say, of arbitration, let's say, or mediation, where there's a disagreement between people. I understand the process of mediation, of course. I mean, you elicit from both sides what they think the issues are. You try and, maybe set aside things that everybody's agreed on, clarify issues that people are not agreed on, and then say, what's everybody wanted, this can we move forward. That all seems like at this level, that all seems reasonable. This only starts to unravel as we see what actually happened going forward.
We write up that stuff, we come back to you guys, and you guys say, yeah, that's an honest reflection, or you left out this bit, or, that word you have in there is a bit harsh, or that word you have in there doesn't at all reflect,
Move along, tell us the story, and we haven't heard the story yet. This is a great intro. What's the story?
So just to say, at this stage, I understand what mediation is. I think they have been told how to suck eggs by Enda Egan. It's a bit, maybe, can I say to you, I would have said maybe a little condescending because of involvements I've had with him in the past. But, let's assume that he is that broad and, that large mind. He said, I need to explain to these ordinary people how the world works. That's fine if he was going to follow through in any of this. But at this point in time, we're 27 minutes into a meeting, we still haven't found out what we're supposed to have done wrong.
What are we supposed to, what have I charged with, sir? Tell us what you've been told.
So, when we get to all of that, right, then we have a look at it and we say, right, do we offer mediation here? Okay? Do we offer me?
You told me it cost you 15 grand to look into my thing.
Yes.
How much is this going to cost you?
I have no idea.
So I just want to, again, I'm sort of taken aback and shocked at this, because when I tried to lodge a complaint, and by the way, when I lodged a complaint, I lodged it supported by evidentiary material, reproducible, auditable evidence. And, I discussed at the time with Enda Egan about moving the process forward. He said that they couldn't afford mediation. So mediation wasn't available to me. Suddenly this guy's putting mediation on the table. Listen to him.
Do we offer me?
You told me it cost you 15 grand to look into my thing. How much is this going to cost you?
I have no idea.
You don't seem to be worried about it.
So now he's talking about offering mediation and he's no idea what it's going to cost. This is now 120 grand a year. We're paying the taxpayer's paying 120 grand a year for this sort of competence.
But can we move to get to the substantive issue? You haven't told us anything.
But I need to tell you what the process is.
So he said, but I need to tell you about the process. This process, we still don't know what the process is. And I can tell you, if 2026, if I were to ask, where is that process? The best that I've been able to achieve is that in July of 2025, the IMSA finally produced a complaints handling procedure, which appears to me to have been developed by an outside agent consultant. And again, in spite of the fact that there's opacity around this will have cost the taxpayer thousands of euro for this. And to my information on the 1st of October, as that recording would show, no one was ever processed through that complaints handling procedure before us. Now, we were the guinea pigs, as well I'll describe at that stage. So this guy's gone out of his way. He's really keen to describe a process. At this stage, 27 minutes later, by the way, I don't know if you think, do you think you know what the process is? If so, comments below or whatever, because I don't know what the process is. But I think it's not unreasonable that if I have to find myself in court and then they're going to make up the rules as I go along, or maybe next week after I've been here and then retrospectively offer a judgment, I think you would be saying we're really in an unexplored aspect of the multiverse at this stage, you know. Let's continue.
I'm telling you
We're going to go to mediation.
How the thing works. So at the end of all, there could be an offer of mediation, or it might be me and James come back up here, sitting down with 3 or 4 guys around the table. He's one of them.
We should podcast this.
Yeah. Look, some of these things are a couple of lads in a shed. So the biggest issue, conflict in sheds, is a lad coming in, and you said to him, "Put down the guard on the saw." And he says, "Would you fuck off with yourself? I've been working as a builder for carpenter for the last 20 years. Never put down a guard in a saw."
No, this is an example.
Example.
Oh yes.
No, this is a different kind of thing.
Just one. Yeah. Okay.
So, you know, those kind of things might need mediation. It's us sitting down, banging a few heads together, and people agree, right, I've got to put down the guard and something.
All sounds rational. I mean, this is the way it says, just ordinary coarse language, that guys use in shed. I'm sure lots of times in sheds, lots of small kind of issues emerge, and the way to sort them is sit around a table like you would at a football match or something and sort it out between you. That's the first stage of every conflict resolution that you do. And Egan at that level describes quite a reasonable process. And the question is what happens, you know, when you actually have a real process to implement.
So, and you end up writing a little thing, and that's great, everyone walks off and it's happily ever after. This is the difference in circumstances. So probably would offer mediation. Okay, now within all of this, ye guys as a shed, go back to your point, have to do what you think is right. Okay?
Who's going to pay for the mediation?
We'll pay for the mediation.
So I asked the question, I think this is really important.
Okay?
Who's going to pay for the mediation?
We'll pay for the mediation.
So, when I make clear, Enda Egan has clearly stated without blinking an eye, we'll pay for the mediation. And say, just stand back from this. Who is we? The Irish Men's Association at that time claimed to have a turnover of maybe 800,000 a year, of which his employment, my evidence would lead me to deduce, is that it consumes in the order of 120,000 a year for that. Who's going to pay? Where's this money come from? I mean, sheds at the coalface, just like our shed, every week are struggling to stay open, to pay their electricity bills, to pay for their insurance, to try and struggle to bring themselves to a safer level, a better equipped level, a level which can meet the real needs of men in our society, particularly older men. And we have somebody that's willy-nilly saying, "Oh yeah, we'll pay for the mediation." And he says he hasn't a clue how much the mediation is going to cost. Now, this is interesting in terms of more recent situation where the present chairman of the Irish Men's Association, Dylan MacDonald, has written to me in, I think, probably November 2025, in which he's claiming that during the meeting, and first of all, he says was a meeting, and actually it was a phone call between myself and Enda Egan on the 1st of October 2025, the claim by the chairman, Dylan MacDonald, is that Enda offered me mediation in relation to resolve my whatever with the Irish Men's, and that I flatly turned it down. That, by the way, that's untrue, as the recording of that conversation, which will be the third element in this sequence of recordings that I will produce. So now the end is he's going to pay for the mediation, right? He being, well, it's actually you, the taxpayer, the IMSA.
Okay.
Who's going to pay for the mediation?
We'll pay for the mediation. But you might say mediation my backside. Or you might say...
We'd never say that. We're in the process.
Okay. So...
I just hold on there again. It's just what he says here.
But you might say mediation my backside. Or you might say.
We'd never say that. We're in the process.
Okay.
Now, again,
So-
I picked that up now, and that in my third recording, I'll refer back to this, because when the allegations made by, which is defamatory, by the way, by Dylan MacDonald, to say that I was offered mediation by Egan, I flatly returned it. I mean, there's evidence. I've said I'd always deal with mediation. I'm in the idea of if I'm in a process, I'm in the process. If there's if I'm in a game, I play the rules of the game. That's what I do from beginning to end. But it was interesting how he just made this presumptiveness that we might just say, no, we're not into mediation.
But you might say mediation my backside.
And why would we say?
But you might say mediation my backside.
Like, why would he have the presumptiveness to presume that we would be in any way lacking in intelligence or governance or a sense of fair play? This is.
But you might say mediation my backside. Or you might say.
We'd never say that. We're in the process.
Okay. So the process can get ended. My point to this guy, because this guy thinks that he has us to a point over a barrel because we're funded by the state, so we have to play ball.
So that's interesting. This guy thinks that he has us over the barrel because we're funded by the state. So what Enda Egan is saying is that the complainant Jimmy Boyle feels that he has the IMSA over the barrel because they're funded by the state. And again, yes, the IMSA are almost exclusively funded by your and my taxpayers' money, which has to be held to public account.
Play ball, right? We can play ball up to a point. The reality is every shed is independent. This man is the chairman. He can say to me, "Enda, get the fuck out."
Right. So just again, and by the way, Enda saying "get the fuck out" is perfectly. This conversation for me is a real conversation, a real time conversation. So I don't have any issues around any of that. But he's saying that all sheds are independent. All right. He's claiming that we're independent and we can tell them to go away. And that spoke originally to my original question: is what locus standi? If I go into a court and there's a judge sitting up there and he goes around and he makes all these judgments, and I just say, sure, I don't recognise the court. You've no standing in my life. I can just walk out. So I think it'd be important before everybody. Like if you're in a football match and the referee pulls out the red card and tells you to leave, and you said to the ref, "Fuck off, I'm not leaving." What sort of chaos are you getting into then? So I think it'd be important to learn what are the Queensberry rules before we go into the boxing.
Out the door I have to go. Sure shed, at the end of the day. We're only here.
That's what I was asked about standing. So
yeah.
You don't have any standing in this.
So again, I repeated to him, just to clarify, what is the standing? Do you have any standing in this?
So the standing we have, Liam, this is tricky, right?
Right.
The standing we have is within the obligation of the SLA.
Yeah.
I want to play that again. This is tricky, okay?
So the standing we have, Liam, this is tricky, right?
Right.
The standing we have is within the obligation of the SLA.
Yeah.
But
no,
like
so
all
for
those,
you to justify your money, you have to turn up here.
for the state to offload its responsibility, particularly around
Yeah,
elder abuse,
area, sure.
exactly, it pulls in organisations that it doesn't fucking resource properly to do it in the first place.
No, I know.
So when you were asking me how you got to pay for it, I actually don't know. I had no idea. But I go back to the HSE and say, lads, look.
So I suppose to some degree this is a kernel that's sitting in the landscape behind all of this stuff. I mean, I'm in a situation of having direct conflict with both Enda Egan as the CEO of the Irish Men's Shed Association and with the Irish Men's Shed Association. And it has thrown me into researching what's going on. What is this organisation? Where does it get its legitimacy from? And he's basically saying the reason they're there is because they're obligated to go through this process under an SLA, service level agreement, and that this is imposed on them by the funding providers, again, taxpayers' money, in this case out of the Department of Health in combination with the HSE. And he's claiming that they're not properly funding this. On that topic, and then Egan and I would be fully in agreement that the level of money spent on supporting male reality and men's issues in our society, one, is negligible, and in my I suppose certainly 35 years of cold-face experience of dealing with that reality as a man is so misguided and so misinformed and generally top-down academically driven without a bottom-up realisation of the reality of life for men as men experience it. However, our shed is being targeted by a complaint, and we are the guinea pigs of some process.
You know, I can't. But anyway, that's
the process.
That's the process. So
now
here's
we're
where
on
we're
this.
at. But at the end of the day, you're an autonomous shed.
We're
And you're an autonomous shed. You can hurf me out the door anytime you want.
Right, so we're told at the end of the day we're an autonomous shed and we can turf them out the door at any time you want. So I'm really having a problem with this. How can I go onto a football pitch, play a game, and pretend to recognise the authenticity, leadership and decision-making position of the referee, while at any time I can just take me boots and go away and there's no ramifications for me? I see, I wouldn't be part of a process. I would never be part of a process where everybody isn't locked down, whatever the process is. So, I mean, even at that stage, I was questioning the total insanity of whatever we were supposed to be getting into. If at the end of the day, it was in, at the end of the process, basically, you can just tell me to get out, just, not listen to me. That's crazy.
Do you know what I mean? And then I go back in the process and I say,
we understand.
there's not more I can do, lads. I write back to the HSE and I fill in every quarter to send out a yoke. It is the lead to that table, no exaggeration, on complaints to come in. Most of them are tiddly old things.
Okay, so this is something very important to me because of subsequent conversation I had with Enda Egan.
There's not more I can do, lads. I write back to the HSE and I fill in every quarter to send out a yoke. It is the lead to that table, no exaggeration, on complaints to come in. Most every quarter to send out a yoke. It is the lead to that table, no exaggeration, on complaints to come in. Most of them are tiddly old things.
Right, okay, so he's saying that every quarter he fills in a record, which he sent out by, again, when I call the department, let's just call it, when I'm referring this to the department, it'll always be the Department of Health and or HSE. But there's a complaints report. He says it's the length of that table, most of them Mickey Mouse things. I have a query about whether our issue has been reported to the HSE or to the department, like to the funders. I want to find out if that's the case, and certainly how the mismanagement of this has been recorded and reported. So I'm holding him to account for this. I knew in my mind that he had said something about this at the time, but I just see now here's from the horse's mouth in relation to just again what he does. He says that
every quarter to send out a yoke. It is the lead to that table, no exaggeration, on complaints to come in. Most of them are tiddly old things. This is a kind of a thing where this guy is shouting that he's going to shut down the whole bloody place and this kind of stuff. So we need to make sure, and you guys need to make sure, that this is by the book.
Okay, that's that. I'm going to play that sequence again, just that part here, that whole sequence. The reason, because this idea that we were told at this meeting, hey guys, this has got to be done by the book. So the sheriff is in town, the sheriff is IMSA, chief executive officer, 120 grand a year package, saying, guys, this is the process. I got to report to the department every 3 months to say that various complaints. I'm telling you guys, this got to be done by the book. So this segment is important, and I will be revisiting this in my analysis of particularly the call on the 1st of October 2025, which is maybe 21 months after this meeting.
Every quarter to send out a yoke. It is the lead to that table, no exaggeration, on complaints to come in. Most of them are tiddly old things. This is a kind of a thing where this guy is shouting that he's going to shut down the whole bloody place and this kind of stuff. So we need to make sure, and you guys need to make sure, that this is by the book.
Okay, so that's pretty heavy stuff. This has got to be done by the book. I get that. And I mean, I just want to know which book it is. And I want to know that everything's written into the book, signed off, and that in the future, when you look for reproducible, auditable evidence, that we can take the book out and find out what's been done. That's all I've ever been trying to do.
That's just my opinion on it. We need to make sure it's by the book.
So again, that's my opinion. He says we need to get this.
That's just my opinion on it. We need to make sure it's by the book.
So just to say that, like, that's him on the 24th of January 2024, 2 years ago, saying we're going to do things by the book. And as I discovered in a painful journey over the next, as it's now nearly 2 years, I says, the book of what? The book would be Jesus. Make it up as you're going along, and then we'll burn the book. It's like the Ministry of Truth in 1984, Orwell's book, where every day they simply burned everything. It started history again the next day with another level of revisionism.
Then that shuts down
So
his
it would be
rigor
reasonable
rule.
to say that in order for you to be able to satisfy the various ministers who've written to you, you need to be sure you take things by the book. Okay.
Great.
Because
So yeah, just repeat it again.
Then that shuts down
so
his
it would be
rigor
reasonable
rule.
to say that in order for you to be able to satisfy the various ministers who've written to you, you need to be sure you take things by the book. Okay.
Great.
And he said, agreed. Okay. So in other words, it was agreed. He was going to do things by the book, right?
Because you're tied in with an SLA,
Correct.
which provides your money. So I understand your need to do this right.
Yeah.
So we're just getting clarified to him. I understood the need that Enda Egan had under an SLA to process this whole complaint thing correctly, properly, to keep a record of it, and to produce an outcome which would be compliant with the rules of natural justice. 2, rules of natural justice, which are imprescriptible, and in other words, they cannot be bested. Nemo iudex causa sua, the Latin for one cannot be a judge in one's own case. So you got to ask yourself about Enda Egan, the adjudicator, preparing the case for the complainant, James Boyle. And the other one is audi alteram partem, the other side must be heard, which contains the concept of natural justice, that before the other side is supposed to be expected to produce a defence, that they're given a copy of what allegations and supportive evidence that they're against them. None of these have been complied with by Enda Egan and or the IMSA.
Our needs are kind of different.
Yes.
We'll deal with that separately.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we
But
understand.
within there, you hold the pin. Because at any stage you can pull that pin and say, Enda, out the door, then I can't go any further.
So he can't. This is the joke of the process. Under an SLA, he's required to implement the complaints process. But at any time, we can pull the pin, as he says it, and just tell him to go away and have nothing to do with it. So you wonder yourself, these are two mutually exclusive, contradictory realities. That there's going to be a complaints process put in place, but they're actually, the person carrying out the complaints investigation and making a decision has no power over the people he's supposed to be evaluating, and particularly in us, the accused. He has no power to do anything with us, the accused. And he was saying this from day one.
Do you know what I mean? Because it's an autonomous
Oh,
ship.
sorry. You know, when we were kids, there was this stories you all read as a kid. Remember Long John Silver, and the guy gives him a black yoke to put in hand, a curse.
Right.
Can I tell you, you were the latest to have that. We're not in that. But I can tell you, people have been buried. This man's sister was buried last year, and she managed to pass the curse on. You now have it. You don't know having a clue what you've just entered into. God rest you. The only thing is he's closer to the grave than you are. That's the only thing. Well, I just saying to you that.
So within the Long John Silver and the curse, right? Is
Yeah,
there a
yeah,
way-
no, that's what's happened.
Is there an antidote?
Oh no, the antidote is given to someone else.
Is there a prayer?
Oh yeah. Oh no, I mean.
Sorry, this on one level, like it's laughable on one level. It's not laughable at the level that the hurt and pain has been caused by these individuals continually looking to people in different early areas to damage our shed, and the personal impact, and particularly the mental health impact on the physiological, physiological and psychological health of Austin O'Donnell, our chairman, is incredibly. But and the imagery I have was from the Long John Silver book about the black spot being given to you. I mean, essentially, James Boyle had suddenly said he was going to focus on the IMSA and leverage them to do his dirty work or whatever. And I had noted, I mean, that's been the way it has been. He's turned at everybody. I mean, I've fielded phone calls from Uros na Gaeltacht. I've fielded phone calls from Pierce Doherty, our local TD. Seeking representations made him, this guy, again supported by a story that he tells. But again, it's not based on any details which can be responded. It's generalities, and we'll get it. They will be discussed later on. But the generality, if I go around saying I was bullied, but I can't say who, by, when, where, and here's the base of things. And the statements that I make are both illogical from a chronological point of view, for example, and also from the fact of material that actually exists, whether they're minutes of meetings or documents which were correspondence which were shared which completely throw what he says up in the air. So the IMSA then became the next target group. And that's okay, except for, remember, these guys on 120 grand a year. I mean, all of us in the shed are voluntary people given of our time to try and make our community a better place for men to age well in. That's our role. That's what we do. So this guy's paid to come up here, and he can laugh at it, but it's not a joke for us.
But there's no point in us doing anything until we hear the story. I mean, everybody has to have the story. So I think we understand your both and why you're here, and I get that, and I support that. And the one thing...
Now, 32 minutes into the meeting, we still haven't heard the details of the allegations. What are we supposed to have done?
I had thought from my previous experience that it would have been a learning which would have moved not just our shed forward, but other sheds. So, for example, out of our previous experience, we had developed the whole process for dealing with bullying, for complaints, etc., was written up, and I would have provided them to you. And I would have provided them to you in two aspects. One, to get a commentary on how to optimise them if they weren't good enough. And in the light that the IMSA didn't have one in the first place, I thought you might learn from our experience.
So that's important. I hadn't realised that I had, like when I spoke earlier about me sending that information to John Lahey, and when I spoke to him in October 2025, which is 21 months after this meeting took place, I had already told him at this meeting that I had sent him on our grievance procedures and asked for an evaluation, and it should be part of a learning development within the sheds. So, I mean, was this guy actually cognizant of this meeting? Was he listening to anything that was said?
Now, we've done that with other bodies we've been involved in. So we're very pleased that whatever has... I mean, the experience has led to a better governance situation for us. So when we're visited by that again, we're in a better situation to not so much manage it differently, and so there's not to worry about it. Process. So anyway, look, we'd be delighted if we can hear the story now.
Yeah, okay.
So the importance of this is from the outset, and in fact, if one is asking why someone like me in my 70th year, it'll be 70 years in a month's time, why would I spend my time doing this sort of meticulous detail? And it goes back to my larger idea of a research concept of, does it matter? I mean, if we keep just going around the same circle, making the same mistakes all the time, we can hardly call that a virtuous spiral of evolution. My own feeling is that it's a vicious vortex towards total chaos. And even if we do nothing, it'll at least be a loop of wasted energy. That's all this is. So all of this that's happening here, and the exposition of everybody's positions and statements is an opportunity from an organisational development point of view, of people to learn from what has happened in the past. That's an overriding element of why I expend my energy doing this. This is not some sort of visceral, angry reaction by me to something that some individual did to me. That anybody who wastes their time thinking that that's what I'm about, it is a waste of time. You'd be better off watching a good Netflix movie or probably football.
So look, James is just going to take notes, right?
So again, I haven't realised James is going to take notes. I presumed that James was taking notes from the start because he was writing away feverishly. He was hardly trying to spell my name forwards and backwards endlessly. But now, with confirmation, James was going to take notes. Listen again.
James is just going to take notes, right?
So these are the notes that subsequently no longer exist. Really, notes keep getting mentioned time and time again. Notes that no longer exist.
I thought you were going to say James is going to do the presentation.
I had to laugh because just to say to you, I like this guy, James, young man, and somewhere I say something to him about what he can learn out of this mess. He has since left the organisation. Again, like people who leave the organisation, AMS, they just tend to disappear. Nobody knows why. We don't know what sort of culture or whatever exists, but it's not a culture that keeps people growing inside the organisation. But as I say, he was a lot younger than us in the first place, you know, and I love seeing young men in the shed. I think it's a wonderful thing. I think we can learn from them, they can learn from us. And he was, for me, struck me as a very open guy. I was told later on by, in May 25 by Aidan O'Gorman in a conversation, and we'll hear that he had there was some issue about his health or something when he left, I don't know. But I did send an email to him wishing him well and wherever he went, and hoped that he had learned from this horrific experience of I don't know, maladministration or zero administration.
Because you see that, don't ever put the hand out to anybody because it's coming your way.
So look, in here there's probably, there's 3 or 4, maybe 5 kind of things that he's mentioned: issues,
Right.
stories, events. Okay.
Right.
So I'll try and sum them up and then we'll go through them. So the main thing is around the electrical work here. Okay. So the ESB gives a grant of 8,000. Now, look, if I'm saying something that's wrong, we'll correct all that.
ESB give what?
ESB gives a grant to the shed, something like 8,000.
This is, of course, false. Okay, it's not right. Neither in the sum nor was it ESB. Okay, it was a fund called the Electric Ireland Fund, which is a fund that is collected from a weekly contribution by staff members in the ESB. It's not the ESB per se, and it wasn't a sum of 8,000, may have been a sum of €6,000. And it was given to a shed that effectively was a big 2,800 square foot, maybe 35 foot high building with nothing inside it, freezing cold, and just one little corner which contained a toilet that you wouldn't put an animal into, and some sort of what would have been maybe back in the days before Industrial Revolution, maybe a singular office for somebody with one, that was all that was in it.
Build the thing on here, do this work, electrical work is done. He's not happy with the standard of the electrical work, so events take place around that. That's one of the issues.
He said he isn't or he wasn't. Like, when did he not become happy?
So we'll do the detail in a second. I'll just give you a kind of overview.
Okay. Yeah, all right.
Then there's things to do with...
No, just to say, when Enda Egan says he asked him a question, a specific question, is he saying it is, was, when? And it was when's very important in all of this. Chronology kind of matters. Enda Egan has this wonderful talent to say, oh, we'll come back to that. And he never does. You'll see that again and again and again.
Flower boxes?
Yeah, flower boxes.
Flower boxes.
So we're now on to flower boxes.
And they tried to get the back, couldn't get the back. There was a...
Fold-up tables and chairs.
Fold-up tables and chairs. Paid for by people. They're in here. He has to go to the guards to get the... So we'll go through this more detail down in a second, but I'm just giving you kind of a flavour of...
Now, I'm looking forward to the detail of all these things. You know what I mean? Just listen to the stuff that's thrown out here. About people being owed money, people being gold to the guards, etc. Again, no detail, but he promises you and he promises me, hold on there, folks, take a cup of tea, come back, listen, you're going to get the detail.
Of the story, right? And then there's the issue of the guards, Austin going to the guards over a particular event, guards coming to him now. Here's just to put this on the table right now, because this issue is with the guards, okay, or part of this issue, or a particular issue between him and the shed is with the guards. We will have to go back and get advice. That advice may be that we...
So now, it's really getting convoluted now, because this issue has been investigated by the guards. We don't know what issue, whether there's multiple issues, what issue's been, and he doesn't know him. How can he know? He can only know what this guy James Boyle has told him. And he's going to go away and spend and waste more public money on Mason, Hayes and Curran at €500 an hour to ask a question about something. I mean, and by the way, we're still waiting, and I'm still waiting. Our shed, 11th of January 2026. We're still waiting for the detail. You want this detail that Enda's going to give us the detail of?
Take the statements and then reverse out until the guards are finished. That's likely to be the case, okay? I thought he mightn't say anything at all about the guard issue. So that's the kind of thing that he's talking about. So we'll just try and deal with these kind of one by one. If I miss anything,
but that's the landscape, that's the scope.
Correct.
So no murders, anything like that.
No, did I miss anything? There was the issue to do with this. He showed us this.
Now, by the way, just you haven't heard the word bullying be mentioned at any point here. Just let's say that the landscape, the word bullying has never been raised at this point. Just a point, a note.
Van. Oh yeah, this van that he
van
was...
at the back of the house. So that was part of it. The van was here. He was told to leave to go with the van. He couldn't finish off the work he was doing.
Yeah.
There's
code of conduct.
codes of conduct, that's right, he didn't sign the code of conduct, he went through the 5 points, he showed his emails, I think they came from you probably to him. I have copies of them here anyway.
He showed you
emails, yeah, with 5
He had these
issues, yeah.
printed out.
Yes, there's 5.
Did he read them?
I read them.
No, did he ever read them?
Oh,
No, sorry, I'm only saying.
No idea.
Well,
If he's ever
the
read them.
impression, did he offer you these as things he would have read?
Sorry, this is relevant in so far as that, to my memory, and again, because I'm into detail, I just couched that into my memory. At the original meeting, at which in the 7th of February 2022, I understand my memory of that is that Jimmy Boyle said, "I don't read your emails." So I'm wondering, he's now given these emails over to Egan. So one has to presume they must have read, ingested, digested, and regurgitated something back to Egan. But he would have done it with what one would call legal cognizance. So he's cognizant of the correspondence between him and the men's sheds.
That he would have read.
Sorry, our men's shed.
That he would have read.
Yeah,
oh,
no,
yes.
I'm sorry, this is relevant.
Oh, he's underlined them and...
In fact, not only has he read them, but he's underlined them.
That he would have read.
Yeah,
oh,
no,
yes.
I'm sorry, this is relevant.
Oh, he's underlined them and
so
different
all right.
parts. So,
Right.
yes, he's
Right.
read. I read them down there just to make sure that these were what he was, referring
Is my
to.
name on any of these?
So, there's emails. Lee McGogan to James Boyle,
I would
2nd of February 22.
Yeah, but I think these are all sent by me on behalf
Yes.
of the chairman.
I know, yeah,
So
no, that's-
I'm simply
Yes.
the correspondent,
Yes.
the intermediary.
No,
Same
I-
way that you are now in the intermediary.
Yeah, no, I
All right,
got
that's really important. Because I don't want that thing at the end, the black spots. I fucking don't want that.
Sorry, the relevance of this is that all the time in around 2022, I was not on the committee, and my involvement in this whole issue was having been the previous chairman up to 2020, and as part of my belief in succession management and sustainability. Finally, a new committee took over where you had a chairman, a treasurer, and a secretary. And when that happened, I then gave all of the different files, because I had managed everything before that period of time for the previous 5 years. There was no operational, practical reality, people carrying out administrative work and secretarial work or financial work except me. And I handed each of the 3 officers all of the data relevant to their roles, and continued in my supportive role to scaffold their development, because none of those people had any previous experience of leadership or management or committee work in anything. And my belief that, in fact, my lived experience with sheds throughout the country is that is true for the vast majority of sheds, that outside of 1 or 2 individuals, there just doesn't happen to be the skills and experience to do the type of administration and governance that I think is increasingly likely to be required. You've heard Enda Egan talk about the evolution of the financing of the IMSA as it was growing from a small to a larger organisation, and that requires the development of leadership, talent, governance, etc. That didn't exist in our shed at the time, and I believe it still doesn't exist. I believe very little effort has been put into realistically doing anything about that. However,
what you said is exactly the truth. That is that you're the messenger, really.
Right, okay.
Yeah. Sorry, just what I meant by that is, my role was, when this started to evolve between Jimmy Boyle and the shed leadership, I played the role of an intermediary in terms of corresponding with both sides with the objective of clarifying whatever the issues were. And I had numbers of phone calls with Jimmy Boyle. He contacted me on a regular basis. And because I kept thinking, if we can clarify what supposedly these issues are, maybe we can make progress. One thing I can absolutely say is that Jimmy Boyle failed then, as he did before and he's did since, in actually tying details down. And then when he would provide any sort of generality, they tended not to have any evidentiary value from the idea of audible, reproducible data.
What you said is exactly the truth. That is that you're the messenger, really.
Right, okay.
The conduit between it all. So yeah, there's those not signing the
So do you want to maybe go through, see how James is in terms of taking notes?
Yeah.
Oh, just, I mean, the detail, like.
Yeah.
I don't know, do you ever watch Jack Reacher, do you?
Well, I've only started watching Jack Reacher.
Well, then in the second series you'll find out why details matter in investigation.
Yeah, no, I would believe it last night was my third episode.
So it's interesting, I had forgotten the fact that I had actually told this guy back in January 2025. You know, when I watch a lot of material on TV now, a lot of it I think is the modern Shakespeare, I tend to have an iPad beside me all the time. And when I see something that I think of relevance, I stop, I replay it, and I translate it, I transcribe it down into my iPad and my notes. And that was one of them, as Jack Reacher said, details matter in an investigation. And in that long series, the rationale of that was carried out. So my point here is, I was watching James take notes of what we were saying, and I can understand how, in a sense, this thing is all over the place. Very, very difficult as to how to make an accurate record of what was said here. And especially for someone, when I say he was young, I'm not in any way detracting from his age and experience, but you know, the question is, what experience would he have had in working on the ground in, say, a men's sheds, in the reality of what men's sheds are and how they operate? So, I mean, I wasn't concerned very much at the time because I knew at least I was going to have a recording. So whatever level of insanity was going to emerge from this, that my sanity, or my version of my sanity, would be tied to this recording as it is now. So that almost 2 years later, I can play this back and say, this is actually what happened. This is not somebody's idea or memory of what has happened, especially when no notes now exist according to the IMSA.
Season 1, so I'm very new to Jack Reacher.
Sorry, go ahead, James.
Yeah, so Liam, I just go through.
So sorry, that's just a call coming in the background.
There's no real coherence to it until I.
Don't worry, when you put it down, James, it will be coherent.
I hope so.
You know.
Anyway,
Yeah.
so he just outlined that he was 79 years of age. You know that he was a car.
79.
So this is actually James recounting his notes of the meeting they had previous to meeting us with Jimmy Boyle, in which he says he's 79 years of age. So that's
He was a car.
79 now, is he?
Yeah, he was a carpenter by trade.
Calls himself a killer.
Right.
Yeah.
No, he didn't say that. He just said 79, sorry. Okay,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, so he claimed that himself and another man were bullied. This lad was the former treasurer.
did he name this individual?
He did.
okay. So
Okay,
just
so
sorry, this is the first time the word bullying has been mentioned.
This lad was the former treasurer.
Did he
Sorry,
name
just
this?
want to play that.
Yes, so he claimed that himself and another man were bullied. This lad was the former treasurer.
So just to be clear here, James Boyle claimed that himself and another lad, the former treasurer, were bullied. So I just want to make sure that in all of this, I'm reminded of a Good Friday many, many years ago, when I had lodged a complaint about how I had been, or that the members of the Gardaí had interfered in my personal family issues, which is part of a family law issue, and I lodged a complaint about the behaviour of a particular Garda, and that complaint was buried. It was buried in the Garda station in Dundalk, and then I went to a number of different people, a commissioner and various people. I went to 2 different bodies who I could complain to in a parallel way, and I was then sent an assistant chief superintendent who came to my house, and he tried to say to me that I could only choose one of these paths. And I was up there and I said, well, no, actually, I'm choosing both paths. You decide what you want to do, if you want to take an action. But we had a long, fascinating conversation for a whole day, a really, really interesting day, because it was Good Friday, the world was silent, and we could disappear and spend hours musing about the meaning of life. But one thing I learned from him was that he said to me, a guard can only give evidence from that which is within his material knowledge. So therefore, a statement's been made by James Boyle claiming that he and another person were bullied. So to be fair, the only evidentiary value there is him saying he was bullied. Talking about the experience of a third person without producing that person in evidence, or producing the evidence to support that, is distracting and meaningless, but is par for the course for Jimmy Boyle.
Did he name this individual?
He did, JJ Bradley.
Right, okay, so he's now on the record.
So this person is named by Jimmy Boyle as J.J. John Joseph Bradley, who was at one time the treasurer of the shed, but had resigned from that position a number of months before February 2022. That's very important in terms of the chronology of the storytelling that Jimmy Boyle has developed his narrative around.
Did he name this individual?
He did, JJ Bradley.
Right, okay, so he's now on the record.
Yes.
Okay.
He said to us that he just wanted to...
And he's saying that JJ was bullied? Or who's he saying? Sorry.
Yeah, he's saying himself and JJ.
JJ obviously hasn't clarified that.
Yeah, so he's speaking about someone else's experience.
Yeah, and we're not going to be talking to JJ because JJ hasn't made a complaint to us.
Yeah.
And he hasn't offered him as a witness to any of
That's the blank spot for the other hand.
Sorry, just the black spot thing. If you haven't heard of Long John Silver, read the story as a kid, it might be worth looking it up. But this is, it's a way of, it's sort of a bit of black comedy in the shed to be able to explain to people that when you have been visited by either of these two characters and you get involved in their narrative, you do end up with a black spot. Don't underestimate that the comedy is black comedy in relation to this, and we have had that experience for the last 4 years and for a period before then. So, on one sense, I wouldn't wish it on anybody, but if you're paid 120 grand a year and you're not dealing with it, and you then make that problem bigger for the victims of a false allegation like our shed has been, and individuals in our sheds, then it's simply not acceptable.
Now that becomes criminal. We're now in a criminal space. But anyway, that's just for the record. But anyway, you're only speaking to James Boyle.
Yeah.
Right? So he has said, okay, and he said he was bullied.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Sorry.
Now that becomes criminal.
I'm not sure what I meant then by that becoming criminal. I'm not really sure. And to be fair, I need to challenge myself in this because I said it. I think I might refer to the fact of a separate situation which led to a criminal investigation into a Facebook post that was posted on JJ Bradley's Facebook, which was disgraceful and not only defamatory about me, but damaging in terms of what's called Coco's law, and that there was an ongoing criminal investigation by the Guardian to that behaviour. So perhaps the references to that, just my recollection.
We're now in a criminal space, but anyway, that's just for the record. But anyway, you're only speaking to James Boyle.
Yeah.
Right? So he has said, okay, and he said he was bullied.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so he did outline that he doesn't want to be responsible for this shed shutting down. He would like for it to remain open.
So this is a change of heart.
So this is really important, like he said, that just to hear.
Okay, so he did outline that he doesn't want to be responsible for this shed shutting down. He would like for it to remain open.
So this is a change of heart.
So this isn't said lightly by me. Everything in the behaviour by Jimmy Boyle from let's say from the period after which he was expelled from the shed, after a due process, has been designed to destroy our shed. So this suggestion that he wants it to survive is hard to take.
Well, that's just what he said at the beginning.
All right, so his declaration previously that the objective of these two people is to close the shed has now, on mature reflection, changed.
I wouldn't like to say that.
Okay, no, sorry, but I'm saying it's good to note. We know the fact that we are now not under fear that he's trying to close the shed.
Yeah.
Okay.
He said feels there's a lot of jealousy towards him in the shed.
Jealousy. Okay.
General team is bullying claims. Austin won't sit down with him. Won't answer calls. Respond to text messages.
So again, this is the type of generalised conversation that Jimmy Boyle, the narrative has been around. Just repeat that.
Jealousy.
General team is bullying claims Austin won't sit down with him, won't answer calls, respond to text messages.
So again, this is where details matter. There's a whole series of correspondence, recorded correspondence, in relation to the ongoing interaction between Austin as the chairman and Jimmy Boyle as a member of the Shed in the months leading up to him being expelled from the Shed. And there would have been lots of opportunity. There were a number of meetings at which, monthly meetings of the Shed, which were minuted, at which Jimmy had every opportunity to field or raise or, minute questions or whatever in relation to this. None of that. Again, this material does not support that narrative. It's simply a generalized narrative that when you compress it together and present it in the voice of a 79-year-old man who has put himself forward in that vulnerable space, could be credible to someone who doesn't have access to the actuality of the data.
So he doesn't really feel that there's an opportunity for him to come back to the Shed.
Did he give a timeline on any of this?
Not on that actual part.
No, but our thoughts are that I think he finished his relationship with the Shed perhaps February 2 years ago.
Yeah, February 22.
Yes. Right, so when
I have
we
that
realised
date.
it. Sorry?
I have that date.
Oh yeah, okay. So I'm just thinking how long.
Yeah. So he said the electrics were his biggest concern. He claims you got 8,000 from the ESB to put towards the Shed, and he stated instead of getting an electrician, you did it yourselves. He said a non-paying member nominated him to be voted out. That happened on 5 occasions.
So, again, these are generalised conversations given by Jimmy Boyle about his version of what happened, when in fact, when any development work was actually going on at the Shed, Jimmy Boyle almost singularly was not present. He didn't participate. He did nothing to help any development. He had to actually do any of the work on the Shed. So, in terms of given evidence from that which is within material knowledge, he would have no idea about the funding. He never, in fact, given the fact that he had told me that he had once owned 50 houses in London along with some other man. So if you own 50 houses in London along with another guy, you're worth serious sums of money. I have no reason to doubt him. I do know that he built 5 houses in which he lives in an enclave in himself, so he's not short of money in that respect. But he sat in with me one day when I was struggling as the lone, basically, administrator of Hampton Shed, and he said, I wouldn't be doing any of the stuff you're doing. And I said to him, do you think I just wake up in the morning wanting to do this on my own? So it's fascinating to think that he professes to know detail about something that he stayed as well far away from as possible. And it was normal in the Shed for everybody else. That's what happens. People give each other a hand to do stuff. And we were building, the wonderful work there has meaning and legitimacy because it was work indigenously done within our community. That's what we did it. But and to say that he had concerns about things, these are arguments and stories that he's made up afterwards. They've nothing to do. And again, the problem is they're not based on any evidence. There were meetings. Had meetings, and we had minutes read by the meetings approved, etc. So one would expect that if Jimmy had something to say, he would have. It wasn't as if he was a bit shy coming forward. He would have put this out there.
And then on the 7th...
Sorry, Jim. A non-paying member...
Oh yeah, this other claim that a non-paying member... let's hear what he has to say here.
That happened on 5 occasions.
Sorry, this.
And then on the 7th...
Sorry, Jim.
You did it yourselves. He said a non-paying member nominated him to be voted out. That happened on 5 occasions. And then on the 7th...
Sorry, Jim. A non-paying member... on 5 different occasions.
Yeah, so raised it at the meeting, saying, I propose that we remove James from the Shed or Jimmy from the Shed.
5 times on different meetings or the same
different
meeting?
Meetings.
Different meetings.
Yeah.
Sorry, just replay that again.
The Shed or Jimmy from the Shed.
5 times on different meetings or the same
different
meeting?
Meetings.
Different meetings.
Yeah.
So I've asked James to confirm there. He's in the 5 different meetings. A person asked for him to be nominated to be about it. Now, just to be clear, I was the person who made a proposal to the meeting on the 7th of February that Jimmy Boyle be expelled from the Shed. my reasons for doing it, nothing to do with my view of Jimmy Boyle per se. And I don't. Jimmy Boyle was not an important person in my life, and what he was doing, as long as he wasn't directing anything at me personally, I didn't take it personally. I mean, his behaviour in terms of, talk about being a team player. He was a team player. His team was my team, I team. The only I in his team was I team, Jimmy team. And for me, I came to a point of realization that having put together a grievance process and trying to develop a stepped approach towards getting to a point where we'd have agreement and have or proper structure and discipline and safety in our shed, that Jimmy simply wasn't going to comply. My own view of the experience in shed, and nobody had managed this type of process before, so I suggest we put through a formal proposition. If someone then, you make a proposal, someone seconds it, then either someone puts a counter proposal, the counter proposal is first voted on. If not, then the first proposal is taken, and that's what happened in this thing. It's interesting, he says this person was a non-paying member, so in other words, he identifies me as being a non-paying member, but the point is, how would he know who was a paying member or not? So again, in this idea of giving evidence that what you know, just to put on the record that I was owed personally thousands of money that I had invested in buying the materials for the work that happened in the shed. The second development, I mean, the money that came from the ESB gave us a first development. The second development, I was in debt to the shed were in debt to me to up to €7,000. And the work nothing would have happened if that money wasn't there. Now, the reason I invested in it was because I could see that the work and the labour and the love of the people doing magical work in the place could make it happen and could make a return on that investment of, possibly 200-300%. But this guy's making a claim of stuff. How would he know this? How would he have access to who paid or didn't pay or accounts or anything? There's no method here to it. So again, somebody can make these type of statements, but remember, we have never seen what's gone on here written down and signed off. Because obviously you do say, excuse me, Mr. Boyle, how do you know this? How do you know that? How do you know that? Where's your evidence for this? Boom, 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 boom. And at the end of the day, after somebody misses 6 or 7 penalties, you don't let them take the next penalty. Like, that's just not the way life works.
So these details, just before we start, this meeting is recorded on video. So just before people, every time you write something down, not this meeting, the meeting that Jimmy is talking about.
Yeah.
The meeting.
So just to clarify that, when I said this meeting is recorded on video, what I said is that what I want to clarify is the meeting that took place on the 7th of February 2020 was recorded because it was a Zoom meeting, and it took place because our then secretary was down the country looking after his elderly father, and the meeting then ran with him remotely at it. So there was an evidentiary base as for everything happened at that meeting, which it just like this, what I'm doing here, there's data referencing all of this. So I was just putting that on the record to Enda and to James that whatever Jimmy Boyle would have said happened at the meeting or otherwise, well then that either was true or it wasn't. And the thing that would determine whether it was true or not was the facts, and the facts would be the recording, as this is the factual recording of what happened at the meeting on the 24th of January 2024, where these guys talk about extensively taking notes and process them, and now they say those notes don't exist. They have no idea what happened to them. They sort of, the dog ate me dinner, dog ate me homework, and yes, incompetence.
So just before people, every time you write something down, not this meeting, the meeting that Jimmy is talking about.
Yeah.
The meeting was recorded. Do you understand? Now, you might say, why was it recorded? Because during COVID, as part of our resilience response, we developed a situation where we were able to have hybrid meetings. And our secretary at the time was actually down looking after his father in Galway. And for that reason, the meeting's recorded. So, and I said, thanks be to God. So whatever you're saying here, like 5 will be 1, 2, 3, 5 is not 6 or 7 or 8. Like, we're in the engineering space here, accuracy. So it's important that we recognise that he says an unpaid member, right? So he asked at any stage, how do he know if somebody's paid up or not?
Yeah, so I suppose his issue around this seems to be that, so he's saying this is kind of like the ball's thrown in. This issue starts to take off, kind of, to do with the electricity, and he is basically saying that he raises this issue. Do you know what I mean? That there are scenarios with the plugs, for example.
Okay, so it's important as he raises these issues. So again, for this to be true and accurate, there would be a record. Obviously, if we had meetings and they were minuted, then one questions as to why, if this was so important, and why he wouldn't have raised this. The other issue that would be of relevance to any logically minded person is that for a period, mostly during lockdown, Jimmy Boyle, him and this other person, J.J. Bradley, were themselves the only people essentially who were in the shed almost every day of the week using all these supposed electric systems that were unsafe, etc. And in fact, during this period, hanging cables were strapped across the sheds. We were shocking. I mean, if anybody understands anything about electricity, 3-core 1.5 square cable strapped across and then plugged into a 13 amp socket without the earth wire connected. Now, the only two people who could have done this were Jimmy Boyle and J.J. Bradley. And when the shed opened up again, these were swiftly removed. But it is important that, detail, yet you can just strap it. See, again, you don't have to, if this stuff is written down, signed off by him, don't you say, okay, take each one at a time. Now, where did you get the information? Where's the this? You ask those type of questions.
So he says there should be a PAT test. That first of all, to him, what evidence does he have that the electricity?
So, again, he makes these references to PAT testing without apparently understanding what PAT testing for. PAT testing would be for the actual devices that you plug into places. And in fact, there has been discussions about that within the groups in men's sheds around the country, and that's a whole other grey area. Now, the one thing about our shed, and I'll just come back to what we said at the start, we described how the shed had been, and our up to then fairly amateurish relationship with our landlord who had lost the Gaeltacht. I think it's really important to state that over the last 18 months, as a result of regular meetings that have taken place between ourselves and the Udaros, that we have really dramatically improved the quality of that relationship, and we're now going into a year in 2026 where we expect to see enormous step forward in terms of outfitting the shed and making it a really quality compliant shed for, as many of our members in the sheds are moving well into their 80s now, and we need to look after the health of those men. I'm turning 70 this year. 10 years ago I was 60, so it's the world. Our sheds require totally different things. So we're in a really good space now. But at very best, it would be very disingenuous for somebody like Jimmy Boyle, who did nothing to help. I mean, remember, this is a voluntary group of people. All of us, unlike Enda Egan, paid expenses for his travels and going around entertaining complainers like Jimmy Boyle, while actually never retaining notes or doing anything professionally. We're in there trying to make our sheds work, like most men's sheds around the country. And an individual can then try and just wreak havoc in the shed, having actually done nothing themselves to move anything forward. This is sad, but I'm just glad we recorded this.
Work that was done is not up to scratch. How does he know? Right? I'm not an electrician, so I wouldn't know what it was or wasn't. So he's saying that there was burn marks on plugs. Okay, that was evidence that it was being overloaded. There was an issue that there was a computer course, he thinks, been ran. The cable was being used. There was a lead that was plugged in to feed computers. This thing, I think the word he used was burnt.
Yeah.
Now, was there a fire?
It was the word Arkin or something, wasn't it? Use that in
so it overloads. So he's, I suppose, trying to make a point that.
So is this a computer course he was part of?
So
did he say he was part of this course?
No, we didn't establish that. But he's saying that I said to him, "What was the load on this cable?" So we're talking about heaters, right? I know that if you have a 100-meter cable and it's wound up and you plug in 5 electric 2 kilowatt heaters off it, it will get hot. That's only a layman's understanding of it. Is it going to go on fire? Is it going to burn down? I'm not an electrical engineer, I don't know. But I know that kind of thing could happen. So I'm trying to establish from him what happened to this, okay? We couldn't establish if this was hearsay and he says that he was actually that he witnessed this or not. I couldn't kind of establish that.
And you ask yourself, why could they not establish that? I mean, that's a simple question. Is this information that you know from within your own material knowledge? Was Jimmy Boyle part of some computer course? I can only say that having run those courses in the place, I say, well, he certainly wasn't, and there's no evidence at all that he participated in any of this. So all of the stuff that he's making up is generalised. I mean, we're now into the analysis of heat loads. We're into, hot cables and round up reels, etc. We're now having arcing terms. I mean, having technical terms thrown in here, by people who declare themselves having no knowledge or in that space. But these are all deflectors. They have nothing to do with why Jimmy Boyle was expelled from the shed. I mean, these are all just total and absolute Mickey-uppy things. And unfortunately, again, the lack of, if this man has supportive evidence to support the chronology of his complaints, etc., 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 and the place, that would be fine. But they're not actually, they're not connected in any way with the behaviours of Jimmy Boyle which led him to be expelled.
It seemed to me that somebody said it to him, but I can't be certain of that. So this is the kind of evidence.
So I just remembered as I was a kid, and I learned this partially at home growing up, but a woman in Dundalk radio station many years ago, she was on a programme with me and she recounted to me Dúirt ban lum, Gnúirt ban lei, Gavacashi ban, a Conic ban, a Coola ban, a raw, in terms of the storytelling and how it gathers arms and legs. So we're not sure if somebody told him or he told somebody else or whatever, but now all of a sudden this has become something that we're supposed to consider to be relevant.
It seemed to me that somebody said it to him, but I can't be certain of that.
It seemed to me that someone said it.
The kind of evidence that he's putting forward.
It seemed to me that somebody said it to him, but maybe I'm not sure. That sounds like a high degree of engineering accuracy.
It seemed to me that somebody said it to him, but I can't be certain of that. So this is the kind of evidence that he's putting forward. And we were expected to take this seriously. And by the way, our shed has been just harassed over the last 2 years. For 4 years now, but since this meeting on the 24th, when I actually thought somebody was going to actually put a process into place and do what the HSE or Department of Health SLA were holding them accountable to do. To say that he feels the electrical work that was done on this new part of the building wasn't up to scratch. He then says he talks to 2 electricians, I think, and they say that this was typical of arcing, I think, right? Okay.
Arcing, should it?
Yeah, this is the burn marks on the plugs as a result of this, which he's saying is shown overload. Okay, that's well and good. We asked them around if the ESB funded this, did they look for a certificate to say that this was done to a certain standard? He said no, as far as he knew, they didn't.
No, just to say, like Jimmy Boyle completely didn't. He wouldn't know anything about the funding that would have come from Electric Ireland, because I believe that during that time he had previously worked out in the shed anyway. But he had no knowledge, and he never participated or showed any interest in any way in finding out how to administer a shed or paying any, sharing the load of doing anything around a shed, and just drawing into anecdotal stories about the past and hot plugs and all that sort of stuff. But they're done. This is all done to embellish some sort of a story, which over the last 2 years has sort of morphed more into the bullying end, which we've only heard have been mentioned once so far. But just watch this space.
That is the kind of stuff. So this, in his opinion, kicks off a relationship between himself and Austin, you might be mentioned in it, but Austin is kind of the focus at the moment, at the time.
But how do you mean I might be mentioned?
Well, you might be mentioned as in, you know, did he name Liam as the person who did the work?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I think he did the electrical work, right? So it took him a long time.
No, when you say name me, is he stating that I did it as a matter of evidence?
Well,
there's a saying up
I
here.
was trying to get.
What I tell you, we're saying now.
We'll correct that, and
we can write this one down. I learned it in school, but only part of it. But I learned it from an older woman in Dundalk. It's something to do with yours.
God, it's funny. I had forgot. I commented on that just a few seconds. I didn't realise that I actually said that at the time.
But it says Dort Ban Lung, a Nord Ban Leg, a Country Ban, a Kula Ban, a Conic Ban, a Law. So in English, it's the Chinese whispers. We have your man told your man that he saw a fellow down the road who met an electrician who was talking about arcing while he was talking about football, and now we have a banana. I mean, you do appreciate you're going to have an awful job. Like, you're going to produce something there. I don't know what it's going to be. You're going to have to linearise the unimaginable. You're going to send this back to a guy, and presumably you're going to ask him to sign off on it. Is that correct? Obviously.
Sorry, I just need to. Where have I gone here? I just thought that term.
You're going to have to linearise the unimaginable.
I don't know where I picked that one up. You're going to have to linearise the unimaginable. But that's exactly what was going on here. We have to. All you need is an audience that is open to auto-suggestion and some sort of empathy, sympathy, and non-professionalism to go along with this narrative. I mean, our whole world has been, and increasingly so through social media and now AI, has led us to a position it's hard to know what to believe anymore. And that's part of my greater conversation around does it matter is, like, if nothing matters, I mean, if detail doesn't matter in an investigation, then what matters? And is it one's power? Is it one's ability to influence a group of people? Is it just auto-suggestion? You know, Elon Musk says physics is the law and everything else has no opinion. But it appears to me that we think that it's opinion that is the law and physics is malleable. And unfortunately, I don't believe nature supports that idiotic behaviour. Although, to be fair, at this stage, at 70 years of age, I'm beginning to wonder if I can still hold on to that belief.
You're going to send this back to a guy, and presumably you're going to ask him to sign off on it. Is that correct? Obviously, at that stage, you will then be in a position to present us with something that appears like something. I mean, I think what you've said to me, that as a result of these issues, that the arcing and all that stuff, he then ended up in a relationship difficulty with Austin, or which led to something. Is that right?
Yes.
The sequencing is important, you know. But is that what's the next stage like?
That encompasses more.
But when did he send the arguments with Austin if he started? I'm just wondering when. Like, did he ever tell you that he walked out of the shed before? Did he say that? Did he introduce that idea? Did he walk out of the shed 3 years before then?
That he did?
Yeah.
No. I don't think so now, unless James can contradict me, but I don't.
So the history started with the arcing, essentially. The story starts with arcing and ESB or something like that.
Yeah, no, there's a couple of other things to do with the flower box, so to try and sequence where that is in the thing has to happen, kind of. Yeah. So, look.
Okay, do you want to give us some more then, James?
So he said that she increased the fee to €10 per week in an effort to push him out of the shed.
So that's interesting. He said, let's hear this one now. This is another moving from the horizontal to the perpendicular.
So he said that she increased the fee to €10 per week in an effort to push him out of the shed.
Now, he said that we increased the fee, which was previously €5 per week of members' contributions, to €10 a week in order to push him out of the shed. So, I mean, I suppose the perverse element of this is that probably, unless he has massive bills owed to someone, he would have been by far the richest person in the shed, unless there are other people in the shed who happen to have tracts of land and properties in London and everywhere else. Like, he has 5 houses that he's built in an enclave, with most of them set out for rent. He's been running a number of Airbnb operations at the same time. And he was quite quick to explain to me how much money he'd made in London, etc. But the increase of money from €5 to €10 with them had nothing to do with trying to get anybody out of it. The whole idea was to try and survive. At the time, because I was the person managing the finance of the sheds, and the shed still owed me thousands of euro in money that I had put into the shed. So we were trying to get back, just stay on even keel. Remember, this is all just coming out of COVID. So, I mean, look, it's come self-victimization around stuff. But again, I don't know what sort of, again, one of the thoughts about does it matter is, where is the perspective of someone in Jimmy's head? If I was in Jimmy's head, one looking out through my eyes, what do I see? What's out there? I have no idea. I mean, Peter used to describe 1,000 people looking at a chandelier from 1,000 different perspectives. I'm just not sure which one of those slits in reality that he could have looked at that would have led him to, one, believe it, and then what sort of motivation gets him to then fabricate this, something that's just not real.
Sorry, in an effort to push him out of the shed?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
That's what I have here.
No, but it's important. So
Sure.
his protestation is that we increase the money in order to remove him from the shed.
Yeah, no, that would be absolutely what he was implying. Yeah.
Sorry?
That would be absolutely what he was implying.
All right, okay.
So that happened around the 1st of October.
So there was a fee of a fiver, then the fee is pushed up.
I should say at this stage that, in fact, the previous year, he had, not only was he not stuck or whatever, but he had actually front-ended his payment for the whole year in advance of the fivers. So no one else in the shed was doing that. So I don't know. I mean, he can't have been that broke. He was putting the money up in front. It's just, the problem is it's got nothing to do with reality.
And he feels that people would have known that would have been beyond his...
This is the other one. That people would have known that it was beyond its financial reality. Oh dear. You know, let me try that again.
And he feels that people would have known that would have been beyond his financial resource or capacity.
Which one of the 5 houses did he invite you into?
Well,
all those houses belong to him. The ones you were in.
He disclosed that.
Oh, he did tell you that, did he?
Yeah.
But that
He was probably the richest man in the shed.
No, but sorry, did he tell you that he paid up a year at a time in advance with no money?
No.
Well, you didn't mention that. Like, he was stuck for money, but he was paying a year in advance. Like, he would have made mileage out of that. Did he not tell you that? No, okay, sorry.
I don't think he told us that.
All right, so anyway,
he said he was paying his subscription, so he didn't clarify when he paid it.
Yeah, okay, so good. Anyway, that's a good point. Yeah, I mean, as long as they turn up in the final document, we can tick the boxes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, this was important, I say, at the time. I know we're in the chit-chat business here, because I already know that in terms of due process, I mean, this is mad stuff that we're involved in to even continue this conversation. But you're looking, it's a winter's day. Could be doing worse things in the shed. We might as well listen to what this guy has to say. However, I mean, I was very clear. Set the thing out. Set it out point by point by point by point. You know, support your point with evidence, or accept that it'll be written off as, unapplicable. Okay, unsupportable, unapplicable. Just strike that out. So what are we left with? Left with detail. Let's manage the detail. So we continue.
So he then said he asked to see proof that the payment had increased to €10, that everyone was in the same boat. Said he would refuse access to that.
So what he's saying there is that he comes along and he says, right, you want a tenner from me, but if everyone else is paying a tenner, I'll pay me tenner. Okay, but as proof that everyone else is paying a tenner,
I want to see.
Okay. And
So did he explain to you the shed policy in relation to finance, which was that when it was decided to put a fee on it, it was decided everybody was expected to pay and that recognising that if individuals had specific financial problems, that they would discuss this with the chairman, and that the chairman would make an individual decision in relation to each person as to waive that payment by a person, and that information would never be brought into the public domain for the reason of what's called the secret bag in the Legion of Mary. Okay, secret bag in the Legion of Mary, write it down. So, by the way, that's what we do here. If someone can't afford to pay, the chairman and no one else makes it.
Yeah.
But did he make that clear?
Actually, I'm just thinking of that metaphor there, the secret bag of the Legion of Mary. I just wonder what young James Brophy had understood what that meant. But when I was a boy, young man, I mean, 9, 10, 11, 12, my early teens, I was a member of the Legion of Mary, and that's probably my first experience of administration and leadership, whatever. So I might have been the treasurer or something. And so at every meeting, the secret bag was put around, and you put your hand in and you shook it around. And if you had no money, well, you didn't leave any money in. Hopefully you weren't that bad-minded that you didn't actually take money out, and it was passed around. At the end of the day, it was counted up. So no one would ever be embarrassed. So what Jimmy Boyle was demanding is he wanted to see that everybody's payments, and then he wanted to say unless 80% of people or some number of that had paid, he wasn't going to pay. So, I mean, on any level, I suppose the fact that Jimmy Boyle probably wasn't sensitive to that reality probably tells an awful lot of his understanding of communities and being part of a team. To be fair, I just don't think he does understand it. But again, this idea that he would hold a place to ransom and simply not pay unless he could get proof, and pretend that he didn't understand the reason why we're doing it, it's a sad reflection on him.
No, but you have an excellent opportunity when this comes back to you to...
Well, no, it's important for you guys. I mean,
oh no,
this may never go further.
I'm not doubting what
no,
you're
but
saying.
in all shit, this is important because for general shit, unbelievably, if anybody has a financial problem, they are never exposed.
Yeah. No, that's.
I mean, it's unimaginable. Anyway, so that's that one. Okay, where do we go now?
So he went on, as Enda mentioned, about the pad test, and he said there was no pad tests on plugs.
So he says that it is a legal requirement to have pad testing on plugs that's been plugged in and out often. Okay. That I think he said had to be done
on one side of the building only.
That's been done obviously in 450 sheds around the country, so you know that.
Well, I know a little bit about pad testing because pad testing is something that's come up a little bit. It's come up from an insurance point of view.
Sure.
So I have a little bit of knowledge, but I would not claim to be.
And what percentage compliance do you think the sheds 450 would have in your
pad
knowledge?
testing?
Yeah,
without including this shed, because I don't know, there's only one shed that I'm aware of.
Has it?
Has it?
So just let's listen to that again.
Percentage compliance do you think the sheds 450 would have in your knowledge? Yeah,
without including this shed, because I don't know, there's only one shed that I'm aware of.
Has it?
Has it?
What the fuck? Jesus, you talk about being held to compliance by people who give you no money. You'll get.
So I mean that really should spell an alarm to anybody who is trying to evaluate where men's sheds throughout the country are in terms of comparing them, say, to a newly built HSE hospital or facility in terms of what standards, what facilities and all the rest are there. What this guy is saying is that in his understanding, and he's the CEO of the Irish Men's Shed, that in his understanding there's one shed out of 450 in the country that have PAT testing, etc. Now, just to say that the whole area of PAT testing relates to particularly items that you plug in. And the PAT testing is on the item, it's not on the socket. So, I mean, whatever Jimmy's talking about, again, just little bits of half-truths thrown into it. But there's a bigger reflective point there, I think, for people who are involved in men's sheds. It was maybe fine in 2009 to have a couple of guys gather together in any old hole at all and get together and be good company for each other. And that's fine, and I'm sure that existed long before men's sheds did. I mean, I had a recorded conversation with the guy in Cavan back in 2008, like 2006 or 7, I think. So men's sheds and men getting together, been all sorts of things. But recognising and tying in the idea of men's health and men's sheds together forces the idea that you can't just have men sitting in dark tunnels, and dumpy places without proper equipment and safe environments. And I can see it in our shed now in 2026 with the numbers of men in our sheds moving into their 80s and mid-80s. We need places that are safe, physically safe and compliant and everything else. So it's a wonderful thing that at this time that with Ross na Gaeilge to have, and again, and because of the work that we put in with meeting them on a structured basis over the last 18 months, or hopefully this year, the plan is to seriously upgrade our resource and facilities. And if there is really a national recognition within a national budget in which 1 in every €4 over 106 billion GDP, annual GDP is like 27 billion a year spent on health, that the Mickey Mouse money of giving a sheds 2,000, 3,000 sustainability grants, it's ridiculous. It's crazy. We need to really reframe the conversation around men's sheds. But anyway, that's Enda Egan, putting a truism on what's actually happening in sheds.
You get another 2 million of the government to buy pat testers anyway. Go ahead.
So somebody just as a matter outside of this, right, as a matter just of interest in relation to pat testing, second-hand tools come into sheds. So somebody said for it to be covered by insurance, that tool has to be pat tested. So we went to an insurance company. The insurance company turned around and said to us, no, pat testing is not forming part of insurance cover. If the tool is within its warranty, it doesn't have to be pat tested. For a health and safety reason, for health and safety.
So again, this starts moving into the type of detail that, good or bad, that's the reality of sheds going forward. If sheds are going to go forward in a modern era, and especially if they're going to draw on funding from the public purse, they're going to have to be compliant with governance standards, which means that sheds will have to be led and managed and organised by people who have had developed skills around these areas. And investment will have to be put into sheds to provide that for men. Now, many of sheds will just say, look, we just want to do our own thing and be our own thing. And that's a struggle. And how you manage that conversation, I think, is going to be complex. And it will need, I think, a better sensitivity and understanding of how men operate, how masculine behaviour exhibits and can be led and discussed with, etc., done, better than I think is available in the let's say, Department of Health and HSE, or at least of my experience over the last 35 years in relation to communications with them. However, that is a dilemma that will not be addressed by pretending it's not there. And if what happens out of this recording, etc., creates a more authentic adult and professional conversation, then that's a good thing.
For health and safety legislation, it's supposed to pass tests every year. But from an insurance point of view, we don't consider that to offer insurance on a tool.
So there's a typical Irish. For health and safety, you have to have it every year, but for insurance you don't. So it's a typical Irish duplicitous approach to everything. Not judging Enda Egan in relation to that. He's not the guy who's raised it. And again, all of these things are just distractions that Jimmy Boyle's narrative tends to try and encapsulate into all of his narrative.
Slopes, I don't know.
If someone brings in their own device, would that have to be pat tested according to Jimmy? Like, would he have pat testing on his own machines? And would bare fucking cables with exposed fucking electrical components brought in by him? Do you know they separately? Just to,
so
you know where our shed is at?
In your response, feel free to.
No, but just to tell you, don't but you know.
No,
we are now basically in a cordless tool shed.
Yes.
Like we've transitioned our conversation to a professional Makita range, and our friends don't come from any of the supporters at all. I mean, we're lucky. Our friends are the ETB. That's about the only friends we fucking have. But I mean, we've been able to utilise their money to upgrade to cordless reality. So I mean, my background, like I spent 27 years lecturing in electronic engineering and DKIT. That doesn't make me anything except the fact that I have no intention to electrocute myself for starters. And all of the dialogue around electricity is the good news is, and it wouldn't have ended, see, Jimmy wouldn't be part of the cordless world. Like, he's not part of that world. But so, I mean, a lot of the times that he's talking about events already, he wasn't a member. He wasn't a member of the shed.
Yeah.
And so anyway, so any other...
So he's I suppose the point he's coming at there is that he's asked to plug out tools outside here on the shop floor, I think is how he describes it. Whereas in here, as in, there's another room next door to
Yes.
him. Yeah. Plugs didn't have to be plugged out, but out there he had to plug them out.
And was this plug-in pulling out a problem, was it?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, do you want to tell us
So
that
he-
phase?
Well, I think what he's suggesting is that he was being demanded to do something that no one else had to do in this section.
So just to comment on that again, it's unfortunate in a way that all this stuff is a distraction on what was really going on in the shed. But the we got to recognizing Enda Egan's recognition of how poorly set up sheds generally are in the country. I mean, that's the reality. There's been very little investment and money available for men's sheds. Pulling the devil by the tail is the best that we can say we can do. But we were recognising that our sheds since since COVID and just before COVID and whatever developments we made, we were developing enormously. And I said, very much thanks to the Educational Training Board in Donegal. They've been really powerful supporters of us in our innovative ideas. But we generally have moved our processes to using cordless tools so that we don't have the situation of, tools with cables laying all over the floor, people tripping up on them. And the other problem was when the shed started, people were bringing along the tools that were laying around in the house, and most people, anybody who's done a bit of work with their hands and has ever been on sites or done physical work with machinery, etc., realise that the number of electrical tools with exposed cables or shaft cables, etc., going around the place is particularly frightening. And people would have been bringing them into sheds. So this whole idea of pad testing, if you brought in a device which hadn't been pad tested and you used it inside, you'd make a joke of the whole idea of pad testing in the first place. But our shed, looking forward, recognising we didn't have a lot of resources, but trying to move forward and trying to be practical, made a decision that in the workshop space, that as an agreed decision, we would operate that when we finished up in the shed every evening, that every item would be unplugged. And there were differences of opinion of, what is the safest approach, etc. I researched with a number of bench sheds in England and again found a whole lot of different views, etc. around this. And yes, it would be wonderful, and we're hoping that this year we would have an environment like the ETP Training Centre in Letterkenny or any of the institutes where we have apprentice development and all that sort of stuff. We would have a type of equipment where we could have master cutout switches and all the rest. The other thing is that in the indoor facilities, so for example, where there were routers plugged in or where there were fridges, it is not practical, and people in life don't turn out the fridge when in the evening when they leave, and they don't turn off routers, and shops don't turn off their lights at night, etc. So there's a whole difference between what we call a 24-hour supply and, say, a workshop supply. And this was discussed, etc., with Jimmy. So it's both disingenuous of Jimmy and look at disrespectful to even his own intelligence to pretend in some way he didn't understand the complexity around all of this. And then to have Enda Egan come in and give his, as he said, he's no knowledge in this space, and to start, thinking about this when, the issues of him showing up the problem or the lack of pad testing, would say, well, what are the bigger issues for men's sheds in the country in order to provide, let's say, the compliant shed for 2020-30, which is sustainable up to standards, is perfectly set up to support the mental and physical health of its members. And who's going to fund that? I mean, I wish we put some energy into this sort of thinking rather than the what's going on in this space here.
But out there, was he asked to do something that anybody else wasn't asked to do in the workshop?
Our understanding is no.
So he was treated equally?
Our understanding.
No, but he didn't say he was treated unequally in that respect.
No, so when you come back to you, I think you have it outlined on behalf of Austin, here, I think it's one of the things in your points here, which is part of the conduct. So it's everybody's issue, not just him. It's how I would read
what
it.
he would be saying is that the dynamic that was argued out there wasn't applied in here.
Correct.
Okay. Right.
So that took a bit of clarification, because as this was set out by Enda and James initially, there was that Jimmy was saying that he was being picked on in terms of plugging things out. The agreement was that we would all act in consort. We would all take a common decision and move forward. I, by the way, would have had a different view about this than Austin did. So it's not that we all had an agreed view, but I had this idea that what we all decide we'll do it together, we'll stick to it, and we will plan to have and seek funding for a better future. And we didn't have any of this funding. This funding didn't exist, and Jimmy Boyle was doing nothing to help us get there, nor was Egan or the Irish Men's Sheds. So I think it now, at least we established there to him, that the rules here apply to everybody, and they were for good governance standards. What Jimmy decided was, he's on my team, as in Jimmy's team, no one else. And that's really where the issues were arising from. So we couldn't make, simply can't go forward with one person deciding to go left and right and forward. That's not, nothing works like that. So there are consequences to that.
Okay. Right, yeah.
And then he mentioned the code of conduct, so he said he wouldn't sign it unless the electrics were certified. I think that became a one of contention, that code of conduct or code of compliance. It was referred to and something else, I think. Then he mentioned the fold-up tables and chairs. He said that...
What about the fold-up tables?
Yeah, he said he made them and someone had put in an order for them, had paid Jimmy, and he said...
They paid Jimmy for
Jimmy
making them?
passes the money onto the shed.
So, sorry, who made them?
He made them.
He made them?
Yes.
And he charged somebody for them? I don't know, sorry.
Well, so what he's implying here is that he makes these things, someone comes in and sees them.
Yeah.
Now, did someone else make them with him? That wasn't said, and I didn't ask him. But he says that these are made, someone comes in, likes them, buys them, they pay the shed, whether that came through him or whatever, they pay the shed. Okay. So that's...
And what does Jimmy get out of it?
Up to date. And then Jimmy is no longer in the shed, right? Then the person who bought these things can't get them, because I think Austin won't release them, was what he said. Then the guards are brought in, the guards are told about this. So I said to him, was it you went to the guards or the person who paid for the things? I'm pretty sure he said that he went to the guards, then the guards come to the shed, and then Austin releases them to the person who paid.
Right. Well, who got paid? Who was paid for building the tables? That's what I want.
Ultimately,
passed on to the shed.
All right.
And did he name the individual that's supposed to have bought these tables? Or?
But did he name his nephew who he paid to build these? Did he actually? Or he didn't mention that he had subbed out the work to his Okay. So Jimmy built these things and he subbed out the work to his nephew, who charged effectively the greatest proportion of nothingness. I mean, this was just great things to be doing in COVID time. But it's just interesting, he didn't mention the fact that when he's talking about the sums of money, he didn't mention that he had paid somebody else to build it. Like somebody else built the subframe effectively, and he paid him for it.
Look, you can put all that in your response to it, sorry, James.
Then he mentioned 3 flower boxes were in the shed.
Okay, just again, I mean, now do we have to reduce ourselves to getting into sort of detail again? That's what's fair. So we're talking about a period 2021 into 22, COVID lockdown, and just to put context in this. When I was still chairman, when COVID happened, we were forced, as everybody in the country, to close the place down, and that was it. Nobody could go to the shed. Jimmy Boyle arrived at my house. Again, we were all concerned, anybody going to anybody's house. Remember, we were all afraid of seeing anybody. Came to my house and told me that he could not live without having access to the shed. If he didn't have access to the shed, it would really drive him to the point that he told me that he had a gun and he would shoot himself. So I'm just saying this was early 2020. We're all locked out of the sheds. we can see that national guidelines and governance were OTT in many cases, etc. And really nobody knew what was going on and how to make it up. And I made a personal decision in that case there. I said, okay, I realised that if Jimmy was in the shed on his own, or as it turned out, JJ then later joined him. Look, at the shed was 2,800 square feet at 30 foot, 5 foot high. The volume of air was such that the worst they could do is give COVID to each other. And there was very little movement around. And I said, if the choice is between that and getting some man who's, whatever, if he was 79 and 2024, he was 77 or whatever, and he's saying he's going to shoot himself, I thought the safer human option was to allow him to have access to the shed. And I said, look, just go in there and just don't be attracting anybody else. So in that period of time, these guys were occupying themselves doing something, and I thought that was great. Look, at whatever keeps you going, that's fine. So they started making these tables, etc. But just a review, because again, I was in the background. I had to look after all of the finances, etc. Because the guy, JJ, the treasurer, ended up resigning, walking out of the shed over some Mickey Mouse argument, nothing to do with me or electrics or anything else, giving out about some fella not moving a desk or something like that. And then effectively held the shed to ransom, saying he wouldn't hand back the documentation or an iPad unless he was paid €1,000, and demanding that he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't negotiate directly with the chairman, that I had to be the middleman in that conversation. And I explained to us and just give him the money, because, I mean, we were outstanding about €9,000 of grants that we had been granted, but we had to spend to get. So this guy had all the money and made no application to get the money back. So he was just left everything in it. I was handed back the financial information in a completely disastrous state. But what I can ascertain, Claire, here is that whatever money, let's say a sum of money is gained from the units that were built and sold, between the subbing out of the work to build a subframe, so it wasn't Jimmy, and he got his nephew to do all this, between the money. So that consumed about 70% or more of the price of the item. Between that and all the materials then bought to make the thing, the shed didn't make any profit at any level at all. I mean, this is the harsh reality of it. But it hadn't about making money. If it was about mental wellness of people, look, I supported it. But to have it twisted and turned in this way now, look, it's embarrassing for me to have to reduce myself to start discussing that type of detail just because somebody wants to clown around and make this stuff, make it sound like it's real. And then to tie up the attention of ministers and highly paid executives like Enda, Egan, it's beyond.
Belonging to himself and JJ, the 30th of May 22.
Do you have dates for this?
Sorry, now he's going to talk about boxes.
Then he mentioned 3 flower boxes were in the shed.
Sorry, flower
belonging
boxes.
to himself and JJ, the 30th of May 22.
Do you have dates for this?
Well, he sent on the 30th of May 22. He sent a text, I think, to Austin,
right,
asking him to put them into the store so he could collect them.
So again, these are putting these boxes. Just to make clear here, there are shipping crates that deliveries are made to a local company, and they end up with boxes, which can be, used, and various people in the community would have got these boxes. So they're throwaway items, and we would have gathered many of them. In fact, I went over there at different times to collect boxes in my van. Jimmy would have asked me, or JJ would have asked me, and I got it. So they come in. These things have no commercial value. The other thing is they're made out of a light ply that really have no sustaining capacity in terms of outdoor boxes. Various people have managed to get a year or two out of them, but to suggest there was any financial value or anything, or to suggest that these people own them if ownership was mean. In fact, the result of it was that company made a decision as a result of people making noise that nobody should get this stuff. So in fact, the whole community has lost in that regard. But this is a suggestion that stuff that was worth money, etc., was being withheld. I mean, the shed didn't have any interest in these things. It was just a mechanism in May 22 for Jimmy to keep trying to create a row about something, just to keep this whole thing alive and to keep pressure on the shed.
So he went down the following day and he said...
So just before you go into that bit, my understanding of this is that people had paid for these boxes, right? They couldn't get them, and then he, out of his pocket, pay the money back to them.
Now, I just want to say to you, there's no records of anybody paying anything of any significance in any way towards any of these boxes. You know, and Jimmy saying he's paying people out of his own pocket. So again, it would be great if there was receipts and documentation or any sort of reference to any of this, but it doesn't, anything we're talking about here is a rounding up, and we're talking about a rounding up to a tenner, if there was. But again, it's there to cast aspersions on the shed and suggest there's fraud and all that sort of stuff. Meaning.
And did he mention individuals that he...
No, I didn't ask him
Okay.
the details.
Right.
Wasn't he generous?
Again, no name, no reference, no details, just a broad slur.
Okay, sorry.
So,
So he said that Austin went mad.
So he comes down to the shed.
Right.
He comes down to the shed to try and get these boxes.
Right, okay.
Flower boxes.
okay.
Right.
Yeah.
And he said when you saw him that you went mad, essentially.
Is this in 2022?
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically he's into the shed.
Yeah.
I was here and I seen him and I went mad. Right, okay.
This
This is not with the guards, is it?
this is in October, is it not? 23.
Maybe
Did I jump ahead now?
I think so. I think you may have.
Because I never had any contact
No,
with
but
him.
he's talking about the event in October 23.
That
This
I came on.
is 16 months later, 14, 15 months later. Yeah, okay. Okay, so what he's saying is that in October he came down here trying to address an issue about flower boxes from 15 months ago. Is he saying he was here looking for them flower boxes on October? What was the purpose of coming here?
In May, the third. All I know.
Oh no, in October.
In October, well, it was September, October.
Yeah.
He went down. I believe Austin went up to the guard station then to make a complaint. And he described to the guard that Jimmy was frothing at the mouth. Jimmy said there's only 3 occasions when you froth at the mouth. That's if you're suffering a seizure, if you're on drugs, or if you have rabies. 3 things he said.
A normal person, that's what happens to no, sorry, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that in any difference. I just said a person only frauds under these
So
conditions.
saying that
Okay.
that Austin said to the guards that he was frothing from the mouth.
But he's not saying that he wasn't present when Austin spoke to the guard, was he? He didn't say that.
Say that again,
Just
sorry.
clear.
Is he saying he was present when he saw Austin or heard Austin say it to the guard? Oh,
No, I don't think so. That, I didn't get them.
his projection onto what Austin might have said in a dark room in a black cat in a blind room that nobody's there, right?
So this again is a typical example of a narrative generated by Jimmy claiming words that Austin stated to the guards, but there's no evidence that he was actually present or would have heard any of this. So again, unsubstantiated.
He's saying, I know you spoke to a fellow last night and you told him there was 3 bananas in the fridge. And he's not saying he was there, is he?
No, I think what
I
he's
wasn't
saying
there.
is that the guard said to him
Oh,
that Austin said you were frothing out of the mouth.
The
As
guard would be
in,
happy to be involved in the guards now will be drawn.
as,
And
as
that
in
guard is
giving
retired
an
in a couple of
indication
months.
of how
Right, okay, yeah.
of how.
You met the
angry
guard
he was.
actually. The guard, the last time you were here, you met the guard there.
Yeah,
It
no.
was only a couple of months
I
ago.
noticed all that.
And
Sorry.
he's a bad boy. Anyway, so any other elements of it then, Jim?
Yeah, right.
One second, just trying to make sense of the notes. So the guard spoke with Jimmy and he said that Austin had been cautioned and that Austin had accepted the.
Sorry, just this important here.
So the guard spoke with Jimmy and he said.
Sorry, this part.
1 second, just trying to make sense of the notes. So the guard.
So just to be clear here, to be fair to James Brophy, he states here, I'm trying to make sense of my notes. It is my contention that even anybody listening to this conversation will appreciate how almost impossible it would be to make an accurate note of this meeting without having the facility of having a recording available to you. So I wouldn't expect any more from James Brophy in the circumstances. But the difficulties is that when you produce notes that are an incorrect, incomplete or inaccurate version of what happened, then as a half of a half is a quarter and a half a quarter is an eighth and a half, an eighth is a 16th, then you move away from the true recollection of what happened towards total chaos. And that's what has been happening ever since in relation to this person.
So the guard spoke with Jimmy and he said that Austin had been cautioned and that Austin had accepted the caution.
So this is important. The next statement by Jimmy Boyle is that he's stating to the IMSA that the guards cautioned Austin and that Austin accepted the caution. Now, I don't know, we'll see what else is said here.
That Austin had been cautioned.
I've been cautioned.
Yeah.
And then she
Okay.
accepted it.
So this came as a shock to Austin, I can tell you.
That Austin had been cautioned.
I've been cautioned.
Yeah.
And then she
Okay.
accepted it.
Right.
So AGS looked to caution Jimmy. He refused. Garrett said if he accepted it, no, Jimmy said if I accepted the caution, that'd be the end of it.
Right.
So he's currently waiting on the call from the superintendent.
So Austin goes to the guards, makes a complaint about
Jimmy.
Jimmy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The guard cautions you.
Right.
You accept the caution.
Right.
Right.
The guard then goes to Jimmy. Says to
Accepts
Jimmy.
Austin's caution.
Right.
Says to Jimmy that
Like, this is how insane this stuff has become. We now have Enda Egan ingesting something that the auto-suggestion by Jimmy, who is claiming that the guards cautioned Austin and Austin accepted the caution. And it appears to me that Enda Egan is now ingesting this and repeating this as if it has some level of authenticity.
you have two we're going to caution you, or if you don't accept the
We'll
caution,
execute you.
then the superintendent decides what happens next. So
Right. Okay.
he refused the caution because why would you take the caution? I'm the one that's being bullied. It would be completely against all sort of natural justice and blah 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 if I was to accept that, because what's at the back of all this is me being bullied. I'm not accepting being bullied. I'm not letting them away.
And did he? Right, Andrew.
Yeah.
Did he say why he came into the shed
Uninvited.
on that occasion?
Did he say when he came down?
No, it's just it's almost would have been 18 months after he.
Almost 18 months, right?
It was to retrieve something.
My understanding
To retrieve
was
his belongings, was it? His belongings that were.
Now again, listen to how the auto-suggestion has become totally insane. Poor James is in a situation that he is now imagining that James Boyle came down to the shed almost 18 months after being expelled, looking for his items or something, that, you know, his stuff that had been left, or he left what was there when he left the shed. And this had all been dealt with in the month after he left the shed. All his belongings were removed from the shed by the shed when he simply failed to live up to his undertaking to remove them himself. But again, the very nature of the activity by both Enda Egan and James Brophy has enabled the narrative of Jimmy Boyle to, for some reason or other, gain some levels of adhesion through complete, I say, the chaos of thinking, the lack of formal, structured, and again, remember, the IMSA now say they have no notes of this meeting.
So, I think.
we'll see clarification.
Yeah, but that's the whole idea of taking down these notes.
The whole idea of taking down these notes would then later disappear.
Putting together
Yeah.
him make any amendments.
You know when
At
you
the end
go
of
you
the
were in
day-
college and you were taking notes from a lecturer.
Yeah, well,
they wouldn't pass the exam. I know, you know what I mean? It's just
Sorry,
saying.
I remember that.
Anyway.
I remember that statement made to James at the time. You know, if you were relying on the quality of notes that you have taken down from a set of lectures in college, based on what they've produced so far, you would fail your exams. I can tell you that from a career of professional experience lecturing.
I know, you know what I mean? I'm just saying. Anyway, look, I think what you said at the very start is you're going to go away, you're going to put a shape on what what you perceive him to have told you. You're going to reflect back to him and say, is this what you think you were trying to tell us?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a bit of work to be done in that. Yes.
Yeah, no, there isn't. That's very much.
Now, the question is, I mean, the question in any situation, if somebody's making a complaint, that Jimmy Boyle writes these handwritten notes with broad strokes, as they're called, he now occupies the time of the IMSA to help put shape on his complaint, and this is all paid for by the taxpayer, you and me.
But that's in essence, am I forgetting something? But that's in essence is then there's the issue to do with equipment that belongs to him, right? He wasn't allowed to come and take out, okay? The shed, 10 guys in the shed, right? Takes them 2 days to take out his belongings, which is, there's a saw, his photographs, everything.
Kept 10 guys 2 days.
10 guys,
20 man days. Kept 10 guys 2 days.
Sorry,
guys,
this part's important here.
There's a saw, his photographs, everything.
Kept 10 guys 2 days.
10 guys.
Sorry, just this important. So again, here, so you take a narrative and blow it totally out of perspective. It's now Jimmy Boyle is claiming that it took 10 men 2 days. You know, if it takes 10 men 2 days to peel a banana, how many men would it take to change a light bulb? It's crazy stuff. And he says he has photographs of it. The only photographs are the photographs that we took in the shed to ensure that there was a record of what we were doing. So he doesn't actually, the only photographs he would have would be photographs that emanated from us, because again, he wasn't there. Jimmy Boyle had undertaken to remove his items from the shed under an agreed schedule and did nothing about it. And we were left with no option other than to move on and move his stuff outside.
Kept 10 guys 2 days.
10 guys,
20
2
man
days.
days.
Yeah, it's just what.
Sorry, the number 20 man days, of course, is just classically insane stuff. You know, I mean, people weren't sitting around the shed for 2 days. We open on a Monday evening and a Thursday evening. So on a particular day, we might have gone in on, I'm not sure the particulars, we might have gone in on a Saturday, and it certainly wouldn't be a long day. But it does show you how much Jimmy had in essentially, the whole idea of the shed is that would be like a hot desking situation, that people didn't have specific work desks, etc. But Jimmy had taken it upon himself to sequester a particular area of the shed, and over that COVID period when he and JJ were effectively the only people who were in the shed, decided to build his own little island of material. It's totally against the ethos and the understandings of what were to happen in the shed anyway.
Yeah, it's just
A
what I
lot of
said.
gear. A lot of gear. I'm sure, like if we were paid minimum rate for that, that's more money than our turnover for the year.
So
anyway, that's on video.
it's
too.
left out,
That's
so he
videoed that protest. 'Cause-
his photographs of this. It's left
He
out
has-
in the rain.
right. Okay.
Well, sorry, photographs of the stuff left out, not
Yes.
photographs of you bring it up. So his stuff was left outside, rains out.
Did he show that it was covered?
Plywood that wasn't covered, got damaged in the rain. There's a saw, electrical stuff. The saw seemed to be covered from what I could see, but he seemed to say.
Okay. But anyway, it was left outside. And
Yes, it's left outside, and he obviously comes and collects it and takes it away. There was the issue then with the van, I'm going to call it, that he is camper van.
Conversion camper.
Is he
Yeah.
converting it, or was it the camper van he's doing it? I'm not sure which way it is. Anyway, he brought us out. He showed us that. We asked him, was that his? Was he doing it on behalf of somebody? Or, you know, how does his van, if it's his van, come to be down here and he's doing the work on it? He seemed to indicate that it was his van and he was working on it down here. That seemed to be the indication.
So he was working on the van here, yeah, and was he happy with it?
So the van, he was told that he had to take the van out and he couldn't finish it off. So he's shown us, basically, in his view, the evidence that this van hasn't been finished, and it could have been finished if he had another couple of days down here. So we were saying to him, well, are you doing this on behalf of somebody? Are you doing it on behalf of the shed?
Right.
How does your van come to be down there?
And what did you have done?
Work on it? Kind of, I suppose, skipped over that and said it was his van. So he.
So just for the record, like obviously the ESB, it's not an ESB van paid for the ESB, it's something to do with Jimmy. So for example, Austin just bought a new van there, so we have a bay there.
Yes.
And it would be great that we come in and, like you can see now, there's a train there. So we're going to do that for the community. So there's a bay and we've always set that aside, we could do stuff on your cars and do work. So I mean, it was wonderful to see Jimmy come in and it was a great project, etc. But of course the issue is that it's a bay and there's a whole lot of different people who need the bay. So it would be the expectation that if it was in there all the time and not out, how could somebody come in like Austin's father? What age is your father?
He'd be 79.
So he's 79 too, but he's not the same.
Yes,
He wouldn't be in as good a health
well.
as Jimmy now.
The issue would be maybe on a Monday night or a Thursday night, somebody may come down, want to do some work, so I would speak to Jimmy to take it out that night, and the other person could go in, and then once he was finished, back in again. But Jimmy would, you can get hold of Jimmy. Jimmy would be
We had a delivery one night, remember, we had to wait a whole hour for Jimmy to come back to take his vehicle out.
So the problem, I suppose, one of the lessons we learned, if someone wants to come in and do a project, we got to put timelines on this. You know what I mean? We have to know, and so that would be the reasoning behind how we schedule the space. That's all. I mean,
it's not really a quite
Jimmy
a
was
big area.
Jimmy was told to, you know, that he couldn't just continue to leave the van in here, and as a result of it, he took the van away. And we've no other comment to make of it. The van, whether the van's finished or not, like it's nothing to do with us. And I mean, again, remember, I sold 2 years ago. But anyway, that's the van. Any other?
So again, just in relation to these issues around the van, again, it exemplifies Jimmy Boyle's concept of being involved in a community group. He takes over a space, having sequestered another area, and he simply makes it his, and he's no interest in anybody else needing to access that space. And on a number of occasions, Austin tried to reach him to facilitate other people coming, and he just wasn't available. And so, I mean, I say we have learned a lesson. We cannot do things like that. If you're going to, you know, operate in an arrangement that satisfies everybody, people need to set out timelines. It wasn't simply a matter of Jimmy just as if he could have. It was as if he had. Somebody described me once. Jimmy was basically looking for his own workshop for a tenner a week. He just wanted a whole workshop of his own for a tenner a week. So it was all about Jimmy. And that's like community groups. There's no future now. And hopefully, as an organisation, we will have matured from, and perhaps listeners of this and other main sheds, considering how things are actually going on in main sheds, there are lessons in terms of organisational management and supervision and arrangements about grievances and all that are wide open to be learned from this experience. And that's one of the things that, unfortunately, Egan has never actually paid attention to in all of this.
No, that's. I think we've kind of bombed it out there.
Okay, so you know, but just a couple things. Is this the first time you got this information? All these emails?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he underlined them or you underlined them?
He underlined
Oh,
it.
so-
So what you have there is exactly what he was.
And did he give you a copy of this?
Yes.
Did he kept his own originals?
So what he had,
Yeah.
Liam, was he had two versions, what appeared to be two versions of everything, right?
2 copies of everything.
Two copies of
Right.
everything. Sorry, 2 copies of everything. They both seem to be copies rather than none of them seem to be the original.
Right. Oh no.
That's the way it looked. Now he had them in his hand and he said.
But
yes,
did he
I have
proffer
them.
to you that this is the complete documentation? Did he give you any indication
Well, I
that
asked
this
him.
is all the documentation?
Yeah,
for
we
selection?
I asked him for it, and that's what he gave us. So I asked him for give us everything you have, your
Okay.
file. Was what I
So
said to
would
him.
your presumption from what he said to you would it be reasonable to assume that you have everything that he had?
Yeah,
in
it would,
correspondence?
yes.
Okay.
What we asked him for was photographs of the stuff he had outside, the equipment that was left outside. We said, can you give us photographs of that? That's what we asked. So we don't have that yet.
Right.
But he seemed to have that in his files, so we just asked him if he could give us copies of his photographs. So he's going to send those to James via WhatsApp.
Okay.
Okay, so just I hadn't again, when I'd heard this originally, focused in on that. But what he's saying in the Egan sense is that James Boyle has handed over to him all of the information on which he bases his complaint at that point. So all the information that he was proffering to the IMSA on the basis of complaint was in the hands of Enda Egan at the time he met us on the 24th of January. With the exception, according to Enda Egan, of some photographs that Jimmy had in his possession, but he was to send them on. The other thing is that Enda Egan refers to emails of which he has copies, which were underlined by Jimmy. We never got a copy of those from Enda Egan. The only physical document he got from Enda Egan was the 2-page handwritten letter that he had written, as I understand it, to Minister Heather Humphreys, who was the Minister for social welfare, local government, or whatever it is, but that was a funding source for the IMSA, which is the reason why I said at the outset that's why Enda Egan had taken such quick responsive action as a result of a reference or a referring to the IMSA of a letter sent to her by Jimmy Boyle. But all this information now is in the gift of, in the physical space of the IMSA. This information has never yet been given over to us. This is the 11th of January 2026. The meeting we're listening to now is a recording of the meeting on the 24th of January 2024, almost 2 full years ago. Still haven't got the information.
Okay.
So
from
to
an
answer your question,
understanding,
that's my understanding.
that
Now,
there is what Jimmy's saying was the email correspondence.
Yeah, there was two
Two sets.
so these are the two email correspondence.
Just the two. Just the that's
what he gave us.
But there's a number of pages.
Oh, there is. Yeah.
I'm not sure if this is the more.
So just to say here, I don't know, and there's what correspondence was given to Enda Egan. I don't know. I mean, it wasn't given to us, so I can't tell you. I can tell you that I have a copy of the complete correspondence, any correspondence that took place between the men's shed and Jimmy Boyle. We have it, and so if I haven't got the other stuff to compare with, I can't in any way comment on whether this is the comprehensive information or comprehensive and total some of the correspondence that were that existed between us.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's a lot of correspondence around all of this, you know.
So some of the stuff in there that I would have read out for the 5 points has got to do with the meeting that's held where he's I'm going to use the word expelled, whatever the term is.
So he's the term anyway, is it not expelled?
Well, that's the term I would use.
Yeah, no, but
I don't
you
know.
get expelled from school, but I'm not sure how you can't get fired from a voluntary group.
No.
You have to get.
So that was.
Did he say anything about he was voted out? Did he have a comment to make about that?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah. So his comment was he came to the meeting, and then at the end of the meeting, somebody at the back of the meeting put up their hand and made a proposal that he would be expelled. Now I'm using that word. I'm not sure what word he used. And I said, who was that? And he said that was Liam O'Gogan. And then there was a bit of a conversation, and then others put up their hand and said they supported. There was a conversation, and then others put up their hand and supported.
So there was no vote taken. Was it your impression what he said that there wasn't a formal vote taken?
No, I couldn't confirm that one way or the other. What he said was there was a conversation around his involvement in the shed, and then other hands, he said, went up in support of the proposal.
Right, so would like, because the way you run a proposal is say, we take a proposal, if there's a counter motion, we take the counter motion. So he doesn't, like, again, this is all on a record.
He didn't say that, but he can clarify that in the document.
Alright, okay. Did he mention anything about the day after?
Sorry, just taking again the narrative presented by Jimmy Boyle in a meeting talks about somebody at the back of the meeting. So the meeting, as the video will show, is everybody's in more or less a circle. The Zoom video camera, the Zoom video, because the secretary was attending the meeting remotely. The video is in one corner facing into the group. The second thing is that the process and the procedure for proposing a motion to expel Jimmy was done in a structured way. And there was you put a motion, you have a discussion, and there was forwards and backing, and then a seconder was sought for the motion. A vote was taken. The vote was unanimous, with the exception of one absentee. In other words, one person who did not vote, and that was Jimmy Boyle. So I'd say it was. Everybody else voted for the expulsion of Jimmy. So just that's what actually happened. It wasn't some sort of a loose conversation. There was a structure to it, and that was recorded.
Did he mention anything about the day after he was expelled? Because he was here the day after.
I don't think so.
No.
He didn't tell us that I came here along with my partner, and that in her presence, he said he had been looking for me. He was so keen to see me, he was going to call over to me that day. He wanted to thank me profusely for all my help to him, and he was delighted. He was delighted I proposed that he be sacked, because that's what he wanted all along. So I mean, if I was to, okay, I came back to Dundalk from there. I told my woman today. I said, he said, this goes beyond the concept of a belief system, but it's really important. Like, this would be sort of, I don't want to trouble this person and make an affidavit, but the next day this man said, I want to thank you for what all you've done for me. To me, I mean, I wouldn't have expected any of this. The other thing, did he say that he brought money with them to the meeting, or did he pay for equipment?
No.
Would you be surprised that a fellow man of his age, a vulnerable man, would be running around with €850 in his pocket all the time in cash?
So just the background to this is that on February the 8th, that's the day after the meeting, I think it was a Tuesday, that myself and my partner were going for a walk, as we often did around the estate, and we saw that there was activity in the shed, so we just called in to see who was there or whatever, and turned out that Jimmy Boyle, who'd been expelled the previous night, was over at his work, the sequestered work area, and he came towards me, and really friendly. I mean, it was just like, to me it was like a Jekyll and Hyde reality. And he was profusely thanking me for all my help and saying to me, I achieved what I wanted to do last night, so thanks for getting me expelled. Or thanks for, I sort of ended up believing that I'd become an unwitting tool in some sort of grotesque game that he was playing. But since then, Mary Cleary has put together her independent record of what happened on this day. So again, it's important. It's a third party witness statement of what actually occurred on the day. And for me, from my point of view, like, I had not been having any personal altercations with Jimmy Boyle at all. I wasn't the chairman, and he wasn't, in fact, I wasn't managing or dealing with it. I was helping be an intermediary in terms of producing correspondence and making sure that letter A went from A to B and response B went to A, etc. And helping the leadership of the shed, including the chairman, to document this stuff in language, simply because, as Austin will readily attest, he has had no experience of all of this, and turned to me in support of that element. And at some point I would have asked Jimmy, I was trying to get a feel on when you're all a bit bullying and what's happening. I'm trying to put my point on something. And I said, look, did I ever do anything to you? And he said to me, no, you've been a real help to me in everything in relation to the shed. So it's really hard when I look at this latest turn. At this stage, I'm not surprised. I mean, I don't know how many versions of this person actually exist, but I've stopped believing that the singular line of the actual experience is relevant to that individual. So,
But would that not be surprising? That you'd be carrying €850, not 900, 850. And the 850
Was his membership?
belongs to monies that were spent buying equipment from a contact of his.
now again, just there, James says something here.
And the 850
Was his membership?
belongs to.
So James says there was his membership. So again, to be fair to both James and Egan, they're in the middle of something where there's chaotic information going, and James suddenly thinks this has something to do with membership because Jimmy has talked about not being able to afford to pay his tenner a week, etc. So like €850 at a tenner a week would be something like the guts of 18 or 20 months of a contribution to the shed. So it had nothing to do with that at all. And then remember, James was taking the notes of this. So what chances that the notes would have any relationship with reality in the first place? Of course, they no longer exist according to the IMSA and Egan. Says we don't have any records, don't have any notes of that, even though they spent the last. Well, in this case, we're at an hour and 12 minutes into that meeting, and they keep talking about taking notes and using them for future actions.
Monies that were spent buying equipment from a contact of his. So we agreed to buy this equipment from a contact of his. They come up here. And he bought the equipment back at the meeting for 850 quid. In other words, he stood up and said, there's the money for the things. Okay?
So again, just that there's no confusion, it's about money. I mean, the reality of it is, it was a bit of a dramatic issue. Then, Jimmy stood up in the middle of the floor, it's on the video, and then he just puts his hand on his pocket, said, there's my €850, I'm paying for that stuff and whatever. So this material, this equipment was bought, just to say, at different times. In my view, my attitude as chairman of the shed for the 5 years I was there is that I essentially said yes to everything, any proposals. I love the idea of people making proposals about anything. I supported all sorts of initiatives because I think that's what we needed to be doing. And when Jimmy came up with his proposition that a friend had this industrial equipment, which he said was worth a whole load of money and we'd be getting it cheap, etc. I said, look, let's go for it. Let's purchase it. I mean, it's not like a business where we're trying to make profit or anything like that there. And I presumed that people coming there involved in the shed have the best interest of the shed at heart. I wasn't spending my time just second guessing people. Now the equipment arrived, I don't know whether it was good, bad or different. It was inappropriate for the electrical connections we had at that time. It was a heavy duty item, so none of the electrical fittings at the time would work. But in the event of us having an upgrade, which we're now getting at this point, this equipment may or may not have had use. So it was there, and that was it. Jimmy decided he was going to pay it and take it away, and of course he didn't take it away. That's why it had to be shifted out. But it's nothing other than that. It's a little bit of an aside. But I wouldn't be surprised then that some other narrative will be associated and incorrectly associated with it.
So the relevance of this is, why would he come to a meeting with €850 cash, not 900 or 800? So he came along, but this again is on video, so, and I'm at the front, not at the back of the room, but this is on video, so he would have to come, unless he runs around, like it wouldn't be known on social media, Jimmy Boyle's running around with 850 cash. But he didn't mention that, did he?
No.
So, okay, so that's the detail, is it? Yeah, I mean, look, what I would say is that we.
So just to say now from the outset, when Andy Egan had suggested we'll get round to the details shortly, if you feel, as a listener, that you actually understand the detail of said complaint in such a way that you feel you could now go away and prepare a defence, certainly you're a better person than me, man or woman. I certainly would never, ever respond to anybody asking me to respond to that sort of wild and unsubstantiated and undetailed mishmash that was being talked about here. Just to be clear, I was clear at the time. I mean, knowing that I was recording this, I said, I don't care, I'm going to collect all this, because when I need to go back and check a detail, what was it, I'll go back second by second. I will not be relying on the people sitting in front of me telling me they're taking notes, when even as they talk, it's clear that they could not recall with any level of detail or accuracy what had actually been told to them by James Boyle.
First, there's a series of realities. Firstly, I'm saying to Austin, what standing do IMSA have with us in relation? Yeah. So, for example, Jimmy has already gone to Gaoth Dobhair West Donegal at the very start, and he had the story. Now, the difficulty for Gaoth Dobhair West Donegal, they had the conversation, you've had a conversation with them, nothing has written down. It's gone from place to place to place to place to place, right? So, at the meeting, obviously the only way we can do stuff is through process. That's why.
Yeah, so important here, I'm just making it clear to Enda Egan that on a number of different occasions we've had to deal. For example, Jimmy Boyle approached our landlord, Gaoth Dobhair West, who then reflected back to us his version of his story and how he had been victimised, etc. But again, nothing was presented to us as hard facts, supported detail. So we're trying to all the time respond to a narrative that's sympathetically received by an unwitting recipient of such information. And we're constrained because, as I say, you'd be mad to get involved in anything like that there. It just doesn't matter. Anybody accused you, then find out exactly what you're accused of and then go around, do your research, collect your information. And therefore time, justice delayed is justice denied. Time is of the essence. I want to repeat yet again ad nauseum, 11th January 2026. That meeting that I'm playing back this recording took place on the 24th of January 2024, and we have still never been given signed copy of the completed statement of complaint with the supporting evidence lodged by James Boyle, given the fact that just a few minutes ago in this recording, Enda Egan has stated that he was given all of the material that James Boyle was submitting.
I offered to help the guys document the Shed's progress through this, as well as put together a thing, because they couldn't get this training. None of the support to administer a Shed comes from IMSA. There's no money. It doesn't come from anywhere else. So expectation placed upon a group with no support to do what they're doing.
Sorry, the relevance of this is that, I've been in our main shed since 2015, and I can categorically state that not one single iota element of support in terms of preparing shed leaders for managing this type of conflict was ever prepared, presented, gone through by the IMSA or anyone else. So this applies despite, unless we have been again singled out for discriminatory treatment. I can therefore conclude that this level of preparation, etc., has not been provided any other shed in the country. And this experience and all the pain that it has caused over the last 4 years now is evidence of the fact that the mental wellness and well-being of men's sheds is certainly left at very minimum at risk by the failure to present this. And yet I have seen in the last couple of months endless documents, a number of documents under FOI and certainly to the Department of Health and HSE, applications for funding, repeatedly talking about presenting webinars on conflict management, etc. Now I'm telling you, if the IMSA were people presenting anything on conflict management, it'd be grossly incompetent given our experience of how to mismanage in this situation.
That's the reality, and I don't think it's good for us, so I said let's get a process together. So everything that ever happened is written down. That outside recordings or phone calls, but whether anybody wants to say something. It's interesting that I think what you said is that the claim of bullying emerges after a period of Jimmy talking about arcing and sparking. Yet the conversations around bullying predate that by months. So it was one of the exercises for me. I did a HSA online training course on bullying. Myself and my woman did it because we were interested in doing it. And at that time when Jimmy started learning the word bullying, I suggested, why don't you take the course? Because one of the things that led us, if we can lay it down, we can work with it. So Jimmy was invited. So this is really interesting. Like 2 years later, he's now going to use the story, and I say oxygen is being provided for him to now tell the story. And it's, as I say, the level of detail is all over the place. But Jimmy was asked, look, I believe if I make an allegation against you, I'm entitled to make it and you're entitled to field it. But you're also entitled to have it laid in front of you, to have the process. Did Jimmy agree that he would be part of a process? Is he looking, like, what's he looking for? He wants something, obviously, because what does he want? What does he see as the future? Because he doesn't want the shed to close. What do you see?
So the end question to him is what are the solutions?
Right.
I think the answer is relatively simple from his point of view, which is the shed is opened up to everybody and he's allowed back.
So, sorry, there's two elements that he said. The shed is opened up to everybody. Let's just get this.
The shed is opened up to everybody and he's allowed back.
So that's a two-part proposition. The shed is open to everybody. And obviously implicit in that statement is that the shed is not presently, or was not in 2024 January, open to everybody. And that's totally unsubstantiated. One, it's untrue, and the other, of course, it's unsubstantiated. The second part is, we just listened that.
The shed is opened up to everybody.
So that's untrue. And secondly, sorry, it's untrue that it ever was. It was always open to everybody.
And he's allowed back.
And so the third part, so the operative part of this is, and he's allowed back. That's what he's looking for.
Everybody being
The public.
The public, wider community.
Does that mean change from it presently is?
That's what it would appear to imply.
Yeah. That would imply that you said it presently not open to everybody, and that part of his revolution would be to have freedom for everybody, one for everybody in the audience, and that as part of that he would like to be back in the shed. Right, okay. And would he be then happy?
That would appear to bring about happiness.
But does he need anything else? Does he need flagellation or?
He didn't put anything else on the table.
Decent man. Right.
And he doesn't want the place closed down. How generous of him 2 years ago he wanted the place shut.
No, he doesn't want that to happen, no.
So I think you must remember, if the three members of Shed there appear cynical about it, so we've lived through the reality of endless damaging and corrosive social media posts posted by Jimmy Boyle and his erstwhile partner in this situation, J.J. Bradley, for the period from 22 onwards, and suddenly we're hearing that he wants the shed open for everybody if he cares about anybody else. But again, that's just part of the storytelling, and if you've never heard this story before, you're likely to fall for it. And if there's no actual record of what's gone on, then it leaves a shed like ours completely exposed to being basically destroyed by an individual and a fabricated narrative.
So look at that. I mean, it would be wonderful. Like, the good thing from your point of view is you're going to end up with documentation. Now, at the point, just to say to you that at that meeting when Jimmy was asked to be, like, if we're going to deal with something, say, well, give me that, we look at that. Give me that, we look at that. At the meeting, Jimmy says, I'm not interested in reading your emails. So Jimmy said he wouldn't read them. That's when I asked you, did he give these to you without reading them? Well, obviously he's underlined them. Somebody has read them, and it's not me. It's not my underlining. So my point is that at the meeting, Jimmy, you see, you can't have a process if somebody fails to engage.
So just to be clear, I mean, what I'm saying here is that at the meeting in which Jimmy was expelled, he just blankly said, I'm not reading any of your emails, I don't deal with any of that. So again, we had tried to design a process where there would be stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, at which every opportunity would be given to Jimmy to get with the program, essentially, that a common program that we were all going forward to, which was to develop this shed as a sustainable, safe and secure place for everybody. We would all look out for each other. I mean, essentially he just stayed outside the process, and now all of a sudden he's demanding another set of processes, all being paid for by somebody else. Again, as we continue, see, all of this is paid for. Enda Egan's time, if you look at, if you parse out someone's time at a cost to the company it's a company, as you will learn later, of 120,000 a year, and this time has been taken up by Jimmy Boyle, and nobody's actually putting a stop to this, and all the other time that he has consumed, of whether it is the other Ross or other people that he's approached, time has been taken up. Somebody's paying for that time. It's not Jimmy Boyle, and of course it draws us into it, so it's our voluntary time and energy that's being consumed as well.
This is really important. Like if the referee shows you the yellow card and you don't look at him, so what's he going to do? He's going to barrel you off the pitch. Show him the red card, still don't look at him. Jimmy refused to engage in anything, and now he wants to engage in everything. Now I'd be saying, sure, because you guys must go. Firstly, I think it's important we have this. I encourage you to write it up, get him to sign off on something, and if there's something at that point in time that's written down with his name, he says, then I think you should come back and say, look at,
Well, this is his charge, this is his complaint, and you respond.
Whether it's is anything relevant to do with us at all. Like, I'm not sure if you think of the idea of statute of limitations in relation to this. The guy's gone out of here 2 years. I said, when Austin rang me, he says, we're a fragile shed. Now, if I'm not wrong about the meeting that took place in Cavan a couple of months ago, it was a general event, was it? Before Christmas, it was a general, we reported a lot in the media, the conference.
Sorry.
But I had heard media coverage talking about a drop in attendance in men's sheds of as much as 40%. Now, so lots of sheds are fragile, like we are. And, I mean, will sheds disappear? The government can't afford to let sheds disappear, because they have to appear, the HSE report has to appear like they're doing something. So it doesn't matter. Like, at 750,000, you're on a shoestring, right? You're living on a shoestring. The government aren't doing anything good or bad. They're just not going to kill it off. But they won't support it. They're not doing anything about it. But the sheds themselves, like, I would consider the future of this shed extremely fragile. Simply because unless men between 55, even 45 and 65 become involved. Like, I look at the moment, what is our profile at the moment? Like, the two guys are in their mid-50s, I'm going to be 68.
I think our youngest member would be 37, 38, and the oldest would be 86 coming.
So we got Jack.
And Jack comes down.
Yeah, but the guys who were, like, as I said, I came up here in 2015 and joined the shed, so everybody who was here is nearly 10 years older. So the guys who were older, like, I don't believe any of the men in their 70s or 80s, they should be facing any stress around keeping a shed going. Society owes to fucking look after them. And, you're, like, see this here, they weren't here last year. We're experimental with this technology, infrared technology. It's very comfortable. We run 1500 watts up there. Your feet might be a bit cold because the infrared doesn't work under the floors. Last January they weren't here, right? Thankfully, that's something came out of the HSE lottery fund. And our argument in looking for money now is, after COVID, fucking people with pulmonary issues, people with COVID, you've had COVID, you've had long COVID, remember you had the effect of it the last time. I says, it's not safe for us to run a shed, that the men can't expect the same quality of environment as they can expect when they go into a HSE building.
So just for anybody listening to this from 26 on, to remember that post-COVID in 2022, sheds reopening, as I referred to there at a conference shortly before, sometime before this meeting in January 24, Enda Egan and had spoken to this conference, and he was talking about, as was media coverage, about the 40% drop off in people coming to sheds and sheds closing, and our own knowledge of, and my personal knowledge of how I became self-institutionalizing or self-isolated in my own institutionalization of myself after the state locked us down. that it was hard to go out and get back out. And also the world had changed since before COVID. A very simple thing. Before COVID, we couldn't get guys to sign a sign-in sheet that said, no, I've done enough of that. I think I did that in school. I'm not doing that anymore. And at least COVID brought into mind a fact for people that we needed to record information when people are there for safety and everything else. And also the fact is, who would go out in, like, just, if you hear background noise here, it's there. It's because just right this evening, we're experiencing 85 kilometre an hour winds. So, the roof of my house is rattling away here in West Donegal. That's what it's like in the middle of winter here. So to think that people would leave their houses and go out to the sort of shed that we occupied originally, that's not going to fly anymore. And on a larger reflective picture, if you're listening to this, distributing €3,000 for each shed around the country by the HSE or department, it's not the HSE department, Rural and Gaoth Affairs, which is less than €1 million to support the psychological and physiological well-being of men and their mental health wellness in a society where the health bill alone is over 26 billion a year. I mean, it's a disgrace, it's a joke. And it needs to be called out. And so all the inter-scene fighting that's going on at this level with Irish men's shed, etc., is really a distraction on what's really important. The men's sheds are a vital, vital, vital cog in the well-being of men in their third age, let's say. But also, if we're ever going to understand the deeper issue of the intergenerational connection between older and younger men, and the opportunity for older men to mentor younger men in, let's say, the non-linear understandings of how to be a man, that calls for a significant wake-up call within the various agencies who are accountable to the public for providing this. So that's just a political position I'm stating at this point here in the middle of this in the middle of this long evaluation of what's going on. And again, just to repeat, the reason I'm doing this is about learning about the dysfunctionality that's going on presently within, obviously, our shed is an example, and I can assure you our shed is obviously not alone in that. And more importantly, within the IMSA, who are, selling the illusion that in some way they are the solution and managing this situation, which they're not.
And I think that's the argument that the men should generally be doing. So it's really, I wonder how many sheds in Ireland could have withstood the type of barrage that we've experienced for this period of time. Now, I said to Austin, this has happened. We've had, the DLDC have been recently on, the Donegal Local Development Company been on, they've been he'd been on to them, etc. And I suppose a mistake that our shed has done, we need to collect these original ones, and they need to feed into harassment legislation with the guards, because for me, as far as I'm concerned, is that I can't allow this to enter my consciousness, because it's simply not worthy of my time. I'm not the chairman now, Austin is, and he's very much left alone trying to struggle to do this. And Austin has prostate issues in his mid-50s. Talk about fucking vulnerable adults. There's a lot more vulnerable people here in wheelchairs, fucking people here walking around in sticks. You're talking about vulnerable adults. But I understand what you're saying, and I hope he goes that route. Like, I'm delighted he's going to the minister, because he's going to force you to do something. The minister will force you. You'll do this, you'll do that, and he'll come back to us. And at the end of the day, if it ever comes to a point that somebody will find a forum at which we have to respond, we'd simply take all the documentation. I said to us, we really need to put together a one-page statement saying we have done this is our process. Right? My further down the road, I'll want to know how much this cost the Irish men's shed. And that's not unreasonable.
Yeah, that's really important. At that meeting, I did make it clear to Enda, Egan, that in the future I would want to know who paid for all of this, how much was paid. And really, and of course, in the last 2 years, I have uncovered that this cost thousands upon thousands. And most of the money has been spent by the IMSA trying to prevent me surfacing the truth of what has not been going on in relation to all of this. And again, I put him on notice about the stresses that Austin, as our chairman, was facing, because Austin was in the front line of everything being attacked by Jimmy. And in fact, a couple of days after this meeting, I sent an email to Enda Egan, just tidying up around this meeting, and in which I included a copy of the handwritten complaint that I had been handed by Enda Egan for the record. And I did point out to him the anxiety and distress that this was bringing on Austin personally, and how when so much talk was going on in the IMSA about the importance of mental health, etc., that no one was actually remotely concerned with the mental health of the members of our shed. That in trying to handle a really difficult situation, I can tell you, I challenge anybody in my I'm nearly 70 years of age. I've had really difficult, very stressful times representing myself right up to the Supreme Court in terms of issues around family law, etc., where I felt really scared and really isolated and really alone. I have never met anybody who has caused a level of stress and harassment to any other human being as I've experienced from both James Boyle and J.J. Bradley. And I mean, as I said from the outset, people like Austin and ordinary people, ordinary shed members around the country have no exposure or trained to this, and none of them are paid 120 grand a year.
Because, talk about the tail wagging dog, you've come all the way up here to deal with one individual telling you stuff that, I don't know, Jose, you're a third level graduate of business. So the proposition that was placed to you in terms of quantity of detail or anything, there's nothing there you could investigate.
Sorry, the person I said there is a third level graduate, I presume I was talking about James Profiter. I have no idea what Enda Egan's background is.
Absolutely not. The guard couldn't start investigating any of that stuff. So everything is about, well, he didn't say I saw that man walk in that door. And one thing I learned, I spent a full Good Friday in my house with an assistant chief superintendent from the North Louth area as a result of complaints I made about a guard. Now me and him spent a long time talking, and I learned one thing from him. A guard can give evidence from that which is within his material knowledge. That's all he can say.
So I mean, I've obviously hadn't listened to this in advance because I've already spoken about that, which is interesting because my recollection of what I was told so many years or experienced so many years is not different now than it was 2 years ago. So, whatever level of cognitive operation I have, it's the same as it was. And that's because I operate on data.
It is within my material knowledge. So all the stuff you said, it's completely discombobulated in terms of timelines for starters, arcing, sparking and bullying. So just to tell you the experience, I mean, we're in a building here, right? And what you're walking in here now is completely different than what it was. When we come in here, the shed wouldn't be here if that was there, right? The first money we got was not from DSP, it was called from the Electric Ireland Fund. That comes from contribution that every staff member in the organisation makes out of his pay, 15 pence a week or something. And that money has gone around, okay? And there were no ESB related elements there, except it's good PR for ESB networks to see that. Out of that, and whatever funding we've managed to get, if you take a 63 foot by 13 building with 3 rooms in it, and the work was done, we'd probably put 100 grand's worth of build quality into this, on the back of maybe 35 grand's grant. Everything else is sweat and labour of these guys.
So just apologies there, obviously there's a low amplitude. At that point it wasn't picked up on the compression, but if there's anything specifically relevant, I'll just repeat it.
And one person, maybe possibly the only person who didn't lift a finger on this, is a man called James Boyle. He never did one iota. No, I'm not blaming himself, because most of the time he had walked out of the shed. and he wasn't a member.
So again, what I'm pointing out there is that in the original first sum of money, I think it was €6,000 that we got from the Electric Ireland Fund. And if you look at what we've done in that building since, you'll see it's only a fraction of what the value of the work that was generated, mostly by the labour of the members themselves. And some friends and extended families, by the way, not just the members themselves. But the point I make clearly here is that the one single person who did nothing to lift a finger at all was James Boyle. Much of that was because during part of that period he wasn't a member. He had walked out on the shed. But the rest of the time, while he was a member, he just wasn't available. He just didn't participate at all. So it wasn't because anybody was doing anything wrong. I'm telling you, the idea of here was a team and there was a guy on a different bus, maybe his own camper van, but he wasn't on the team bus. And it wasn't that he was making a recommendation that team go somewhere else or that he had an alternative, a better solution. It just wasn't part of his interest, was not the community interest.
And he walked out of the shed, this goes back 5 years. He walked out of the shed because I was then the chairman, I'm on holidays. And he's ringing me and saying, you have to be here to sort this. I said, fuck, I feel like I'm a CEO on a wage.
That's like Enda being a CEO on a wage. I mean, I was on holidays, probably in France, at some point, travelling in a motorhome, and I get a call from Jimmy Boyle saying that everybody's given out about him in the shed and that he's the man that I turn up to resolve this issue. Anyway, I don't know whether I describe what actually happened next.
I said, what's going on? Oh, the boys are all talking about me, etc. I said, look, we'll sit around the table and then say your piece. I'm not sitting around the table with anybody, so we walked off.
So I just want to be clear that at that time, the original time he walked out the shed, when I came back from all this, I said, let's all sit down and get this sorted out. And Jimmy refused to engage, just walked out. So, this is, as the fella says, a bit Irish. He's turning around now. He wants processes everywhere as long as somebody else is paying for it. And you're paying for it in either time, money, taxpayers' money, or stress and pain as it is for our members in our shed.
And the number of times I went to his house, because I think the only reason a man should leave a shed is when he's dead. That's what I believe. And I tried to get him back in, and then he suffered from what?
TB.
He had TB, which put him in hospital for a long time. He was very ill. I was up there trying to get him back in. I went out of my way to bring him back in, right? So, because you might say if I knew then what I know now, I would have done it, because I don't think you don't solve your problem with guys walking out of sheds. And I'm not confused that we're not the only shed with the problem.
Yeah, so I think this is important that, because I've seen more recently a reference has been made by him to that he was an old man and he'd been suffering from TB for a number of years, and he's presenting these pieces of data as if they're chronologically either happening contemporaneously or sequentially but contiguously, and there's no gaps. And there's massive gaps, years of gaps between him having TB and then separately him walking out in a shed. And to say that from a humane point of view, I used to visit his home just to give him company, and when he'd come back from hospital from TB. And I mean, I would have tried, as I've tried any time there was a problem, was to try and encourage people to come back in the shed. I mean, obviously I didn't know what this monstrosity was going to grow into, but I did then, as I still believe that when people have a problem, you try and address the problem, bring it into the room, sit around the table and do all this. The situation that has been arrived at by January 2024 is obviously way beyond that. And at this point in time, I'm saying if we're going to deal with this, and we're going to deal with it in a proper process, just like Enda Egan has said earlier in this recording, better do this by the book, guys. So I just want to do it by the book.
But it was, when we got to post-COVID, and we were in a situation, there was a transition to Austin as the chairman, and me, who was on the committee, and this other chap, Dara, who's, again, a very talented guy, but his thing is trying to look after his elderly father down in Galway, so he just really hasn't the time to be involved in it. It's a big loss because we don't have his administration skill. And the struggle then to get this place into shape, given that, like, for example, before COVID we tried this, a sign-in sheet.
Yeah.
You think I'm going to fucking sign something? I done enough of that when I'm in school. The guys were doing nothing. So COVID did good things for us. Like, it squeezed us into being certain things. The other thing is that during COVID, you know, we all had to close down. So we closed the place. We had to leave. We were told to leave. James Boyle came to my house and told me he would shoot himself if he couldn't get into the shed. He told me that. He said, I will get myself with a shotgun if I can't go into that shed. Now, you know, in the early days of COVID, we were all worried about everybody's mental health.
Sure.
So what was I to do? I said, well, I tell you, you know the law, Jimmy, you can't come in here, you'll have to shoot yourself. I did. I said, no, I said, God. Sure, I could understand. Sure, who was he harming coming up here? And everybody had keys. And himself and John Joseph Bradley, they effectively lived in this shed for nearly a year and a half while everybody else was locked around. Totally against the law, and I'm guilty. Guards, I let the man in and all the rest because he told me he was going to shoot himself. Now you can put that in. I said, he told me in my house he was going to shoot himself. I was just hoping he wouldn't shoot me. Now, the problem I think, and I conceptually, I don't know, something has happened to the whole world during COVID. And I just think what happened, these two guys got in here and the shed became theirs. That was it. Philosophically, the shed became everything was about it. So anybody else coming in doing it, the dynamics were all about what they were doing. When they come in, they'd stuff everywhere, and anybody else, they would tell fellas like, Johnny, JJ told Johnny, get out of the shed. Get out of the shed here, you might give me COVID. So, but we were in irrational times, and everything I say we're leaving all that behind. So, in trying to get all that sorted, it's interesting about the plugs. So the question arose, I mean, Austin has a view about plugs. I have a different view. Austin's view was that the plugs should all be pulled out at night before you leave the building. I don't have that belief. So what I did at the time, I put a lot of searches out within the English Men's Sheds organisation, asking sheds there, what's your policies? Because a lot of guys coming into sheds from England would have been time-served tradesmen in factories. They'd be solid guys. And PJs, there was no solid agreement on any of that. There was no solid fixed agreement. So we discussed this in the shed, and what we said, you know, I have a difference of opinion with Austin, but I said, while we need to do is get the whole place upgraded. Right? We need to upgrade it. This building's from the 60s or 70s. And we don't, it's not, it's our landlord's road. That's their older landlord. And what we agreed in the meantime is that we'd be over careful and use the approach that Austin used. So we'd pull everything out, because to be sure. And that we'd all do this and work towards a solution. So this person is not part of that company. Yeah, I'm not doing anything. It doesn't matter what I'm being told.
Again, just to clarify, as I've said before, you have to divide the shed into two different areas. One is an open workshop area and the other are two basically offices. So the idea of 24-hour supplies for routers and fridges, etc., is a completely different requirement than you would have for saws and all that sort of stuff out in a workshop. And just to say, like, one of the things that shocked me is that, well, Jimmy refused to take plugs, etc. out, and then Austin used to have to go around afterwards and try and pull them out. They built up, I went over there and built up around these sockets was whole layers of sawdust that Jimmy and JJ had created around us. I'm just thinking, here's guys, and they have absolutely no concept of flammability or safety, or are no interested in this at all. So, I mean, I wish, again, I mean, we were living at times we didn't have any resources. We're coming out of COVID and all the rest. And yes, the world should be different. And yes, everybody should have a great place, etc. But this is going to cost money, guys. And that's what, and I mean, I visited enough other sheds to know that if a fire officer were to come into the shed, they'd probably close the vast majority of sheds within 5 minutes. So if you're listening to this and you don't like what you hear, that's because you don't want to face reality. And you can go around and you can talk about mental well-being and have all these workshops and people, you know, in wheelchair yoga and whatever you want to do. But some of the harsh facts are, if you want to have a safe space, I mean, in terms of physiological and medically safe space, then you've got to spend money on this. And we've done, I think our shed has done wonderfully, and now we have a more professional relationship with our landlord, and we're hoping that by the end of this year we will be in a wonderful place. And I mean, our mission is to make our shed the best shed in Ireland. That's our main shed. That's our mission in Donegal. Make it the best shed in Ireland.
So for example, I would say to him, well, he said, pull all the plugs out here. I said, do you pull your fridge out at night? Do you pull your router out at night? No. They're called 24-hour systems. Are they exposed to the potential of lightning and everything? Of course they are. I don't see you pulling your fridge out. So, you know, engineering is about making risks and thing. The other thing they didn't tell you is that there was a water leak here. This place was full of water. We had to replace these floors. But there was a heater here, right? Lying in fucking water. These guys were in the shed all the time, plugging them into the sockets. Fucking soggy fucking full job. So when you're talking about, then was there marks in the socket? The marks come from outside. They're nothing to do with the inside, right? Now, in relation to him talking about courses, etc., when Jimmy was expelled, the question is, you're expelled. So you're in the golf club, you're told you're gone. You can't come in tomorrow and just be. He was in here the next day, that's what I'm saying. I was surprised to see him here, but he told me, and this is my woman will give testimony. He thanked me. I couldn't believe how thankful he was to me and all this. He kept there all bullying me. But I was a good guy. And I was saying, look, I was trying to negotiate with him how he'd move his stuff from the shed. Because the other thing is Jimmy had built into his, when he built in these built-in spaces. Now we had made a decision beforehand, we'd move to a hot desking situation, because otherwise, you know what I mean, there wouldn't be enough, if we had more people, there wouldn't be enough room. So you use desks as they're available, it wouldn't belong to any individual. But over COVID, it sort of crept in, so that corner became his. So I asked him to move his gear. He said, I'll try and get it out of here by Saturday. And I rang Austin as president. Austin, look at Jimmy saying, because I was trying to be a middle, can we get something to happen here? I'll try and do this. 2 weeks later, nothing was moving. No intention of moving. So Jimmy was told, it was written to saying, we're going to give you these deadlines and we'll give you these time slots in which it is. We never did that. So then we just decided to move the stuff out. Okay? No difficulties around all it. We have no difficulties around that.
Paul Tracy or one other.
Sorry, I was probably asking me. How are you, Paul? Music tonight, yeah? Music's on tonight. Alright, I'm just at a meeting here, Paul, so we might see you later on, okay? Good man, alright, talk to you.
Also phone Mary before you go home. She sent me a text.
Alright, okay, yeah. So I mean, the saddest thing for me, like at this point in life, like I got so pissed with all this, and it's pissed in the larger way. I mean, I've gone to the Irish Men's Shed Association originally with an objective to try and clarify a process. I mean, remember, men's sheds in Donegal are not connected through WhatsApp at all. They are on a send only. Are we the only? Is there other counties in Ireland where members of the WhatsApp group in the counties can't talk to each other?
Sorry, this is important because we're moving into an area which Enda Egan subsequently seems to have forgotten that he was informed about. So it's important that I play this again. Apart from having listened to this after the meeting itself, I haven't listened to this for a length of time, so I can't really determine what's going to be said next, but I will explain this as we go along.
Are we the only people, or are there others? Or why are we being treated different?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, so what we have at the moment, there's a men's network in Donegal, there's a WhatsApp group, which the members of the WhatsApp group cannot talk to each other, it's one-way traffic only. Now that happened.
I look into it, yeah.
I mean, we don't care.
Sorry, you'll have heard him say, I'll look into it, okay?
Now that happened.
I look into it, yeah.
I mean,
just again, look at this, I'll look into it.
Now that happened.
I look into it, yeah.
I mean,
now, when somebody tells me they're going to look into it in a situation, I'm expecting them to do that they're going to look into it and they're going to come back to me. That's what I expected. I've never heard from Enda Egan about this again. So, I mean, how disrespectful is that? How lacking in that is attention, professionalism, manners, courtesy.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't care. I've said to you guys, you know what matters here? The Shed and Guidor has to survive, look after itself. What are the Irish Men's Shed doing for us as a group? What have you to say to me? Why would we care about, what is the Irish Men's Shed doing to help our shed go forward? And that's a question, Enda. What is it doing? At the moment, you're the middleman for distributing the money from the department. Isn't that correct? You don't have to be a member of the Irish Men's Shed Association to get that grant. Am I right or wrong?
Yes, just if you register with us.
You what?
Yeah.
I mean, we don't care. I've said to you guys.
Sorry, just to pick up on where I was,
At the moment, you're the middleman for distributing the money from the department. Isn't that correct? You don't have to be a member of the Irish Men's Shed Association to get that grant. Am I right or wrong?
Yes, just if you register with us.
You what?
So it's important. He's very aware of this idea of registered with us as against being a member. That's interesting. That I uncovered much later than this. There was a lot more involved to this than I had been aware of at the time. But the question I put to him there is, I mean, I had come to the realization that the Irish Men's, the IMSA, had been of no assistance to us in helping build up a resilient system, build up a grievance process, a conflict management solution, even though I had sent the information to his assistant, John Leahy, at the time when he approached me in relation to maybe sometime in, say, 2023. And Egan, of course, says he never saw this information, I was unaware of it. So although I can prove that it was received by the IMSA, so I very much have come to the conclusion, so what's the point in the IMSA from our point of view? And the sad thing is now that in the last couple of months of 2025, in terms of me trying to get other sheds to pay attention to the complete non-representative reality that is the IMSA, which is essentially a limited company of self-selected individuals. They're not representing, and they haven't been voted for by men's sheds around the country. And they all end up saying to me, look, we just go our own way. We just, mind the Irish Men's Shed. We only look to them for the 3,000 a year or whatever sustainability grant. But it's not the IMSA's money. This is the Department of Rural and Gaeltacht Affairs money. And these guys have just interposed themselves as the administrators of this 1 million a year for sheds, and they're paid the grand sum of 50,000 to administer this badly. So, I mean, I'd already decided in Donegal, like, we're on our own here. We got to make our shed the best shed in the country. We're not going to get any support from the IMSA because they're of no value. And to be fair, if the Irish Men's Shed Association had stayed away from us and not entertained and escalated the ridiculousness of the behaviour by James Boyle, then I'm not sure that I would have been where I am now, nor would I have invested so much of my time and energy into trying to uncover what's actually going on with the Irish Men's Shed Association. I would have just gone and continued what we've done successfully, rebuild our own shed in our community.
You what?
You have to be registered.
And if you don't register, you can't get that grant.
Yeah, but you don't have to be a member of the organisation.
Right. Okay, so
It's very clear there, you don't have to be a member of the organisation. That's important, because the word member means something to him.
Okay, so outside of that, the other thing is, and I don't want to be knocking what you're doing or otherwise, but at the end of the day, there's 750,000 going into a centre. It's not coming here. Not a penny that's come to here. It's of no advantage to us. Now, I don't feel I'm annoyed about that. I gave up on the idea of that the men's sheds were going to, you sat here with me and you wanted out of spending 15 grand carrying out an investigation, which you're now going through at the moment. I said, fine. I said, good luck. And I wished you luck, and I wished John, and if I can help in any way I would, then I still would. But ultimately, our shed has to sort of get itself sorted out. And we have this barrage locally to fit. This is endless stuff on Facebook. Endless stuff. And Austin has to listen to endless parts of this. The way the system deals with these complaints is they call it vexatious and frivolous. The correct response I believe, to what you're doing should be, we just send this back to you as being vexatious and frivolous. What I believe has happened is the IMSA has now given oxygen to something which will be the black thing in your own hand. I'm not concerned about it. I mean, I hope this goes national. I hope he goes on the radio. I hope he does all of this, because ultimately it's just going to, you've been told about it and you have to do something about it. When it comes to our door, all I'd say is, when somebody brings to us something in relation to his allegations that are set down and that are to be challenged, we will meet those with documentation. Okay? Now, I could say to you, I'll give you a copy of this video and that and the other, but you are not entitled to any of that. And it would be wrong to do it, not because of you or me or anything. It would be a wrong process for us to start opening our doors to everybody. The other thing, the other character you mentioned, John Joseph Bradley, then started a process on Facebook in which he called me a pervert, right? Which is important. In November last year, he named me as a pervert. Now, this moves out of this sphere. This is nothing to do with, this is in a different domain. Mm-hmm. So I went to the guards with a criminal complaint under what's called Coco's law, which the guards didn't know about. Okay.
So just to be clear on this is jumps back to the reference I had made somewhat earlier about a criminal element. So the timing in relation is I think if I pull this together correctly, would have been November 2023, in which this person, J.J. Bradley, had identified me as a pervert in a Facebook post, which then is a breach of the Harassment Act that had been introduced around the 2020 period, but not actually invoked. And in fact, when I went to the guards about this, they were completely unaware of the existence of such and such an act. And that is something that was being processed by the guards for an endless period of time. That's what this is in reference to. So, I mean, it emerges from the same experience. Yet I have no other dealings with J.J. Bradley outside of the shed in that regard. So it was particularly malevolent and and of course, from my understanding of speaking to the guards, this J.J. Bradley has said it had nothing to do with me. I didn't put it up there. And unfortunately, in the Unravelling Ireland, and that'll be the subject of a different recording. And anyway, that's a separate issue, let's say.
Okay. And I spent a year, I put an 80-page document together setting out the law and everything in relation to this. And then I just told last week that the DPP, the guards, are not prosecuting this, and I was read out a letter from the fucking FBI saying, because if you want to find out, well, if you want to get into Facebook, you have to go through the FBI, who then go take that. And they say, we're chasing the Kennans, we don't have money for small fry. So, I mean, this stuff has miles and miles. And once it moves, it's like somebody calling me a pervert, it's not like bullying, this is a different world altogether. Now, these people, I mean, this stuff is insane. However, I've just been in Mudalford last week. Nobody in the fucking East Coast knows where Tony. You know, this is small town stuff that's gone on here. What he's done is managed to bring this into this space.
So just that gave you some background. Actually, just if it's important, I filled that out. That the information coming back to me after a criminal investigation was that the DPP had to seek my permission first to Facebook to respond and open up their files. I provided that information, that consent, within a certain limited time frame, because it only relates to a particular time frame, and that the DPP in Ireland went through the FBI in America to get access to Facebook, and basically Facebook would come back and between them and the FBI told Ireland to fuck off. In other words, get away small fry. The danger in that, by the way, is that what I've learned the hard way is that if you can put up anything you like on Facebook and the Irish government can go on and talk about this, that and the other, but Coco's law in essence is a joke. That the reality of it is that if the Irish government want to flex their muscles, companies like Facebook just say, go away, little people. And that left me completely unprotected from the abusive behaviour of this individual. Not something I feel very happy about. And again, our society goes off and it's trying to sort out all the world issues when there are issues in our country that we should address. I mean, the people should be told clearly that the social media is a lawless environment in which Irish law cannot apply. So, for example, in that case, I sought that Facebook remove the particular post, which they did, but they didn't remove it in Northern Ireland, which is only a half an hour or an hour's drive from here in West Donegal. So as I would drive across the country through the north to Dundalk, J.J. Bradley's damaging and defamatory and harmful post about me was still visible. So it just makes a joke of the implementation of law and order.
There's no, what would he want to be, what do you call him, Groucho, famous Groucho said, I would never want to be a member of a golf club that would want me as a member. Think about this. This guy's asking to come into a place that he doesn't want to be part of, because being part of something means we've got to be part. Like, we have to pull together. The other thing is, on the day, there was a process, a vote was taken.
So this is important insofar as Jimmy Boyle said the solution to this is that he be returned into the shed, when in fact everything about his activity has been the direct antithesis of someone who's part of a team and a process, both in while he was in the place. I mean, the problem for Jimmy Boyle is everywhere he went, he filled every desk with everything and annoyed everybody by taking over spaces, well and truly over and above what a normal person might have done. And the other thing is he simply wouldn't come to the table to discuss any difficulties. So, and then he wants to be part of that club. Nonsense.
Now, what Jimmy then claimed was that I forced everybody to throw him out. And by the way, I have no interest in Jimmy. The reason I suggested at the time we expelled Jimmy, because we were going round and round and round and round in what Joni Mitchell calls the circle game forever. And nobody in this group would actually make a decision. I said, look, if I make a decision to expel Jimmy, so at least we know we're this way or we're that way. And Jimmy doesn't like it, he can do something.
Sorry, I should be clear. And I'm making the decision to put forward the proposal, the motion to expel Jimmy. Obviously, it had to go through a process, which it did.
So at least something happened. Because the shed was just going to fall apart. That's all that would happen. Because what would happen here is the man that was told not to come in here, he disappeared back up to the mountains. I went and asked him would he get back. He wouldn't come back because he had been fucking thrown out of the shed during COVID. So I said, we can't have that.
Yeah, so that's important. Johnny wasn't thrown out of the shed by a decision of any committee. An individual, J.J. Bradley, turned him away from the shed. I can remember we were all in that scared space during COVID. And I know when I visited Johnny at his house, he was extremely hurt about this. And he just said, I'm never going back to that shed again. And I'm now looking at somebody else having been chased away from the shed over a behaviour which the person had no right to do in the first place. Now, again, I was trying to sort of say, look, everybody's screwed up over COVID. Maybe you all have to be just a little bit, show more leniency, etc. But I now realise that, in fact, it was much more than that. I mean, the two people, J.J. Bradley and Jimmy, had suddenly taken upon themselves that they were the lords and master of the future and everything that would happen in the shed. And I think myself that's the essence behind, ultimately, their unwillingness to accept the leadership of Austin as the chairman and therefore to subversively act to really damage Austin. That's my open belief about what these guys have been about all the time. And I welcome the idea that at some point we would get a process, get clarity, and then get a decision and move on. This has still not happened.
So if our experience here serves in some way as a learning tool for what I know is going on, and of course it's going on in sheds everywhere, right? If that serves a tool and we can be part of that learning, that's fine. But it would be beyond being post-idiotic for us to get involved in more tail-wagging by somebody. This is probably the 10th attempt at this sort of stuff that's going on. So my suggestion to you when you go back to him is, if there's some particular thing that Jimmy says, I saw Enda move the ball over there on the 15th of March, and when I'm cross-examined, that's what I saw. Because nothing you've said here today, when I've asked you, has tied down to anything other than maybe that's the impression I got. It's the same as talking about an ESB grant. What would he know about? How would he know? How would he know if somebody's paying? How would he know if he doesn't? I want to make it very clear. When he demanded he wanted to know who was paying, that breaching of the ethos of, you talk about vulnerable people, I say, such and such a guy, he's not paying his tenner a week. He can't fucking afford to pay for his electricity. And we're going to make a bollocks of him. Like, I would have thought, I mean, can you understand why we don't disclose why people don't pay?
Shouldn't.
Fucking sure, if we did, we'd be in your fucking vulnerable person's business.
No, you're in real trouble.
Yeah, so the thing is, obviously, you're after being taken to you've gone to attend at his behest into his building today. That's the experience you've done. Now, you're not, that maybe not how you feel. I'm just telling you that this is the sequence that happened.
He's wrote a complaint under the SLA we have to look into.
Mm. But you see, it's a bit like this.
We have no control over how you respond to
but
it.
when
So this is important, a statement by Enda Egan. Just exactly what he said.
The complaint under the SLA, we have to look into it.
It's a really good thing.
He's wrote a complaint under the SLA, we have to look into it.
Now, just this is important. And Egan has clearly stated he has written a complaint under the SLA, service level agreement that they have with the HSE or Department of Health. They have to look into it. So just definitively, I want to say to you that on the 11th of January 2026, I have taken cognizance of the complaints handling procedure that the IMSA didn't have in place in January 24, that only produced in July 2025. I believe, and when the information is exposed, will have cost the IMSA thousands for external people to produce. I lodged a number of complaints in the last 2 months of this year, of 2025, to the IMSA. And according to what he has said, under the SLA, they have to look into it. The IMSA have simply buried my complaints to the degree. The first complaint has been acknowledged by Enda Egan, and he said, I'll be back to you. If he said the next week or shortly, never heard from him again. And the other ones have simply not even been acknowledged as having been received. Now, of course, I've then made a data subject access request towards the end of the year, which should then show that the information was received by the IMSA. And of course, they haven't even acknowledged or responded. They're just burying that complaint as well. So I seem to be getting a completely different type of treatment that has been offered to Jimmy Boyle, and according to what Enda Egan says, this is in direct conflict with the requirements they're expected to meet under their service level agreement with the department, which is obviously one of the next steps in my process at trying to surface what has actually been going on in the background.
But you see, it's a bit like this.
We have no control over how you respond to it.
But when someone makes a false allegation in our society, there are two aspects. It's either true or it's false. If it's false, in the area of criminal stuff, right, or sexual abuse stuff, if you're wrong, there's a section of the Criminal Act where you're fucking criminalised for making a false allegation. So there's money and time. Somebody has to take responsibility for it. I think what you said is, there's a government-funded body, Jimmy thinks that this can go on forever. Somebody has to take responsibility for this. Now, we're only putting you on notice, there's enough of us here, we're putting on notice that this is nothing but a vexatious and frivolous thing, but we would say that, wouldn't we? And that's understandable. He's given you enough evidence, he's given you paperwork that I've written. I don't know whether it's all there because I didn't bother looking, right? But when you look through that, even whatever subsection he will have given you will not show any engagement by him in a proper process around anything. The timings that you've depicted in terms of bullying, they're completely out of line with what happened, in terms of just the timings, right? So, at any point that it'll be right now, if we do ever get involved with reading something, we'll go back and say, and we'll just clarify if it's this date or that date, and does this date come before or during or after that date? I think it's disturbing for us here is that when stuff like this gets said about the shed, particularly in social media, sure, people have nothing to be doing around here except so a woman actually wrote, see that train out there, so we're trying to do that for the Dunlewy community. Some woman right there, I hope to do a better job than they did at my fucking brother's wheelbarrow was there for 6 months and they never got fixed and he died. And I'm fucking thinking, like, we tried over fucking bent over backwards to include this one. I should nothing to be doing but bad-mouthing us. And would it be different anyway? And that's the worst of social media. Now the good news is, I mean, our shed won the Donegal section of the Donegal Local Development Competition every year, and we won the prize for the best social community group or whatever in Donegal. Now, that makes them look good, by the way. I don't think they're fucking interested in us, but we're top dog. We're up there, like we're ticking all the boxes, and you're in a place here that's a fabulous looking place. Any of the people who make use of this place, not only them but their families would talk about. I mean, we had a man here for a number of years who died from Alzheimer's. His wife, she said to me, you know what I mean, the difference that made to my life to have Patsy been able to come up here. Now she'll give testimony to that. So we have to realise that all those other things are going to pass. But I'm just suggesting you need to answer, if you've gone around the country responding to this, and if you let the tail wag your dog all the time without finding an approach, like I think there should have been an intermediate element of this. They should have been asked to fill in some sort of a form or ask questions. Because you're going to do his work for him. You're going to type out his stuff for him. By the way, we already had a solicitor's letter from him. Let's say he came to us. So we got a solicitor's letter who's going to take us to court maybe a year ago, a bit more.
Just over a year.
And then that was going on. And if you don't reply within 14 days, we're going to court. So that's pretty. Austin's ringing me and he says, "Geez, what do we do?" And I said, "Well, we do nothing. What do? We just wait." And then he didn't go to court.
3 months later.
And then he writes, says, "Oh no, I'm not going to court anymore. I'm going to the IMSA." So he said, "Sure, I'll give them the fucking black spot." Because his solicitor case said, "I'll hold the spot."
The solicitor fucking knows that this is where he gets.
The what?
Well, as I've no doubt, his solicitor said to him, "Go, are they publicly funded or
No, his solicitor
Go
just
to
said
those
to him, "I'll hold the black spot for you, but it's costing you fucking €100 an hour." That's the reason. That's why he stopped. The solicitor said to him, "I'll take your money."
Sorry, this is interesting because I projected that when Jimmy would go to a solicitor would charge him €100 an hour. Little did I know that the guy sitting across the table from me, Enda Egan, was signing off payments to Mason, Hayes and Curran for €500 an hour in that period of time, for issues also including suppressing the potential for me to surface the information, the facts about what's going on in the Irish Mint. It just shows you I was out of order by a factor. I was assuming Jimmy was going to pay 20% of what the IMSA are paid, and they're paying not their money, they're paying your money, my money, taxpayers' money.
That's why he stopped. The solicitor said to him, "I'll take your money."
The solicitor didn't even print a letter out for him. He made him write it himself.
So,
the solicitor knows where the soft spot here is. The soft spot here is a publicly funded organisation.
Look at the people. Sheds are in a vulnerable situation. The numbers are low.
Sorry, so what Enda Egan is saying here, just again, it's sort of in the background, but just listen to what he's saying.
So,
the solicitor knows where the soft spot here is. The soft spot here is a publicly funded organisation.
Look at the people.
Right, so Enda Egan is saying that the solicitor says that the soft spot here is a publicly funded organisation, so we'll go chase them. No, that's what he's saying.
Sheds are in a vulnerable situation. The numbers are low. Is it okay that this goes on, Enda? I mean, that's an executive responsibility. I know you have to try and do your duty. If there's anything off the record that we could answer to you that would give you some succour in realising whether we're the good guys or the bad guys, ask us. If there's something off the record that you want to say that would help you understand that, my belief is you're in the wrong train dealing with this. I mean, I know I would say that, but if there's something that you'd realise, fuck, I'm on the wrong train. I mean, I don't know, where do you get to a point of realising I need to get off this ship, like?
So just to be clear, I mean, I did offer that if he wanted to put something off the record, and if he had said something that was going to be off the record, I would, as I've done for the last 35 years dealing with issues around father's issues, then it would die with me. Okay, so so there was no anything off the record actually engaged in here.
It's very simple from our point of view. There is legislation binding us to do an investigation.
Right, so this is important. He's saying, I want to hold him to this.
It's very simple from our point of view. There is legislation binding us to do an investigation.
Right, so this is kind of clear. There is legislation binding us to do an investigation into this. So yet again, earlier on in this conversation, he alluded to the fact that if a complaint ended up being described under the vulnerable persons element of it, which because of the age of this individual and because of the story that he carries would fit eminently into this, there could be court cases. So this is then fielded by us as a very threatening situation. And we are under the cosh. We've been told earlier in this that this has got to be done by the book. We're now being assessed, although nobody has, certainly Egan has failed to tell us what his standing in any of this was with us. Why is he in it? Why is he? On what authority is he in the place in the first place? But all we know is that authority seems to be able to impose itself downwards on, let's say, under-resourced voluntary people like us. And we have felt under that cosh for the last 2 years, undoubtedly. But this guy's saying, I just need to repeat this from my own sound, because I've forgotten these kind of small elements, but they're critical.
It's very simple from our point of view. There is legislation binding us to do to do an investigation.
So this same legislation that binds him to do an investigation is now sadly missing when I make a complaint about the whole maladministration of the IMSA. So suddenly that just gets buried. Where's this legislation? You know, sauce for the goose, sauce for the gander. So it was useful for me to hear him say this, and just to, from my own sanity, realize that he did actually say this stuff. Sorry, the relevance of that is when I put this type of thing to him some 18 months later, on October the 1st, 2025, Enda has the habit of saying, I can't remember, you know, it just washes away. Similarly with the sort of detail he talked about, everything is just fuzzy.
This is the first part of it.
Is there a time limit on when for you?
So there's kind of, I'd have to go back and look at it. Like, sometimes you try to get done in 30 days, right? So
again, we start off, this is like timelines, right? So it says there is something. So he says I have to go back and look at it. So one must assume that it must be a piece of paper or a process. And he says, again, just listen what he says initially as a timeline.
Sometimes you try to get done in 30 days, right? Sometimes these things go on
No,
outside
he meant
of
that
control.
his complaints relate to stuff that happened 2 years ago.
So just be clear, this guy's talking about, we deal this in 30 days sometimes. So 30 days from the 6th of January, which would be when he said he got the letter, would be the 6th of February 2024. This is the 11th of January 2026, almost 2 years later. And our shed has never been given a copy of the allegations made against us by James Boyle, signed by James Boyle, and supported by whatever evidence he was putting on the table. Imagine that. And this guy's telling us, well, you know, we're supposed to be getting this done in 30 days. So this is, one, it's a joke. What has gone on is now, it's not a joke in terms of, it's not a funny joke. It's not funny ha-ha stuff. This is really serious stuff. And remember, I'm dealing with a guy who's in the salary bracket of costing the company, what I estimate is about 120,000 a year. So this is not sort of, like James Brophy is on a salary bracket of 35,000 a year. So clerical officer type stuff. This is serious public service salaries that this guy is on.
Yeah, so...
Is there statute of limitations for you in that?
No, there isn't for us.
Can I tell you, when I leave here today, I'm going to be digging up my files again. And you know what you're going to be getting from me next? We're going to start off my one again. No, and everything, what I agreed to do with you in there was based on a gentleman's assumption that we were moving forward. What has happened here now?
My understanding, right, okay, I could be wrong here, my understanding of it is that if he tries to bring someone to court, right, okay, for something to do with this, there's a statute of limitation, right, okay. In relation to this investigation, he's ultimately he's claiming he was bullied.
Yeah, but he's bullied more than 2 years ago.
It's not a, you know, he's not going to end up in court on it.
Oh, I know, it's a civil issue, but I mean, it's...
So I have to investigate.
Yeah, but it's 2 years ago, so I'm just, as a point of interest,
So my point here is, and just, I have alluded to this earlier. At the start of COVID, I was mistreated by Eva Byrne of the Irish Men's Sheds Association by ejecting me without process out of a Donegal Men's Sheds network. My crime was to have tried too hard to spread Zoom and to train people on Zoom. I then tried over the following years to process a proper independent complaints in relation to this, and this was just thwarted, buried in every single way. When Egan came on board, he came up to meet me, and I realised, looking back, he was just trying to appease me, and he made a big promise that none of this happened on my watch, and I'm going to change it all, and everything's going to happen. And because I believe in the men's shed concept more than anything else, I said I would park my issues at that time based on the undertaking that he gave to me that things were going to change, and now I've realised none of this is going to change. So I've said to myself, Well, if there's no statute of limitations for him to investigate complaints, which he has just stated clearly here, then I'm quite entitled to re-invoke my complaint.
Don't be surprised. I mean, obviously, you have to wait your turn because I have to pay attention to you. But I'm going to reinvest because I now know there's no timeline. So but the difference between me and your man is I won't be sending you bits and pieces. I'll be sending you either phone recordings recorded legally and or all of the data.
So this is important. I mean, I made it clear to him that in relation to the earlier complaint that I would make, that the data that I would provide, like Jimmy provides broad stroke generalities. I do data. I do specific granules of data, and that included, as I said to him, recorded phone calls. So this should not be new information. This recording here should not be new information to Egan, and therefore I presume he should act cognizantly aware of the fact that everything he's saying could come back to ask him to take accountability for it.
That was lost by the IMSA in laptops that you people said you couldn't find or couldn't get into at the time.
Sorry, Liam, I'm not coming here now to have this conversation.
I know,
right?
but
We're not coming here to have that. That's a different issue.
Sure.
And
all I wanted to know that the door wasn't closed.
And I have huge respect for you within that.
Yeah.
Right?
No,
this man.
So listen, this is the greatest kick in the teeth for me. Listen to this guy says to me.
And I have huge respect for you within that.
Yeah.
Right?
No,
so this guy's saying to me, I have this guy's saying to me, and I have huge respect for you within that. In other words, my original complaint and how it was completely administered, right, including by him, endless, countless unresponded to emails, data subject access requests, which I've now uncovered. There were thousands of euros spent on this, plus maybe I don't know, maybe I can't remember if it's 16 work days or 20 work days by him managing to prevent me get access to certain aspects of information in relation, but not processing my complaint. And I'm simply saying, well, now if you're in a complaints process and there's a process and you're now obliged by SLAs to do all these things, well, I'm going to re-invoke my process. Now he's shutting me down immediately, and at the same time he's telling me, well, I tell you what he says to me again. I'm not used to people saying this to me, by the way.
And I have huge respect for you within that. Yeah. Right?
And I'm certainly not used to people telling me to my face they have huge respect for me in a process and then continuing me to disrespect me. That is disrespect.
Knows that if huge respect, but I'm not coming here now to
Listen, I watched three of the 4 John Wick films last night, so I really have it. John Wick, do you know John Wick? The big word that comes in is consequences. So what's happened here is this guy, Jimmy, has gone on about a business, and everybody who's entertaining him doesn't appreciate there are consequences to all our mental well-being. The mental well-being of our shed is being put in major danger by the activities of an individual who's playing every organisation in the country. So under your SLA, we have now 13 people whose lives and mental health are now at risk, and you need to balance that. I mean, this is how important this is to us.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I mean, in my opinion, what's happened here is this guy's gone to his solicitor. His solicitor has said...
Right, now before we hear Enda's opinion, don't be under any illusion that I've made it quite clear to Enda Egan. I mentioned the 13 people I'm talking about are members of our shed, who this has occupied our minds, our conversations, our stresses in an inordinate and unfair manner for the last 4 years, and in particular to Austin, our chairman, and to some degree to myself as well, because I have been there supporting or scaffolding Austin in managing this interaction because he has no experience in this. And remember, at this point in 2026, we are in direct conflict now with the IMSA, who themselves are spending thousands of euro, thousands of taxpayers' money, paying solicitors like Mason, Hayes and Curran €500 an hour to try and block us from surfacing the truth. This is shocking, and it should. I mean, it has been said that when I have sought to get men's sheds to pay attention to this detail, they have just been disinterested, etc. Now, I have to accept that up to now, they haven't had access to the details. So you might say those who know don't care. And I set out those people include Egan and certainly the chairman of the IMSA and other employees there. And those who care don't know. So I believe generally that men's sheds around the country have no idea what's going on because there's no transparency in the men's sheds.
Here's the gap in the hedge. Here's where you need to go. You need to go through these guys to get to these guys. I'd imagine that's probably what happened. That's what very often happens is someone rolls into a solicitor says, you come through me, I'm going to cost you 10 grand. Here's the soft spot. The government, to protect people, has put this little piece into SLAs to try and protect vulnerable people. They're trying to do it through a national organisation who don't properly fund in the first place to even do it.
Have you told him or informed that he's entitled to go in under the vulnerable person's element?
No.
Why not? You should.
Well, I'm not a doctor to make a call whether he's a vulnerable person or not. He needs.
Would it be helpful for him to
get
know,
a medical
that
person
one as well?
But he needs to get a medical person to make that. I'm not qualified to make that.
So he's claiming that he sent this letter to the minister on December the 2nd.
Yeah.
So, sorry, this is where Enda had talked about the gap in the hedge. I'd never heard that term before, but what Egan is saying there, that this guy, Jimmy Boyle's gone to a solicitors pointed out to him, no, the guys with the money, the gap in the hedge, that's this publicly funded body, the IMSA, and they're obligated to investigate this under an SLA, so go that route. That's what he's, and again, Egan points out here that they're not properly funded. The people he should be saying that to is the statutory agencies, not me.
So that was just, I was way after him getting informed by the guards that there's going to be a...
You know, and by the
So
way,
he gets informed by the guards and then he says, I'm going to get these guys back. That's all it is. That's what's going on.
And at the end of the day,
The issue here is, within all of this stuff, my hands are tied into a process that I have to go through.
And all I said is no, all I'm saying is, as long as the process, we'll write to you and we'll say, give us a copy of the process.
Yes.
And then what we do is wherever we are required to be in the process, we will participate. But as a result of all consequences that emerge from us being aware of what's involved in that process are open to play. That's all I'm saying. And they should. I also think at some level that the larger membership of the IMS, the larger men in sheds who's just trying to hold sheds together, need to understand how their resources are being tied up. I mean, the tying up of your resources doing this can't be helping the shed develop.
There's an issue, Liam, in all of this, what you're saying, which is huge for us as an organisation. Like, most sheds don't have the knowledge or wouldn't have handled this scenario the way this shed has handled it, and I mean that in a positive sense.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
I just want to pick up on what he says here. I just want to go back maybe just a little bit, just a couple of. Let me back to this. Let me just take it from here and see.
So that was just, I was way after him getting informed by the guards that there's going to be a...
And by the way,
he gets informed by the guards and then he says, I'm going to get these guys back. That's all it is. That's what it's
so certainly, just want to say to you, if I was Jimmy Boyle and I was cognizant of how he was talking about what Jimmy Boyle's intention and his conjectures about how Jimmy Boyle was behaving, I would certainly be very unhappy that, that this was in any way professional by Egan to be talking to us like this. Again, don't get me wrong. If everybody wants to tell the truth, we should put everything on the table and everybody say exactly where they stand. I have no difficulty with that at all. But this guy goes on to say his hands are tied. He has to do all this stuff. And I want to tell you that in January 2026, the IMSA have in the last 2 years acted in such an unprofessional and such an opaque and non-transparent way. They've refused to share information. They have blocked my legitimate attempts to get information, and they have buried or tried to bury my structured complaints, which are done by the book through their same process.
Get these guys back. That's all it is. That's what's going on.
At the end of the day,
The issue here is, within all of this stuff, my hands are tied into a process that I have to go
yeah,
through.
and all I said.
So he's saying his hands are tied into a process he has to deal with. These are the process he has to do all this. Now, when he leaves this meeting, nothing happens for the next 2 years. No information. Sorry, we still have not been given a copy of his complaint made against when he's already told us that the timeline should have been, well, typically 30 days. 30 days multiplied by 24 months.
There's no as long.
And I was clear in this, saying to him that, look, if we get a process, let's go with the process from beginning, middle, end. At least everybody knows where they're at. We haven't had that process.
All I'm saying is, as long as the process, we'll write to you and say, give us a copy of the process.
Yes.
And then what we do is wherever we are required to be in the process, we will participate. But as a result of all consequences that emerge from us being aware of what's involved in that process are open to play. That's all I'm saying. And they should. I also think at some level that the larger membership of the IMSA, the larger men in sheds who's just trying to hold sheds together, need to understand how their resources have been tied up. I mean, the tying up of your resources doing this can't be helping the shed develop.
There's an issue, Liam, in all of this, what you're saying, which is...
This is important, what he's about to go say to him, replaying this again. It's going to take this important issue. Just remember when I said that I have discovered that the IMS have been spending thousands of euro on legal costs every year. I want you to be spending costs on as of yet, I haven't been able to surface all the detail. I know in my case that there's no doubt that they have been engaging solicitors to try and fend off what I'm trying to do in terms of asking reasonable, rational questions that a transparent organisation paid by public money. It's not private money, it's your money, my money, it's counted money. Anybody who's listened to the RTE, Oireachtas hearings, etc., realise that in RTE's initial attempts to just block out, you can't get any information for it. So we made clear to them, it's taxpayers' money. You'd have to account for it. And the IMSA have to account for it. My job is to make sure that those who are paid to hold them accountable will do so. But just look what he says here. I find this, in retrospect, 2 years later, even more shocking than it sounded at the time.
Huge for us as an organisation. Like, most sheds don't have the knowledge or wouldn't have handled this scenario the way this shed has handled it. And I mean that in a positive sense.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So other sheds ending up in the scenario that you're in.
Right, so he's just saying that most sheds wouldn't have the skill sets, the insight, the talents, or whatever it is to do what we have done in terms of managing this. Now, and he says, I say that in a positive sense. So I'm deducing from that what he's saying, or deducing from that what he's saying is that the result that we had a process, that we formally operated the process, we recorded the process, we've maintained the focused approach towards doing this, that he's saying that most other sheds around the country wouldn't have the capacity to do that. Now, I am not surprised at that at all. I'm just surprised that why don't we just bring that and make that a topic of major consideration? If we are considering mental health in sheds as a primary issue, then to allow a situation to exist where when conflict arises, and conflict arises part of the human condition, that a complete mishmash of incompetence in terms of dealing with that is a way of ensuring mental health. This should shock any professional person at any level, never mind somebody's paid 120 grand a year. This will come back up again in the third of recordings that I will be addressing, which was done on the 1st of October 2025. And that what I jumping forward at that time, and I must remember this bit when we come to that, Enda Egan at that point said to me that inside in the Men's Sheds organisation that there's a conversation which leads people to believe that if the shed had been dealing directly with Austin O'Donnell, our chairman, and I was not involved, that this thing would have been solved a lot quicker. Such an insidious, horrific thing to say. Because as Austin will attest to, he said, they just talked away around me because I mightn't have skills in this area. So on one hand, he's applauding the fact that I have the skills and experience or whatever to formally manage this in a particular way, which he says he regards positively. And then when I actually continue to act logically in that engineered process, I would say, then I'm the bad guy suddenly. But most importantly, what this guy's admitting is that the sheds in general are a mess when it comes to grievance management.
I would be concerned could be massively exposed.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I just don't think there are.
I'm not like.
There was a saying once, a fella said to a fella was buried, and they said, "You see, your man, there must have been fucking two of him because one of them couldn't be that bad."
So yeah, the point here is that this guy's saying this could be a huge problem. So why don't we hear about it? This is not discussed anywhere. This is just suppressed. Now, as an example, when myself and Austin brought the issue that the struggles we were having to a Zoom meeting of the Donegal Men's Network last year, which was facilitated by the Donegal DLDC, and that meeting was moderated by a staff member of the DLDC. We had been accosted effectively outside of the shed by Jimmy Boyle. And by the time we got inside, we were both quite stressed. And we brought to the meeting, we tried to bring this onto the table because we needed, one was support, but understanding and people to share, how do we manage this? And we were closed down. So a guy from one of the sheds in Donegal basically said, keep your shit at home and just sort it out. And the facilitator of that meeting, the moderator from the DLD, she just suppressed it and closed it down. So, I mean, if that's how we deal, if that's how this guy Egan has described this as this could be a big, huge issue, and so what they're doing about it, burying it?
I would be concerned could be massively exposed.
So he's really concerned.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just don't think there are.
I'm not like.
There was a saying once, a fella said to a fella was buried, and they said, "You see, your man, there must have been fucking two of him because one of them couldn't be that bad." I mean, I know all my life, I'm nearly 68 years of age, and I know one other guy who's much more complicated and sophisticated in this particular individual. But he'd also be much more effective in terms of what he does. But to think that at 79 years of age, this consumes that person's existence.
But there's huge, there's huge learning thing that is going to come out of this that we have to do for sheds.
Now, I want to repeat what he said there. I'll let him repeat it, okay? I wouldn't want to be putting words in his mouth. Listen to this.
It's what?
Some of those guys in the golf club have the view.
Sorry, I need to wind that back. Okay, so I think this is a really important piece to listen to. Listen to him say this.
But there's huge, there's huge learning thing that is going to come out of this that we have to do for sheds.
Now, what's interesting here is he's addressing this as something that there's possibility of learning from. So this is important. All of the incredible level of hours and detail I put into all of this analysis of a situation incident in relation to a shed and the mismanagement and other of all of this by the Irish Men's Shed Association is all about creating reusable learning objects for the learning perspective. And I wouldn't have done this, like you may think I'm mad, but I've been involved in this common area research question for me of does it matter since 2012. So this predates the men's sheds and involves lots of much bigger things, mostly including what I call fractals of corporate behaviour that keep emerging within systems which are really damaging to systems and could easily have, in my belief, if correctly evaluated and modified and changed, would have huge positive consequences for organisations at all levels. So the simple thing is that people should define a process, follow the process, tell the truth, work on data, work with the actual measurable evidence, and stop avoiding and burying things, because to me it just gets worse and worse and worse. So really interesting is this guy's identifying the importance of learning around this, and then he spent the next 2 years in my view, the party completely incorrectly misspending public money. So that's taxpayers' money, your money, my money, spending thousands of euro, getting legal operators, including Mason, Hayes and Kearns in my understanding, to have then tried to block me surfacing the facts about all of what's going on in the IMSA. It's sad, but hopefully the effort I'm putting this in as effort because I do believe it's important. If you don't, the devil is in the detail, as both Michael McDowell and Goethe, the philosopher, would have said many, many times. Other people have also said that God is in the detail. So if God and the devil are into the detail, there must be something in that, and that I exhort you to live with the detail. Like unless you want to watch just Neighbours and Netflix movies, there must be something to be learned here.
Oh,
As an
well, I mean, I
organisation,
look around,
we
you know
have-
what I've said to you about leadership stuff? I mean, the lack of leadership training in the sheds throughout the country mean that at the end, I'm still here serving the shed, trying to fill in, trying to get funding, etc. It's not what I want to do in my life, guys. And I just think, I feel, the other thing is you're not going to get the administrative and professional class men who retire to join sheds.
So just to put some context around here, for the previous couple of years, since I suppose the start of COVID and when I met, and particularly when I met and Egan when he took up the job, I had been trying to exhort with him and discuss with him about putting effort into creating leadership development programs. So, for example, I proposed a very specific program that we could put into place in Donegal, where we might have 2 men from each shed, selecting them hopefully in the age group of 45 to 50 years of age, and work with them as a mentorship group. And I had already identified and spoken to a number of, I think, very, very effective industry and societal leaders who offered their time to me as part of just wanting to give back, and that they could have worked as a scaffolding mentorship group to help develop these people together, so that after, say, a year of working together, and a lot of this could have been done remotely through Zoom, etc., they would have developed a collaborative team where they could rely on each other, call on each other for support, and learn with and from each other to create a sustainable long-term development in sheds. And I can tell you that talking to Egan was just a waste of space. I had set up a number of international Zoom events over that period of COVID. I was very active in that space, and one of the events I organised with groups from different parts of the world was in relation to this broader issue about leadership, because it applies in every country. I invited Egan along. He came along for part of it. His contribution was, I think that's actually recorded and probably online somewhere, but his contribution was fairly negligible, and he really paid no attention. When I did speak to him, he was talking about going to UCG, and we developed these master's programs. So he just, as a fellow said, he masturbated that out of all possibility. So nothing happened. So we've left with a rudderless set of leaders around sheds throughout the country. It is not, if you pretend it's not true, you're just denying yourself. Men in sheds like me, I'm 70 this year, so a lot of the guys are there who are a lot older than me. So who's going to manage, who's going to provide and lead the sheds into 2030, and how are we going to give those people who come into sheds? The vast majority do not come in with the type of background that I've had, whether it's in administration, leadership, education, or whatever, they're not there. And I go on to discuss this now. And this is a major flaw, major problem. If you're anybody there who's remotely involved in supposedly planning for men's well-being into the future, and you're not dealing with this question, then you're not doing your job. You're just not doing your job. You really need Roy Keane on this program.
And therefore they'll be in the fucking golf club. They're not coming to sheds. So these skill sets aren't coming into sheds. What do you do? And those men, by the way, the guys who are in the golf clubs are missing the crack in the sheds. So you know what I mean? They're missing on something that could be very valuable. But that's not being filled, and that conversation's not being had. And it can't be had in an organisation with less than 1 million turnover.
Some of those guys are of the view, the lad from the shed are all making stuff, and they all got saws and drills in there.
It's what?
Some of those guys in the golf club has the view that what goes on.
Sorry, while that interruption was coming in, what Enda Egan has done about some of the guys who do come from administrative and SAT backgrounds are put off by the fact that they see all that's happening in sheds is woodwork, etc. And that's something that's been very important in all my activities around the shed, the realisation that we need to expand the activities of what happens. Like, I think, looking back on how sheds evolved in Ireland, I met John Evoy, who founded the men's sheds, and I met him back in 2009, but this is all on an embryonic stage, and I met him in a different men's group environment as he picked up this idea in Australia. And I think it was very unfortunate, because around the time, it was after the collapse, and it seemed to me that the HSE were all mad keen to talk about the idea that if you feel depressed or if you've lost your job and you're isolated, go to a men's shed. And it created this stigma, which still exists to this day, that the reason you go to a men's shed is because you're depressed or isolated or alone, your wife died or whatever. And that's very limiting about sheds. The other thing is that I think there's an issue that when men, particularly who've been working in, say, managerial and administrative backgrounds, find themselves going into a shed where now the people who they used to manage in companies are now the masters of the universe, because they're the people who actually got the skills on the shop floor, that you've got this inversion of hierarchy, which a lot of men might find difficult to struggle with. But these are the real issues, and we're missing out. We're missing out in sheds on the skills those men have, and they're missing out on the fun and frivolity and normalcy that exists when you're in a shed.
What goes on in the shed is
woodworking.
drills and saws.
I know, and I mean that's why.
you know.
Look at what we started last year. We have a music session on here tonight. We started a film club. We're trying to start a book conversation club. I mean, my drive around this is to try and find other ways for men to come in here who don't feel that they have to be workers like this. Because another thing, let's say you're in the admin management classes and you haven't worked with your hands, you come in here, you're now in somebody else's territory where they feel very comfortable and you feel very uncomfortable. This is a terrible reflection on sheds, but I think the lack of that is going to mean that sheds can't move on to the next administrative level. I mean, it's just, I watched this, I said to the guys, we're in a situation now, you know, we have money in the bank because, again, my woman has been very particularly helpful in finding out these monies and getting these grants from all sorts of places that come in. Our biggest problem is actually finding out how to spend the money properly and getting it. And I said to guys, we can rob every bank once, we just can't go bank for more. And that's what's going to happen. So this shed can probably go on for another 2 or 3 years without ever running out of money. And then it's just going to be closed down. Do I think it's terrible? Of course. I mean, I'm only 68. Ronald here, we've been playing walking football. Ronald at 85 years of age is playing walking football. So there's hope for fucking me yet. But only if the shed survives and I live. And I would appeal to you, we're here saying, what's the Irish Men's Sheds Association helping us to do to keep the shed open for the next generation? And that's what we need, and that's separate from this. I mean, this is whatever's going on. But I just think, like, to me this is the most shameful. I'm not from here, everybody here is related. And I'm not, and I think the community should have been sorting this, and I'm an outsider. Doesn't matter. Like, I mean, if somebody calls me a pervert in Donegal, maybe you have to be perverted to be in Donegal. I don't like this, it's not right. But on the other hand, it's what's a small town world reality that's going on. And but the other thing is, I by the way, you can ask me, I never had an issue with Jimmy. I mean, my difficulty was, I said that I would support the shed committee to document what they were doing. I mean, Jimmy was thanking me all the time because I said, I'll sit in the middle and clarify. But I mean, the problem is, if I write the facts and you don't like the facts, then I'm a bollocks. And I said, but all I ever said to do is write the facts. So, and I'm not pleading, I don't care if Jimmy doesn't like me, but you should ask Jimmy. Jimmy asked me to consult for him on his issues with this is a struggle he's been on with his family. And I, like you, spent the journey. I got the thing for a while. I was up in the house. And I wasn't helping him do anything with his sisters, because his sisters have been actually more helpful to the shed than he has been. But I said, I'll help you document your information, because none of it, let's not lay it out. Help lay it all out. And he did go to solicitors. So he said, when you're down in Sligo, go to Mickey Monaghan, because I know Mickey Monaghan the past. He went to Mickey Monaghan, and Mickey Monaghan told him, he said, I fucking know where to go, like. So, you know, he kept going around until obviously people said, should I charge you money for writing letters that I was helping him write for nothing? So, and I have all that stuff documented on my computer. So the man would come to my house and put them on my computer. So that's how little protection he would have had on his own personal stuff. And I'm not interested in that. Do you know what I mean? This is not something I'm interested in. I look forward to seeing whatever documents he has, because it'll take time to tidy that up for starters.
And what's going to be like the outcome of this when you have everything done? What's the...
So, I suppose, look, one can't preempt, but, and this would be speculative and all that sort of stuff.
Oh, jeez, I better go and tell.
What's likely, I suspect, to happen is, because of the guard investigation, I think what happens is we will gather up responses and then we won't be able to progress it any further until that part comes to an end. So, no.
I think it's important at this point to just clarify there is no ongoing Garda investigation which would interfere at all with what the IMSA have been approached with in relation to a complaint. This is a complete one misunderstanding at most generous, a misunderstanding by Enda, Egan, a complete ignorance of how the law operates and what the law is about, etc. But there's actually nothing which would constrain him in any way, shape or form. And if it were offered in any way as an excuse for the complete nothingness that was done for the next 2 years by the IMSA, that would be, as the legal people would say themselves, quite disingenuous.
Oh, fuck, will
That's what I expect.
Okay, so Paul is going to be on his way up. It's cancelled, okay. I'll ring Paul.
When this comes back,
Oh, brilliant.
the most important thing is, like, everything that's been said in terms of the evidence behind that, it's important that that's responded to that.
Yeah.
So this is important, just what he was saying silently, while the other conversation was happening, just briefly. Let me see if I can capture this here now.
Yeah. Okay,
At
great.
the end of all of that,
All right,
what
lovely.
can happen
Right,
is we could suggest mediation.
Oh, sorry, what he had just said, it's just before this. Just bear with me at 1:57:25, so somewhere around here, I think.
Everything that's been said in terms of the evidence behind that, it's important that that's responded to.
So this is what he said, just here.
Everything that's been said in terms of the evidence behind
Everything that's been said in terms of the evidence, right, behind it.
it's important that that's responded to that.
Aye.
It's important that that's responded to by that, which is exactly what I would have wanted as a process. Get us the allegation, provide us with the supporting evidence, get a response, make a determination. Let everybody know the determination is fair play, due process to everybody.
It's important that that's responded to that.
You did what you can. Okay, look, I'll be home soon, okay? All right. Yeah. Okay,
At
great.
the end of all of that,
All right,
what
lovely.
can happen
Right.
is we could suggest mediation. You might say, no, there's nowhere to go with this.
We what?
No, that's just saying.
Oh, yeah, but look, I mean, the mediation thing. You see, the other thing is, the mistake was made here that Jimmy contacted the guards originally, right? Now, Austin came to me, guards contacted him, etc. So I sat with Austin, my woman, and Austin's dad, and we wrote out a statement for the guards. And we brought it down. I said, Austin, put it in paper. We went to the guards, and the guard who you met here, he'd be an old time. He said, look, I'm old-fashioned. I want to do this. We'll do this the old-fashioned way, competent time. And I said to him, Tom, I'm telling you.
Just again to put the context, the guard involved, he felt that he could handle this the old way, just go talk to a fellow man to man and get it sorted out. I mean, I believed then, I had enough life experience to realise this was never going to happen, but if I thought I'm relatively new to this community, I'd let the politics of this community work itself out, and of course it was an unmitigated disaster, to be honest with you.
He says, you're in out of your depth here, this is going to happen. So Tom negotiated it. So what happened is, the boxes, they got it, created a situation where they put the guards in the boxes. And
so again, just to be clear, these we're talking about these these cases that are equipment or machine cases that have been thrown out by companies. They don't end up as flower pots or anything like that. This would be a bastardization of reality to call it. But these guys are just trying to make an issue. What they were trying to do was get back physically inside the shed. Because this is about, I want to be physically inside the shed. Because one had left the shed of his own volition months before. That's J.J. Bradley, the second guy, Jimmy, was expelled from the shed on the 7th of February 2022. And he just wanted to get back inside the shed. Because once he's inside the shed, then he's got into some power-based relation to things.
They demanded that Austin and Micheál come in. They wouldn't speak with me there. So they managed to wheedle their way in here to talk around the table with the guard. That was a mistake. I said, the boy, you shouldn't have let him near the front door. So, and the guard was pulled into all of that. And I'm just saying, everybody because the guard, right like you, he can't just say, I'm not going to listen to you, because you know, that's not right. It's important that people be listened to, as long as they're held to the standard, a professional standard. And as long as that happens, I don't think anybody sheds into fear.
So just in relation to that the guards came around to the shed. The guard came around to the shed, and Jimmy and JJ were there, and Austin and Mihal and myself were there. And the guard said, let's go in and talk about it. Now, I told the guys that really he shouldn't, if he wanted to do talking, he should have dove in the guard barracks. But anyway, the guard, and we went along with him and just said, okay, let's go on inside the shed. But they didn't want me in the shed. So for all the reasons that Enda's talked about, that somebody maybe with a bit of knowledge and experience about facts would be kept out of this thing. So they went into the shed, and the guard, and you know, with the best will in the world and intentions, were trying to come up with a settlement. And those boxes, they're irrelevant to us. They're nothing. They weren't interested. We had no interest in boxes or anything like that there. So in order to appease these people, an agreement was made that if these were given their boxes, that'd be the end of it. And one of them, JJ, he walked away from it. He had enough of that. He said, yeah, he's never, and he stayed out of it then. And Jimmy said, yeah, there'll be no more about that. And of course, once that day was over and the boxes, it just moved on to the next issue and the next issue and the next attack through social media, etc. So I feel the poor guard was made a fool about in relation to it by Jimmy. But anyway, we played that card out, and certainly I think the shed other members, Mayo and Austin, would have learned a lesson that we're not going down that road again.
At times I would, if you're interested, if you're really interested, I have created a 4-hour YouTube video going through the interaction with these characters. It's a public video on YouTube, okay? So anybody who has nothing else to do, like a friend of mine, you know, he said to me, I listened to this, I just need to know what Liam O'Gogan was doing. But it goes through everything line by line by line. It's up there, it's public information. So, but Jimmy didn't tell you that.
No, so this is important only because, again, as we've seen earlier in this, there was a point in this when James, he responded to the question when I asked what would somebody be doing with €850 in his pocket about what happened at the meeting. And that James drew in the presumption maybe he was coming with his member subscription or something. So how everything gets conflated into everything else and everything gets confused. And there's so much information, correspondence in relation. It's hard to get people to focus and be able to maintain continuity in the structure of the argument, as it is in relation to all of this stuff here. So I set aside to take all the correspondence that existed between us at that time, some point in, I suppose, in the spring of 2022, and made a what I call a reusable learning object video, a meticulous journey through all the correspondence, setting it out and explaining it in an audio-visual medium, and it's there on YouTube as a reference point. So anybody who actually said that they were serious about trying to find out what was going on in this and doing a proper investigation into this, the data is already provided. This is independently verifiable. It's not my data, it's the data. It just goes through, they're granules of reproducible, auditable evidence. Of course, Enda Egan has never showed any interest in any of this, doing a hard charge or doing an investigation per se, concerning himself with detail doesn't seem to have entered into his mind, irrespective of the fact that he said he's under legislative obligation to do this and he has to do it under SLAs, etc. This is just a joke.
Do you understand? I'm not sure it's not in his interest, or maybe, I think he will have listened to it, because sure, why wouldn't he? So if you told me you said something about me, I'd be there. But I'm open to, do you understand, I'm open to defamation law and libel and everything by doing that. Mm-hmm. So I don't play cards with it. I don't play cards unless I hold a card.
Yeah, just to say, in putting this stuff up on YouTube, as I've done, by the way, as with this, I have to be cognizant of the fact that I have to respect the laws of defamation and truth, etc., just like everybody else. And I certainly wouldn't be, none of this is knee-jerk stuff. Nothing I do is knee-jerk. I'm not interested in knee-jerk reaction. This guy's already talked about these are huge problems in sheds, and I know this in the human condition. Why do you think we've wars everywhere? Because they all start off at something small. you know, a bit like Paddy Kavanagh's poem about how Homer made the Odyssey or the Iliad. He wrote it out of small little arguments. And so, I mean, this exercise here is about breaking it down into detail that is inescapable and it is reproducible. I just don't like operate like that, you know. Anyway, look, we better all. So, I don't know whether your life experience has brought you along that route yet, you know. So I'm talking to James here.
It's interesting.
You get lots of it.
No, but it's interesting. At the moment I'm reading, I just finished reading a book by a woman, a British feminist called Caitlin Moran, called What About Men? I think I'd recommend it, especially to you, James, if you read it. It's really interesting. Like, she's a 48-year-old British feminist that writes with the Times. So just to understand that book is called What About Men by Caitlin Moran. I think I just finished reading it. Must have been out in maybe 2023 or 4, 2023. I just finished reading it. I think it's a very important, wiser maybe reflection by a woman past the sort of, you know, beyond maybe the early feminist state, but at 48 years of age is probably reflecting a bit on how maybe society has mistreated the imagery of men, and particularly, say, fathers. So again, I thought it would be useful for a young man like James to familiarise himself with this type of material. And apart from her critique of Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate, she has 2 chapters with them, where I think she completely, firstly she confused these 2 guys as being compared to each other. Well, right. Andrew Tate is he's like for babies, okay. And Jordan Peterson is for people who are actually intelligent people, right? But the big issue there, one of the big issues, like she talks, I think, rather favourably or concerned about men's well-being and around health. And North and I are going to a men's health forum in Donegal tomorrow to try and encourage CEO the worst of how to encourage more men into health. But the sort of, see that struggle, that stuff that's going on here, this is corrosive to our humanity. And we should have had better ways of dealing with it. But I'm not saying, I don't know how else you can deal with somebody who wants to deal like that. It can't be good for him. This cannot be good. You were saying with a man who's up there on his own, not right, up there on his own, spoiling over all this. This is not good. We should all have been in this shed doing good and useful things. And therefore, the way in which we have to run sheds in a way that we avoid these before they happen. Like, all these things should have been surfaced early. You know?
There's a huge issue around that. I'm not sure in this case whether, you know, a quarter and a couple, to be honest, but, you know, sometimes.
So there's an acknowledgement by Egan about the fact, look what he says here.
There's a huge issue around that. I'm not sure in this case whether, you know, a quarter and a couple, to be honest, but, you know, sometimes.
So he's the guy who's saying there's a huge issue around, say, conflict, and I can tell you there's no leadership or intelligence emerging from the Irish men's shed in relation to it. And anyway, in general, in my experience, I mean, I go back to 2005 when I was nominated to be on the Men's Health Forum, the first Men's Health Forum that was set up in the Northeastern Health Board, and I was surrounded by those from the linear medical experience and the psychological mainstream of Ireland, which my lived experience at the coalface of men was that these people were completely on the wrong frame, they were on the wrong wavelength in relation to men, totally and absolutely. And the proof of that is that the issues, particularly around young men, are now classically understood to be getting worse and worse and worse. And I said, well, you know, Einstein said that it's a sign of total insanity to keep repeating the same experiment looking for different outcomes. You know, and I said that maybe, and that relates to larger issues in relation to the misguidance around men's sheds, etc. And I stand over that. I don't worry about it. I mean, I'm going to roll off the face of the planet, and other generations are going to have to deal with the ridiculousness. I mean, I'm just an engineer, but I can measure crap when I'm watching it. And so anyway, that's another life's experience that I will speak about when I get away from this and talk about things that really matter.
Sometimes there are people who are just, you know, their head is wired in a certain way, and I'm not sure if it can be unwired.
Well, he's a man who has more of us.
But in general, trying to
Now again, just to say some of this stuff is poorly picked up. Not a lot of important stuff there. If there is anything, I'll just try and amplify it or come back and describe it. So we're at the chit-chat end of the meeting. I'm leaving this in just so that nobody can raise a suggestion that I cut stuff out. That's the reason for this.
In terms of trying to learn people, but the part of the issue with that, Liam, is that a lot of it comes down to people coming into sheds and their experience. You know, they won't have experience dealing with these contexts. They don't see where it can go to.
So what I'll do is I'll just pause this for a moment and I'll try and pick up this section and just amplify it a little. So I've just increased that by 10 dB, that section there, to just raise it. Let's see what's in it.
Sometimes there are people who are just, their head is wired in a certain way, and I'm not sure if it can be unwired.
Well, he's a man who has more of us.
But in general, trying to dissolve where to become bigger is definitely where it has to go to, you know, in terms of trying to learn people. But the part of the issue with that, Liam, is that a lot of it comes down to people coming into sheds and their experience. You know, they won't have experience dealing with these contexts. They don't see where it can go to. You know what I mean? In general, like we'd be
I mean, I go back to, like, part of the funding that we did get was to develop online interaction. Like, so I mean, we had during COVID trialled the tea and chat stuff through Zoom. It was, as a proof of concepts, worked very well. And I mean, that's I'm now on the older person's council in Donegal, and that's where I'm going to put my energies, because it's actually, you know, there's a lot of money in there. It's like the way the Irishman said, the money is because it's coming from the WHO all the way down. And I feel I can make some influence and make some useful contribution to that space. But a lot of it is involved around how do we use virtual communication to learn. And I do think that if you took, like, you run a lot of seminars, right? They're all one-way traffic stuff. I go in and I don't listen because I can't participate. That's, you've chosen a model, and the model is one-to-many, but it's very didactic. So there's no interactive learning through that. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't continue to do it, like, say, the health and safety stuff.
So it's important I give the context to that. The Irishman should, as I've discovered now from Freedom of Information application, make a big deal about what they call their webinar systems that they provide for supposedly development of skills, etc. within the main sheds. Now, just from a pedagogical point of view, they're totally wasteful. I mean, the idea of MOOCs, where you have 1 to 1,000 lessons, they're done educationally because they're very cheap. But where they work, where they can be of value, is when they're turned into reusable learning objects. In other words, they're turned into videos that can be accessed asynchronously or at a time that suits the learner, and they can be replayed back again and again and again. They could be chapterized in order, and transcripts could be provided with them so that people can search for the information, and it could even be fed through what do you call them, FAQs, so you could actually search these things for the information you want. None of that stuff, right? What they produce is something at the very lowest level. And again, I'm demanding of this because men's health is a serious issue, and men's well-being is a serious issue, and the management of men's sheds is a serious issue. And the non-availability of processes to manage the problem that we've had has led to a lot of personal stress, and I'll be discussing that in the next in following recordings as things have developed or got worse over the last 2 years. But I'm making it clear to this one-to-many where you can't engage. It's just very poor stuff. It's really poor. And it's presented to a very receptive HSE who really not having any critical thought around pedagogy and learning. Real slow stuff. I mean, 20 years after trying to promote these ideas within the third level sector, I've had heads of engineering meet me and say, you know, that stuff we used to do 20 years ago, flipped classrooms, that's the rage now. And I said, it was always bright. It was just being sold to an unreceptive leadership and management team. What's new? I just expect better. I'm sorry, I don't want to waste my life at this.
But if there was a way that people in sheds who are interested in topics like this here, like, there's learning to be done, the talents, the skills, the methodologies you're doing it. So, like, for example, like, Jimmy should be at an event like this so that he could inform himself how to process his complaint. When you came to there today, I believe he should have pointed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, his life would be easier, because by the time you send back to him what your record and interpretation of what was said, modulated by whatever you, and then he does this, like there'll be no comparison between the beginning and the end, and none of it will reference back to anything. So, I mean, somewhere around the country, like, you must remember the average, what's the average? One day here there was 4 men and those men were more than 300 years old. And they were talking about life served, like us and Dad, working on the tunnels and all in Glasgow and Dubai. These men built Dubai. These guys were in Dubai before I was born. And I'm fucking sitting here, there's a lot of fucking bright stuff. And he talks about Jack. Jack is Austin's nephew. He should be 15 or 16. He comes in here as well. Look at what's available for Jack to learn how to be a man. How do we harness that? They're big stuff. And I'd love to see, I mean, my mission this year, I'm going to work in a virtual communication because that's what I want to do. And there's openings in the Older Persons Council to do it. But I think it's a pity the men's sheds haven't latched on to that aspect. Now, there's a lot of negativity. You know what happened in COVID? Fellas were forced to go on to Zoom. See, when fucking COVID went in, fuck fucking Zoom. That fucking COVID and Zoom, they're related to each other. You know, they dumped onto Zoom the shit about COVID. And the isolation, that, like, it's a long way for you to travel here, it's a long way for me to come to the dock. So imagine me meeting a fella in Carrasavine and then said, how often can I do that? And yet in some way, if we could find a more fluid way of doing it, I think a lot of that learning that you talk about, practical stuff, even the practical, like you talk about layouts of workshops and all the rest, you rely hugely on a local guy in different places. Some sheds have different skills more than others, you know. Anyway, you're down. What's on tomorrow in Donegal? Donegal Sheds.
There's
Sheds for Life.
Sheds for Life presentations and certificates to men who participated in it.
Oh, right. But the shed in Donegal, they told me, was gone to very small numbers. In Donegal town.
No, it's not in the shed in Donegal, it's in the hotel.
Oh,
Parish Centre or something.
In Paris.
We were in it before the last time we did.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
All right, guys. All right.
Liam, great to meet you again.
Right.
Great to meet you again. Yeah.
Thanks, Liam.
Thanks very much.
No, yeah, look, enjoy. I don't know what stage of the journey it'll take you, but men are going to have lots of fucking needs going, you know, half the world are made up of men, and they don't register on the, let's say, the big HSEs or anything. They're doing every measure that's there, including education. Males are doing work
On everything.
and everything.
So I suppose on my way out, I was having the opportunity to probably proselytise to young James Brophy, because I found him at that meeting, and in the couple of interactions I had with him afterwards, to be a very well-mannered, open young man who I hope will have learned from this experience. And as I said, when I heard he had left the job and that it was suggested to me there was some medical issues with him, I just sent him an email wishing him well and saying that I hope through all of this fracas that has emerged through all of this, that he would retain some attain and gain some wisdom and apply that usefully in society. Nice.
You know, I used to lecture in the Institute of Technology in Dublin. I was there at class and I met one of the guys who used to work in 58. And it was an engineer, so it was mostly a male space. The fucking guys are completely lost. Completely lost. And I worry about the fact that I would love to see younger generation of men involved with us here, but we obviously run into problems with Garda Vet and all the rest. But imagine if we could have young guys in here, like 3D printers, who are doing solid work and all the rest, and could come in here and mix with older men and learn how to be men. Like, imagine if young guys were watching this shite that's going on here between us. They'd certainly learn, fuck, wherever I'm going, I'm not going that way. All right. The music's off, Austin, apparently.
Yeah.
So,
All the best.
all right.
Okay, so we're just parting at this stage.
What's this?
And just,
Did you copy it?
No.
yeah,
Maybe
sorry,
you copy it there.
I suppose just a quick reflection at this point,
Sure.
just to tidy up this. So just this video has gone on for quite a long time, but I said from the outset, the devil is in the detail, and the importance of putting the whole thing out there is that there's no suggestion anywhere that I'm selectively putting out information in relation to what has gone on here. This is the raw reality of what has happened in relation. This is the first of 3 recordings. It took place on the 24th of January 2024 about an event that culminated in the expulsion of an individual from our shed, Scioból and Guidor in Donegal on the 7th of February 2022. When Enda left that meeting, we were absolutely clear of the fact that he was going to be coming back to us, that we had an expected timeline of 30 days, which would have dated from the 6th of January, which means by the 6th of February, we should be having a wrap-up of all of this. So I just want to tell you now that 2 years later, our shed has still not been given a copy of allegations made against us by James Boyle and any supportive evidence. And that in spite of the fact that Enda Egan has repeatedly pointed out the fact he's under legislative obligation to investigate this, he's under contractual obligations from a service level agreement to carry out and process these investigations. He's done none of this. And not only that, but he and the IMSA have buried my more recent complaints, which were formally and structurally correctly placed in according to a customer or a complaints charter or a complaints process that they only got together in the middle of last year. And that was 15 months after this meeting. And all the time during that period, when I'd be looking for this thing, they'd say, oh, we can't give you the information until we have the new complaints process in place, which they then were going to try and retrospectively apply. God, what he can do this in law and logic makes no sense to me. Anyway, thanks for hanging around if you have done so. This is not a slow process, but this is the coalface. This is what actually happened. It's not about somebody creating a press aid colorized version of what happened. And insofar as the internet remains, this information will remain extant. Anybody named in this, insofar as the IMSA are acting in their official capacity as unpaid employees, so they can't in any way determine that there's some sort of private contravention of their personal lives. These are officials, and it just when you're finishing this off, just ask yourself, what do you expect from somebody who's paid from the public purse at a package of in the region of 120,000 a year? What do you expect? I expect a lot more. I will demand a lot more. Thanks.